Climate change is reshaping our world, and Pertamina is focused on overcoming this global challenge. Through our dual growth strategy, low-carbon business and decarbonization, we are driving the energy transition while ensuring energy security and equity. We are on a mission to reach net zero emissions by 2060 or sooner, aligning with Indonesia's climate goals. By 2030, we aim to increase new and renewable energy to 17% of our energy mix, with a focus on biofuels, geothermal, hydrogen, and the EV ecosystem. Pertamina is making strides in decarbonization, reducing 8.5 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent by 2023 and targeting a reduction up to 9.1 million metric tons by 2025. Our initiatives span energy efficiency, zero routine flaring, methane management, and green power solutions. Strategic partnerships play a vital role as we collaborate with international initiatives and business partners to drive low-carbon solutions. We are also reskilling our workforce to support a just energy transition, creating green jobs and advancing renewable energy. Pertamina is energizing progress for a more sustainable future, where sustainability and energy security go hand in hand.
Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company cultivates prosperity through a commitment to sustainable fertilizers, pioneering petrochemicals, and unwavering business support. Spanning across Pacific Asia, Middle East, and North Africa, we proudly serve as the largest plant nutrition and agriculture solution company. Our integrated fertilizer production facilities and robust distribution networks are the cornerstones of Indonesia's food security. Embracing digital transformation, we innovate across every aspect, from distribution monitoring to user-friendly applications. Ranked as the 7th largest fertilizer producer globally, Pupuk Indonesia is not only about growth, it's about nurturing. We actively strengthen the economy, enrich social bonds, and preserve the environment through empowerment initiatives. Our commitment transcends mere profit. It's about leaving a positive footprint on the earth we call home. Pupuk Indonesia, prosper together with Indonesia.
Medco Energy, a leading Southeast Asia energy and natural resources company. At Medco Energy, our strength comes from our people. We invest in exploration and production and new development projects with the trust of governments, partners, and other stakeholders to operate large and complex fields.
Every step we take is the power to generate new energy. An eternal spirit that is never extinct, flowing in every aspect of life. We unite and grow strength, turn hopes into reality, and explore potential rising from the bowels of the earth, spread into an ocean of light. Become sparks of hope and the anchor of the future. We give a chance for the nation's best. to move forward, keep performing, and devote high dedication. To optimize legacy into welfare. Let us hand in hand establish success. Ensure the prosperity of all the people of Indonesia. Because the success of upstream oil and gas is the success for all of us.
Copper is essential to the green energy revolution, driving the shift from fossil fuels to electrification. As one of the largest copper mining companies in Indonesia, responsible production defines our operations. Aman holds the concession of world-class copper-gold resources, including the Batu Hijau mine and the Future Ilang project, which has one of the world's largest known undeveloped ore bodies. Aman has a fully integrated operation. Exploration and development, ore mining, ore processing, and smelting. Aman's commitment to sustainable mining practices can be seen from the 4 pillars that underpin the sustainability framework. Our active reclamation program, conducted in parallel to mining operations, affirms the company's commitment to sustainable mining practices. In June 2022, Aman commissioned the largest ground-mounted solar PV power plant in Indonesia, with 26.8 megawatt peak capacity. With this solar power facility, Aman is reducing annual carbon dioxide emissions by 40,000 tons. This is how we build a legacy of best.
Di antara hijaunya alam, cerita kami dimulai. Kami bertekad untuk menjaganya dengan bertransformasi. Bagi kami, keberlanjutan bukanlah pilihan, tapi sudah menjadi bagian kehidupan kami. Kami sadar, dunia sedang menghadapi tantangan yang belum pernah dihadapi sebelumnya. Kami percaya pada kekuatan untuk perubahan. Tak pernah berhenti memperbaiki diri telah menjadi moto kami. Kami berinvestasi dengan inovasi. Didukung dengan teknologi terkini, kami mengelola limbah, meningkatkan efisiensi, dan mengurangi jejak karbon. Fasilitas kami beroperasi dengan energi matahari, menuntun kami mewujudkan masa depan yang berkelanjutan. Berkapasitas 9,8 megawatt peak, mampu menghasilkan lebih dari 13 juta kilowatt hour energi listrik ramah lingkungan, dan mengurangi lebih dari 12.000 ton emisi karbon. Apa yang kita lakukan hari ini akan menjadi warisan bagi generasi mendatang. Setiap nafas, tawa, dan mimpi kita adalah masa depan mereka. Bersama mitra, kami berkomitmen untuk terus memaksimalkan dampak positif bagi lingkungan. Untuk Anda, untuk kita, untuk bumi, dan untuk dunia yang lebih baik. Bersama, kita wujudkan masa depan yang berkelanjutan.
Our world is ever-changing, and should do we. The fastest, the cheapest are not the number one value we're looking for. At least not anymore. We believe so in FUPAC. Therefore, we create sustainable paper materials for multi-purposes. Made out of virgin pulp from our own industrial forest. Imitating nature, FUPAC offers more flexibility, safety, and quality. You can design each according to your needs. Feel free to choose the size, shape, and design to maximize the function and the look of your new eco packaging. A new innovation for your food packaging that is loved and approved by nature. On top of everything we do, we commit to circular economy. That translates to upcycling the waste to become new valuable resources. Wonderful, isn't it? FUPAC. Safer, better.
Check. Good morning. A warm welcome to all of you. Today is Friday, 15th of November, 2024. We're on the 5th day of COP29. Just to remind you, in case you have forgotten the day. Okay, the weather, I think it's in our favor today. It's pretty nice, not too cold, so it's a perfect time to start the session. So looking back, Indonesia has played a key role in initiating discussions on ocean-based climate action at COP25 Madrid, and with support from several UNFCCC parties. The discussion was leading to the inclusion of ocean climate change dialogues in the UNFCCC Sub-Star agenda. And these parties furthered its commitment in COP26, COP27 to preserve, to restore oceans and its coastal ecosystem. So now, how's the progress of second NDC, especially on ocean climate action efforts, and what sort of innovative financing mechanism as well as technologies that can be leveraged to accelerate the adaptation and mitigation efforts, and how is international collaboration works in advancing the climate action efforts. So we will start with two keynote speakers. Being the first one, please welcome the Senior Advisor to Minister on Ecology and Marine Resources from the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries Indonesia, Bapak Hendra Yusran Siri. Silakan Bapak.
Thank you, Mona. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, very good morning to all of us. And Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, again, very good morning. And on behalf of the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, I would like to thank you for coming to our side event. That's NDC 3.0, earlier mover for the ocean-based climate actions. This is one of the event that we would like to promote ocean to be reflected in our decision, especially the COP29. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, climate change is a global challenge that affect all aspects of life on Earth. However, behind these challenges, there is a great potential that is often overlooked, namely the ocean. We are living in the planet of ocean. The ocean covers more than 70% of our Earth's surfaces. It is blue carbon ecosystems such as mangrove, seagrass, salmars have a great potential as a carbon sequester. Indonesia is estimated to store around 17% of the global blue carbon. This is like to be part from the mangrove as well from the seagrass ecosystem. So this ecosystem playing a pivotal role in mitigating an impact of climate change, as well as providing essential services beyond carbon benefit, such as coastal protection, habitat for biodiversity, and livelihood for the countless communities. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in order to achieve the Indonesia NDC, National Determined Contribution target, and to control greenhouse gas emission in the national development, Indonesia enacted Government Decree number 98, in 2021. This regulation marks the way of integrated ocean-based climate action into the NDC. I'm happy that maybe Indonesia is the first country to put our ocean sector into the National Determined Contribution, and thank you for the Ministry of Environment for allowing us and facilitate the ocean sector to be part of the NDC. And Article 8 and Article 32 of this regulation mandated the ocean for blue carbon sector as addition to the existing sector of NDC, both in mitigation and also the adaptation. This mandate and also the mandate of the BSILHK implementation plan, which encourage parties to consider ocean-based action in the national climate goals, serve as the basis for the inclusion of ocean sector into the Indonesia's second NDC. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, currently Indonesia is in final preparation of the second NDC to be submitted by February next year, and is moving forward readiness for the ocean issues in the element of climate change mitigation. The second NDC has integrated ocean-related mitigation effort, and this action according with the expectation of Decision 1/CMA5 on the outcome of the first global stock take, which has been stated among others in Para 35, which is like invite parties to preserve and restore ocean and coastal ecosystem and scale up as appropriate ocean-based mitigation action. In ocean sector, we calculated seagrass blue carbon contribution in reducing gas emission. During the process, we identify several gaps that need to be overcome. Therefore, today we would like to have multi-perspective insight from our distinguished speaker on how to optimize our blue carbon ecosystem and its relation to the NDC, as well as to the implementation of carbon pricing and finance support. Yesterday, I was informed that the Article 6.8 is already incorporate ocean as a non-market mechanism. Hopefully, that can be moved forward. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude my speech and my keynote speaker by thanking our colleague from the Ministry of Environment. Now we have split ministry. Previously, we have Ministry of Environment and Forestry, now Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Forestry. So thank you for the Ministry of Environment as a national focal point of our UNFCCC. And again, this joint session is a proof of our solid collaboration with this ministry. I hope this collaboration will continue for years to come. And without further ado, I conclude my speech and wishing you wonderful discussion. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pak, delightful speech. And moving on to the second keynote speaker, please welcome the Director of Climate Change Mitigation from the Ministry of Environment Indonesia, Ibu Yulia Suryanti.
A very good morning to you all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Bapak Hendra Yusran Sriri, Senior Advisor for Minister of Ecology and Marine Resources Affairs, the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries of Indonesia. Bapak Steve Crooks, Silverstone Climate Associates and a lead author of the IPCC 2013 Wetland Supplement. Bapak Andrew McMaster, Director of International Ocean Policy for Fisheries and Oceans Canada. And of course, distinguished colleague delegates. It's a great pleasure to welcome you here in the event of NDC 3.0, Early Mover for Ocean-Based Climate Actions Indonesia Pavilion during our time here in Baku. Well, actually, I sincerely thank you for Bapak Hendra, which already mentioned how this ocean already went through the long and winding route. I think after the COP13 in Indonesia, in Bali. So I just want to reiterate that this ocean, when the world leaders signed the Paris Agreement 9 years ago, they pledged to keep global temperature rise to well below 2 centigrades, above the pre-industrial level, and to work to keep the increase as close as possible to 1.5 centigrade. This IPCC 6th assessment report shows that the world will probably reach or exceed 1.5 centigrade of warming within just the next 2 decades. So only with ambitious emissions cuts can the world keep global temperature rise to 1.5 centigrade. The limits, scientists say, so Mr. Crooks says, it's necessary to preventing the worst of climate impact. So ocean and coastal ecosystems, like previously distinguished speakers already mentioned, suites of options that can support us as we adopt measures to achieve their climate mitigation adaptation goals. It is also critical to recognize the negative impact of climate change on oceans and coastal ecosystems and to work to limit this impact through emission reduction, adaptation, continued research efforts, and effective management of ocean. So given the importance of this coast and ocean as a source of livelihood for community, efforts to adapt and mitigate climate change in the ocean sectors must be carried out immediately in the development of coastal and ocean areas. Like previously mentioned, the Paris Agreement and the Katowice Climate Package outline the key elements of the mitigation section in an NDCs, which mention conservation and restoration of coastal blue carbon ecosystem. The issue of ocean in the Climate Change Negotiation Forum which is stated already in the Paris Agreement, in the Chapeau section, has entered an important milestone during COP25 in Madrid in 2019. So mandated by this COP, through Chile Madrid Time for Actions, the first Ocean and Climate Change Dialogue was held virtually because of the because of the COVID-19, virtually held in December 2020. So this is the momentum for oceans going through the negotiation process under the UNFCCC. Along with those decisions, during the Indonesia G20 presidency in 2022, under the priority issues under the Climate Sustainability Working Group, we addressed the increasing land-based and ocean-based actions to support environmental protection and dealing with the climate change. So that's our initiative under the G20 presidency on that time. So furthermore, in CES implementation plan already underscored the role of ocean as well, and encouraging the inclusion of ocean-based action in national climate goals, including but not limited to nationally determined contribution, long-term strategies, and of course, if we're talking about the ocean, we're talking about the adaptation communication. So last year, again, the GST stated as well in Para 35, like mentioned before, the encouragement of preserving and restoring oceans and coastal ecosystem and scaling up as appropriate ocean-based mitigation action. And now, we already entering the COP29. It is a defining moment for multilateral climate action, and we are approaching the time for submitting a subsequent NDC in early 2025. The enhanced NDC reflect our enhanced ambition compared to the first NDC to reduce GHG emission in 2030 by 21.98%, unconditional scenarios against business as usual scenarios, and up to until the 43.2, this is under the conditional scenarios if the international funding, international cooperation, international support is available. Indonesia also recognized the role of ocean in our current carbon pricing mechanism regulation under the Presidential Decree 98 in 2021, as well as the Ministerial Regulation in 2024, which is saying that ocean is one of the potential sector in mitigation elements. It's not only the adaptation element, which is already mentioned in our first NDC in 2016. So having said that and quoting the previous distinguished speaker, so we are now in the process of inserting and adding the ocean sector in the element of mitigation under our second NDC. Hopefully it will be done submitted before the deadline in February 2025. So today's event on this talk show, we aim to share our perspective and experiences and explore more opportunities and challenges associated with identifying and implementing ocean-based mitigation action. And we hope that we can fuel and fire up our collective goals to tackle climate change in implementing climate change mitigation action in the ocean sectors. So in closing, I thank you for your presence here, and I will be very appreciate your valuable input, and I wish you all a productive and discussion and deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Yulia. Thank you, and it's lovely to see how the collaboration between two ministries across sector in order to achieve or to finalize its second NDC in order to preserve and conserve ocean as well as the coastal ecosystem. So let's kick off the discussion for the day. Let's invite the Deputy Director of Coastal Mitigation and Climate Change Adaptation. Thank you for accepting our last-minute invitation to be the moderator. Please welcome Ibu Fegi Nurhabni.
Thank you, Mbak Mona. Okay, good morning. Thank you for coming for today's event, and I would like to convey my warm welcome to Dr. Stephen Crooks, Mr. Justin Proper, and Mr. Andrew McMaster. Thank you for coming for our session today. So, like the previous keynote speech said, Indonesia's second NDC is a very pivotal point for ocean sector. For the very first time, ocean component will be part of the mitigations. So it's a new history for us. And as delivered, this is the initial step, also comes with some challenges. Therefore, today we will have 3 speakers who will share their opinion, expertise, and also lesson learned on our topic today. Each presenter will have 10 minutes, at least, around 10 minutes presentation, and then we will have a question and answer session after that. So, without further ado, I would like to invite 3 of you to the stage, please. Yeah. You can choose either one. Yeah. It's the same actually. Yeah. So let's start with our first speaker, Dr. Steve Crooks. I will read your bio. Dr. Steve Crooks is a principal with Sylvestrum Climate Associates. He has researched blue carbon for more than 30 years. Wow, that's a long way. He is also the co-chair of the International Blue Carbon Science Working Group, a lead author of the IPCC Wetlands Supplement, and an author of the Verified Carbon Standard Methodologies for Restoration and Conservation of Tidal Wetlands and Seagrasses. Steve is the lead for the US EPA and NOAA responsible for including coastal wetlands into the National Greenhouse Gas Inventory. So, Steve, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Feki. It's a great pleasure to be here. Oh, yes, please. It's a great pleasure to be here, so thank you very much for the invitation. And I've been asked to speak a little bit about how we've been including seagrasses within the US greenhouse gas inventory, or at least moving in that direction. Now, there's a great deal of similarity between Indonesia and the US in terms of how we're trying to address climate change through the management of our coastal wetlands. We've both been working on conservation and restoration of our coastal ecosystems. We both have extensive intertidal habitats. We include the intertidal habitats within our greenhouse gas inventories and plans, and we're working towards including seagrasses. Both countries are a bit uncertain of exactly how much seagrass we have, but both countries have potentially about 2.5 million hectares of seagrass that sequesters carbon. So I'd like to dive in a little bit into what we've been thinking within the US. Now, a little bit of history. So when we've been thinking about the blue carbon and climate mitigation, you know, the science of all of this goes back to the 1960s. The whole concept of outwelling and carbon flows through the ecosystem, you know, it goes back a long way. So there's a lot of science that we can build on. There's the recognition of blue carbon as a concept in 2009. And then in 2010, you know, many of us went to the COP in Cancun. Now, at that point, we identified and discussed how it was the conversion of these coastal ecosystems that was leading to globally significant emissions from mangrove marshes and seagrasses. And we asked the question, where was the IPCC in this? And what we didn't know in that empty room was somebody was listening. And what the IPCC were doing were scoping out the development of the wetland supplement to look at the emissions and removals from management of wetlands. And they didn't have coastal wetlands in at that time. And so coastal wetlands became part of the wetland supplement. And when we were going through this process, we were cognizant to not make climate change negotiators too wary, because they were thinking of terrestrial systems, And ocean systems were very different to how we think about managing carbon stocks. And so we got their feet a little bit wet, going down slope and thinking about the management of these coastal ecosystems, because the terrestrial frameworks can just be extended into the nearshore. Then came the Paris Agreement, then came the development of methodologies, then came projects within the intertidal, and all this is moving forward. Now, what we're also finding is there's developing new science that recognizes it's not just the flow of carbon laterally, vertically, atmosphere, plant, soil, but it's the lateral flows into the ocean and storage. So keep an eye out for the development of emissions factors around the storage of ocean alkalinity produced by coastal wetlands, which could potentially double the sequestration that we already include in terms of soils. So on to seagrasses. Now, within the US, we have a very poor record of where seagrasses are. We have some baseline that goes back to around about 20 years ago. But at the state level, effectively the provincial level for Indonesia, we have made progress in a number of states. The state of Maryland and the state of North Carolina, which I'm going to talk about here, has included seagrass now within their state level greenhouse gas inventory. And they've done this because they have a time series of 3 data points collected over 20 years where they've mapped the distribution and the change in distribution of their seagrass habitat. Oops. And this information, if anybody would like to take a look, is produced in this report on the mapping exercise related to this. Now, the question then when we think about scaling up is there's only so much you can do when you're going out sending divers in the water and using aircraft. And for these 20 years, this kind of information was all they had. But now we're seeing the development of remote sensing technology that's being used within the US and within Indonesia, which hopefully will allow us to scale this up. Now, but what is really interesting about what's happening within the US and within this, at the state level individually, is that states are including the management of these ecosystems in their own state level working lands policies. So they're thinking, okay, we were calculating emissions and removals, let's finance conservation of coastal peatlands, let's finance conservation and restoration of salt marshes, and let's include the seagrasses and subaquatic vegetation as part of these management policies. And here, as you've all seen these kind of numbers before, here's the aerial extent of seagrasses within North Carolina, and the relatively small, but something, removals that are associated with these types of habitat. Now, what have we learned from this process? Seagrass in North Carolina is a net carbon sink. It is something that's been going on for decades. The rate of removal has been decreasing because of water quality issues, which are leading to a dieback of the seagrasses. They sequester a relatively small amount, maybe 50, 60, 70,000 tons of CO2 per year, but it is something. But what we don't know, what is missing from all of this, is that when seagrasses are denuded, when they're lost because of pollution or disturbed because of trawling, they release CO2 back into the atmosphere, but we don't know how much. So we're calculating a removal, we're not calculating yet an emission. So what are some of the policy and management implications here? We can recognize the management of these ecosystems within natural and working lands policies, and we can bring financing to help protect them. The inventories show that there's an annual carbon sequestration benefit, but the amount of carbon that is mapped below the seagrasses is 250 times what the sequestration rate is. And the reason for that is the seagrasses lie on top of salt marsh carbon, because with sea level rise, they moved in to where the marshes were. Now in Indonesia, I would imagine there's a lot of rich peatlands beneath your seagrasses. So it's really important that we start thinking about what are the emissions associated with the loss of seagrasses when they happen. And then we're looking at various mechanisms for conservation and financing of these habitats. So, lessons learned. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. There's plenty that we can do right now to move forward. In the US, we've had to effectively do it at the provincial level, at the state level, but it's illustrating progress of how we can move along. Use the best existing data. Use the IPCC default value for carbon sequestration and emissions factors if needed. Improve the greenhouse gas inventory over time. And align climate change goals with habitat preservation and conservation. And if I had one major statement to say, I would say recarbonizing the biosphere is the best thing you can do. You know, conserve, restore, and the greenhouse gas benefits will flow from there. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you. Please give applause for Steve. Thank you, Steve, for the wonderful presentation. I think I learned a lot from your presentation today. Okay, move on to the next speaker. I would like to invite, I said His Excellency here, okay? Can I say His Excellency also for you? Okay. Okay, next we have Mr. Justin Proper. Mr. Justin Proper is a geographical information system and remote sensing expert. His work concentrated mostly in the environment fields, including shallow marine environment, given that he has worked at the Ministry of Environment since 1996. And since 2022, Mr. Prosper has been the Director General in the Department of Climate Change and Energy of the Ministry of Agriculture, Climate Change and Environment of Seychelles. Justin, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. Coming up, this thing is, okay. Looking at my presentation now, following Steve, makes mine look a bit, yeah, so the nice pictures and everything. Anyways, I'm here to speak, to discuss mostly on Seychelles, which is basically on a small island perspective. So, but also tropical, so we have a lot of similarities with Indonesia. So hopefully we can share what we've been doing, especially with our NDC and the work done in the with the blue carbon. So, well, the start of the work that we're doing, because we, as you know, we are developing and we are moving. We're trying to move along with everybody else, but as stated by everybody. We also have our limitations and how we are tackling a bit the situation on our side, hopefully through either the presentation or the discussion later we can point those out. So basically, I was given the task to present on the integration of ocean sector, basically blue carbon to include in the NDC in Seychelles. Okay, so just quickly, just to introduce Seychelles for those of you who doesn't know. So basically, Seychelles is what is known as a small island developing state, but a large ocean state, which is located in the southwestern Indian Ocean. Basically, Africa, Madagascar, Seychelles is to the north, south of the equator. So that's us. So we have a large part of the ocean there. Our land, which is we have 115 islands, which is granitic and coralline in nature, of which only 3 are inhabited, and those islands are scattered. Makes up a total land mass of about 455 square kilometers, which is not a lot, especially if you compare it to Indonesia. But our EZ, however, is 1.3 million square kilometers. So we have, if I were to draw that in a map, I'd just draw a big circle with a little dot scattered everywhere. Okay, and we have a population of just above 100,000 as of 2023 census. And generally, our main pillars of economy are tourism and fisheries. Basically the tuna fisheries. We, being a small island, as we see, depending on tourism and not having a lot of resources, it is, you can see how it is important for us to to preserve what we have. So we have been very committed in preserving and protecting our ocean and land. So since 2020, Seychelles has reached has been over the 30 by 30 initiative, whereby you have to protect 30 land, 30 marine. So terrestrial, since the late 60s, we now have about 50%, slightly more than 50% of our land is protected, the little that we have, putting pressure on our land. And marine, again, with ongoing efforts since against the early 70s, we've been protecting bit by bit, but a large jump was made finally by 2020, whereby we, through a process, the special maritime special plan that we underwent, 30% of our EZ, slightly more than 30% of our EZ is now protected. So, okay, so now just because we have also to talk a bit about NDC, I just took some, early morning, I woke up and I took some extracts from the NDC, just to put the context a bit with, the NDC and the ocean and the blue carbon. So basically in our updated NDC, that was, we did in 2021, so we are committed to reduce the absolute GHG emission by 26.4% compared to the business as usual. So that is what we have said. And this is expected to be done through the energy sector, including transport and waste. But as I have underlined, as well as lasting adaptation impact in terms of blue economy and focusing on innovative ways in responding to the adverse impacts of climate change in areas of water, coastal management, food security, human health. So as you can see, it's already been, it's coming there that we have see the importance of having coastal and marine ocean in the NDC. And of course, as was mentioned earlier by the keynote speakers, with this has to happen with the support of with external support, and this will hopefully make us achieve our, as all the countries, the net zero by 2050 with natural climate change solutions. Well, sorry, I'm going backwards. So if we talk about the blue carbon and the NDC, the inclusion or none in that case. So basically to date, Seychelles has not fully integrated the ocean sector into the NDC, especially where the blue carbon is concerned. I'm not saying it's not there, but it's not fully, although it won't have been. So basically just, I think Steve has explained a bit on what is the blue carbon. It's just generate the carbon that is stored in the coastal ecosystem, in the seagrasses and the top layer of soil underneath. So just we clean that bit. So we didn't include it in the NDC, partly due to the methodologies calculations where we're not there, we're not ready, we're not sure ourselves how it was done during that time. And most importantly, there were no thorough assessment required for the blue carbon had been done yet in Seychelles. So we have done patchwork, we had done quite a bit with the special marine plan, but we had not done thorough assessment as required. And as I mentioned earlier, Seychelles is at its development stage. So as expected, the GHG level is up. So, and we have little land mass, for instance. When it was calculated, we like basically border, if using what with the NDC currently now and other such documents, basically at the border, sink a meter-ish. But if we, given our condition, as I said, large area of seagrass bed, and as my colleague earlier told me, it's after the recent mapping done, it's about 29,000 football field soccer. So including that into the NDC would change the narrative quite a bit. So factors for consideration is basically to include the fact you need to take care of, to consider certain factors, and you need to have your data set needs to be credible because it needs to be follow the guideline, the required IPCC guidelines. You need to ensure the data is collected properly, and you need to have a plan of how you're going to keep on collecting the data afterwards. You just don't do it once and stop. And in places where the resources are limited, this can be challenging. So you have to find innovative ways of doing that. And as Steve has mentioned earlier, you have new technologies now like remote sensing and so on and so forth, with assist with such endeavors. Also need to have proper frameworks in place. If you don't, you're collecting, you don't have to, and you don't have any proper frameworks, you're going to gather the data and what you plan to do with it. If you're going to have your blue carbon information afterwards, if you want to trade, whatever it is you need to do, you have to have your framework to both your protection and for your policy regulations in place. And of course, you start working in parallel. It's a long process, so you do it in parallel. And I mentioned that it needs to be per standards as it will be verified as well. So what we've done to date in Seychelles now, we drafted the spatial marine plan with TNC and various other spatial consortium, and that was massive data collection effort. And meaning you do the collect, the sorting, the analysis, and coming up, and of course this drove the protection regulations as per mentioned earlier. So this was started since 2014 until in the 20s. So it's like I said, it's a long process, but it does make you deal with your baseline, start gathering all the data. And we have done the recent stock take of resources using the latest technologies and ground truthing methodologies. This was with the Pew and the Pew Trust and University of Seychelles with various other Seychelles organizations. We've done the mapping of seagrass across the Seychelles EZ. So that, again, like I said, is quite challenging. We have our territory go in the middle of the Indian Ocean, down to Madagascar, close to Africa, almost up to the equator. So think of a country with limited resources having to deal with that. But we've done that, so we have an idea of how much a seagrass is there. Also done the mangrove assessment. Again, this is done with the Deakin University and other Seychelles consortium. And we are also now developing the blue carbon policy, reviewing the common climate change policy, and also about to draft the national adaptation plan. Just to mention some of in the updated MDC, just to put the targets and contribution pertaining to the ocean. So in terms of the mitigation is the 2030 commitment to shift progressively to low carbon transport, including active modes of international maritime transport, starting with public transportation. A bit more on the adaptation side, committing to protecting the 50% of seagrass by 2025 and 100% by 2030 with external support. And Seychelles will establish long-term monitoring programs for the seagrass and mangroves by 2025, and include the GSG jink in the national inventory by 2025. And finally, the Seychelles to commit to the implementation of updated marine spatial plan, because you've done the plan, but then you have to commit to implement the plan. So within the Seychelles EZ. Thank you.
Please give applause for Justin. Thank you. It's very nice to know what already happened in Seychelles, I think, and yeah, we have some challenges also, the same with you, I think. Very nice to know that we have friends for that, so that we can discuss that together. And well, next we have our last speaker, last but not least, Mr. Andrew McCaster. He is the director of the International Ocean Policy at the Fisheries and Ocean Canada, the federal government ministry responsible for safeguarding Canada's water and managing Canada's fisheries and ocean resources. Andrew has worked for Fisheries and Oceans Canada since 2002. And Andrew's 22 years working in the ocean and fisheries space provides him with broad and depth understanding of the key challenges and opportunities related to implementing an effective ocean policy at the international level. So, Andrew, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Just to start, I would like to extend a sincere thanks to our hosts from Indonesia for inviting Canada to come speak here. It's really a pleasure to be here with you today. As noted, my name's Andrew McMaster. I'm the Director of International Ocean Policy at Canada's Ministry of Fisheries and Oceans. And today, actually, I'm not going to specifically speak to elements of work that we're doing within Canada, but more about the partnerships that we're trying to foster and build with partners like Indonesia in support of our collective efforts to address the climate crisis, and in particular, specific efforts that we're undertaking within Canada's Indo-Pacific strategy. I'd start by highlighting the longstanding and dynamic relationship that exists between Canada and Indonesia. It spans a wide range of interests and areas, of course, including climate change mitigation and adaptation. And I think it's fairly clear that both our countries share a commitment to addressing these global challenges, specifically the climate crisis. And I'd note that we feel, from a Canadian context, especially with regards to our Indo-Pacific strategy, that this gives us a framework in which we can work with our partners like Indonesia to build a better and more sustainable future for everyone. Indeed, I'd highlight that one of the strategic objectives of our Indo-Pacific strategy is building a sustainable and green future. And while, of course, Canada is working on reducing our own emissions, we know that the fight against climate change is a shared effort, and that's why we are working with partners like Indonesia to help reduce emissions, build resilience, advance progress against sustainable goals that is so important for everyone. But I would say that the challenge extends beyond just emissions alone, and the Indo-Pacific region, we know, is home to nearly 2/3 of the world's oceans, making it one of the regions of the world that's most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Issues such as security, biodiversity loss, and climate change often intersect, amplifying one another and exacerbating their impacts. Of course, Canada, like Indonesia, is an ocean nation. I was reminded yesterday, actually, that Canada and Indonesia host two of the largest archipelagos in the world. Not that Canada is an archipelagic nation, but we do have a very large archipelago in our Arctic. And so there's significant partnership, significant commonality there. And we know that to address the interconnected challenges of climate change, biodiversity loss, we have to build partnerships to address those, which also fosters sustainable economies and strengthens the resilience of communities that are most vulnerable to climate impacts. I would note as well, Canada in that regard and Indonesia are both partners within the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy, or Ocean Panel, where we both drive towards this overarching goal of 100% sustainable management, which includes sub-targets, including some that are very specifically related to climate change mitigation and adaptation. So in specifically, with regards to some of the work that we're doing to partner with Indonesia in this regard, I'd point to 3 specific projects that we're supporting, which address climate change, biodiversity, ocean management. specifically related to blue carbon ecosystems. Because we know blue carbon ecosystems play a critical role in sequestering carbon, acting as natural buffers against coastal flooding, storm surges, ocean acidification, and of course support biodiversity restoration. And we know they also support livelihoods and opportunities through coastal fisheries and tourism, which is, as the previous speaker noted, not just of interest to countries like Indonesia, but many countries around the world. For instance, we have committed funding of $3 million to the Global Green Growth Institute for a project called Enabling Blue Carbon in Indonesia. The initiative, through that initiative, we're supporting Indonesia with integration of blue carbon ecosystems into their climate change strategies and policy frameworks. This includes positioning blue carbon as the sixth component of Indonesia's NDC, so that's something we're incredibly proud of. We're also supporting the Global Green Growth Institute for a program called Nature-Based Solutions for climate-smart livelihoods in mangrove landscapes. It's an initiative that will help protect and restore mangrove ecosystems in the North and East Kalimantan, and supports the introduction of more sustainable fishing and aquaculture techniques to local communities. And then more broadly, in terms of our support for blue sector development, we're also supporting Indonesia's Oceans for Prosperity project, known as LAUTRA. This project is building healthier and more resilient coral reefs and marine ecosystems by strengthening technical capacity in marine protected areas, supporting coral reef restoration activities and frameworks, addressing the issue of marine plastic waste, and supporting livelihoods. And we feel that through supporting projects like these, Canada, is helping to build more sustainable, resilient future for Indonesia, and particularly coastal communities. And then within the Indo-Pacific region more broadly, and one that clearly acknowledges the crucial role that healthy oceans must play in addressing climate change. We know that integrating blue carbon into national climate strategies, through doing that, we can enhance both climate mitigation and adaptation efforts, ensuring ecosystems provide the vital services that they have always, and they're able to continue to do, safeguarding as well the communities that are most at risk from climate impact. Maybe I'll finish by just highlighting the fact that this is a core part of Canada's engagement when it comes to addressing climate change as well as addressing oceans governance. The importance of global partnerships, whether they're at a multilateral or bilateral level. It's through these sorts of collaborative initiatives that we know we can build a more sustainable and prosperous future. And of course, we're looking forward to the continued partnership with Indonesia and other partners as we advance these shared ocean and climate priorities together. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you for highlighting our corporation. I think the Enabling Blue Carbon Project and also the LAUTRA is also involving us at the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. So yeah, thank you for highlight that. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I think we already hear our three speakers sharing their insights on the topic today. So I will open the question and answer session. And I would like to take 3 questions from the floor. If you have one, just raise your hand and the committee will give you the mic. You have any questions? Okay, one. We have one here. And, okay. Please introduce yourself. And yeah, maybe you can, you can say which one of the speaker that you will ask. Yeah.
Yes. Hi, everyone. My name is Michael Wu. I work on remote sensing for mangroves, and I was just really fascinated by the discussion that Steve and Justin had on seagrass mapping. I'm just curious, this is a question for Steve, if you could talk a little bit more about some of the remote sensing, I'm guessing it's satellite-based technologies that are out there for mapping seagrasses, and just some of the interesting work that you've seen happen in this space. If you could just elaborate more on that. Thanks.
Okay. That is true. Oh, we have mic there? Yeah. That's interesting.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I'm not going to say very much because I'm not a remote sensing guy. But you know, these more modern techniques are coming online and fairly high resolution. You know, and I think one of the limitations that they're having right now is that they're getting down to around about 3 meters depth in clear water, which is good. But you know, when we've been out there mapping seagrasses with divers, we've been down at 16 meters, so we're still missing an awful lot of seagrass. So it's promising that the technology is developing, but there's still a way to go, I feel.
Yeah, and Justin, you want to elaborate more? Yeah.
Thank you. Just to add on to what Steve is saying, yeah, there's a lot of resources out there. Of course, that would depend on the imagery that you use would depend on, firstly, your resources available. There are those that are free, and of course there are limitations. And of course there are, for IPCC, for instance, they would have specific satellite with specific resolutions they would want you to use. If for large area like in Indonesia, that the finer the resolution you would go, the more it will cost. So you have to find a balance of what's available, what they allow you to use, and of course that must be coupled with a lot of ground truthing. So ground truthing, and also as stated by Steve, there are certain depths, especially at different depths. The lower depths are easier, but as you go further down, you have to use different techniques. And so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Andrew, you want to add something on that? No? Okay. But maybe I will add something because actually right now we are also in the process of mapping our national seagrass, and we are using remote sensing also. And we have like some agencies and universities working together with us, and also the University of Queensland, because they have the algorithm for, you know, mapping the shallow benthic habitats. So it's not only for seagrass meadows, but also for coral reefs and also macroalgae. Yeah, maybe that's my question. Yeah. Okay, next question, please. Is there any questions? You are very quiet today. Pak Hendra, you want to ask something?
Yeah, I forget to mention that we also thanks to the Canadian government that's mentioned about we got 10 million Canadian dollars for Lautra. Thank you very much for that, and then also will be support some of the work for the seagrass and blue carbon as well. So thank you very much for that. I guess, as Bu Peggy mentioned, that to respond to your question, Indonesia has already issued what we call this standard, national standard for Indonesia, SNI, for seagrass meadow, and then we are in the process for mapping that, and then in order to, because we are a huge area, 17,000 islands, more than 17,000 islands, and almost 2/3 of our countries are ocean. So we deploy many networking among universities and also the researchers and also the NGOs try together, and we developing a standard for mapping of the seagrass. I think we would like to get more comment and more technical assistance from you if you have some, and share experience and also share insight. Yesterday we in the Ocean Pavilion we met Eric from Sweden. They have mapping seagrass in, I couldn't remember that, something in the American, something like that. And using AI also, apply AI for, a decision support system. So thank you, Bu Peggy.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Hendra, for adding response to the first question. Yeah, is there any question from the floor? No? Because I think what the three presenters have today is like in Indonesia, we are on the stage of putting the ocean sector, right? The focus is on seagrass because mangrove is already there. So we are like to inserting the seagrass inventory. And then we found that there's a lot of gaps on the data and information because first we don't have the seagrass map. I don't know whether any country already has their own seagrass map, but we don't have the one that with the national scale. So it's more like spots and pilots. So that's what we are conducting now. We are doing the remote sensing process. We are doing the ground truthing, and we are in the phase of finalizing the map. And also we have the challenge on the inventory also, Steve. Yeah, and that's why I think we will have a lot of discussion also with you. You know, my colleague Novi will have a lot of communication with you because in inventory, there are several parameters, I think, that we are still lacking. And that's why, I know I highlighting Steve's presentation previously about the best available data. And that's what we are doing now because we don't have all the data, but we are trying our best that we have right now. And the next one, we also have some lacks on the research for seagrass carbon. Most of our research is on mangrove carbon. So seagrass is less than that, and the data also scatter. And with a very high range, you know, when we see because we are still using the tier 1 emission factor for this, and when we want to make it more accurate into tier 2, we found out that the emission factor is wide range. You know, the number is very, very, very large, have a very large difference. So that, I think we need to consider it again. And right now we are like urging some university to do research on that, so that hopefully in a few years we'll have a tier 2 calculation for the seagrass. So that's challenging. And also the regulation. I mean, when we are talking about the NDCs, we need robust data. So everything has to be standardized, right? So we have a government decree ministerial decree to standardize how you collect the carbon data, how you map the seagrass and everything, and how to certify your blue carbon project and things like that. So we try to make guidelines for all of them. And that's what we do in Indonesia. I hope that can share, maybe anyone can share their thoughts or insight on that? Okay, please. Yeah, you can have that mic. Yeah.
Yes, sorry. I just wondering, what do you do to protect ecosystem, improve the ecosystem? Is it included in your activities?
How to protect?
Yes.
The question for the speakers?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I think that's for you, Justin. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, just to be clear, you said how to protect?
Yes. While doing your activities, while getting blue carbon, we have to also ensure that ecosystem is protected and it's improved. We know that nowadays it's getting polluted and everything. So, do you do anything for?
So, as I mentioned earlier, so one of the key things we did is we did what we call the Special Marine Plan, and in doing so, we identify the most vulnerable areas with the different biodiversity, and also, but you cannot stop certain activities. You have to have a compromise between the different marine and ocean activities, be it tourism, fishing, and so on. So having done so, there was a lot of consultative meetings done with all parties on it. It took us a long time, but then is to find different zones. Those that are, for instance, You do not do anything there. You do not touch anything. But there are certain places that, although being protected, you can have like a co-manage, like a make certain use of those places. And of course, like I mentioned earlier, we've done the plan, but then of course you need to have your resources to make sure that then the plan is respected and policed, like if you say so. And this again can be challenging again in places where you have limited resources and large areas. So we're at the stage now of ensuring that the implementation of the Special Marine Plan comes into play. Thank you. I think you have
If I could just add to that, what Justin mentioned in terms of really ensuring the buy-in from the local community is incredibly important. Regardless of which country you're from a Canadian context, for instance, we've been working on a project for project finance for permanence initiative where we're setting aside funding from the federal government. But it's all to support Indigenous-led conservation initiatives, and the idea is to build that partnership and that ownership with Indigenous peoples within Canada to lead the conservation efforts. And what we've seen is one recently announced one is on the west coast of Canada in the Great Bear Sea, and it's a significant investment from Canada. It's $200 million we're putting into the project, and yet, because there's the buy-in from the local community in terms of the overarching objectives, both from a conservation as well as a socioeconomic importance, the project's estimated to return about $750 million in economic value to the local communities, create something in the region of 3,000 jobs, and then have the added, obviously, environmental conservation benefits. So that element of really engaging the local communities that will be benefiting directly from the conservation initiatives is incredibly important.
Yep, I'll just quickly add that from the US perspective, it's mostly a water quality issue. Okay. And we find that if we improve water quality, then seagrasses come back. And so that's a key determinant. And one additional thing I'll mention, while I might, is that seagrasses as well as seaweeds, they mostly transfer their carbon somewhere else. And the numbers are probably a lot greater than what we're actually getting sequestered directly into the soil. And if it's a form of alkalinity that's being produced, then it's long-term permanent storage. So even if the seagrasses wax and wane, there's not a reversibility issue because it's going into long-term ocean storage in the form of alkalinity. And the areas which have the highest amount of alkalinity production are the carbonate systems. They're the systems of the Seychelles, they're the systems of Indonesia, and the like, where you're getting a production of bicarbonate which is going into the ocean carbon pool. So it'll be really interesting to see how this science evolves as we quantify this. It's still very amorphous right now, but it seems to be moving in that direction that we're going to have much better numbers which are going to raise the value of carbon sequestration by these seagrass systems.
Okay, thank you. You have a following questions? That okay. Yeah, I think it's also interesting. Yeah. Oh, we have another question.
I'm just wondering how, this research and then also the things you are doing to identify the areas and then also map them out, how you are involving local communities and then also other people who have a stake in this particular program, how you are involving them and then whether there are some lessons that you are also picking from the involvement. I heard the third speaker mentioning the fact that in one of the programs there are some local communities and they are benefiting from it already. And in that regard, I am also wondering how these benefits are really going down to the main recipients, because we usually see that in the local communities there are some elite captures and all that. So how that is being avoided to ensure that the people who are really have a stake in the whole program are the ones that are the beneficiaries.
Okay, thank you. I think this is about the benefits, the benefits of the project for local communities. Who wants to answer that? Justin? Or no? Yeah.
Well,
I
will start off. How do you ensure the local communities is starting at a government level, you commit to engaging with them. And I mentioned this one project in the Great Bear Sea, which was announced earlier this year. This was not something that, as a Canadian government, we simply said, oh, this is a great idea, let's do it. It took years of planning and preparation and engagement with Indigenous peoples on the western coast of Canada to agree on an overarching shared vision, identifying what the specific goals are for both protecting nature and halting biodiversity loss, but also exploring the opportunities for sustainable resource development. And in terms of how it's going to be applied, there will be a significant leadership element in delivering on this conservation area from our Indigenous partners. And it's a shared decision-making structure, so it's not simply a federal government saying this is what will happen. It's very much a cooperative effort, but it requires a commitment at a political level or at a government level, and it requires time to make sure that you're able to work effectively together to develop that shared vision and the objectives.
Similarly, I just wanted to do the same thing, but in addition to that I want to bring in the education aspect. So in having the consultative meeting for the buy-in, so we also did some educating, like we're trying to find the best way for everybody to win, and in protecting this is what we'll gain, and this is how the community would gain. So basically the consultative meetings and the education over a long period of time is how we went about it.
Stephen, you want to add something also?
Maybe just a quick word in that, we can't underestimate how much time it takes to work with communities. Quite often funders come in and they have a project and they look for something to be done. But really, it needs to be embedded in already a community discussion about what they want to have, about benefit sharing agreements, about everything that falls into place. Now, when it comes to seagrasses, many communities have a negative view about these kind of ecosystems. In some parts of the world, they call it rubbish grass because it catches in the nets and it becomes a problem. And I think the work that was actually done in the Seychelles, which was fantastic, was to actually develop a vocabulary in the local languages for seagrass, which was very important in the communication. And when we see these kind of initiatives around the world, which brings people into the discussion about managing their own seagrass habitat, we're in a much better place when we try and do something about it.
Okay, great. Thank you, Steve. Yeah, I think when we are talking about community, you must involve them from the very start of the project, right? So there are the final beneficiaries actually from the project. So and one thing about your comment about seagrass, Steve, is very interesting because when we are talking about seagrass, sometimes people like it's just grass. It's not very exotic, like coral reefs or mangrove. It's just grass, and people like, what can we gain from protecting the ecosystem? It's not, it's just for dugong, right? Only for dugong food and blah blah blah. But for biodiversity is good, but what the benefit, economic benefit that we got? They said if we want to protect the ecosystem, it's not good for tourism, right? It's not very sexy. So that's the biggest challenge for seagrass now. Is there any question? Oh, please.
Good morning, everyone. Just to support my colleague. I'm also from the Seychelles. My name is Anik. I manage the Coastal Wetlands and Climate Change Project. So just 2 points regarding your question. So as Steve was saying, we did an activity. So in Seychelles, we didn't have a word in our native language for seagrass. And so for us, we thought, how do you value something that doesn't even have a name? And so what was meant to be a 3-month activity turned into a year. And we actually now have the words for seagrass in our Creole language. It's actually in our dictionary. So that is one thing. So that's ownership right there. Secondly, education is also very important. We brought it to the youth. We work with the Natural History Museum back home. They do holiday club sessions with the kids. So all the way from 4 years old to 15, they are educated on the importance of coastal wetlands, mangroves and seagrasses. So it's a big task, and there's lots of different partners that we work together. So it's bigger than we think. And to your question, Michael, we actually have the scientific seagrass report that has the first field verified map, the carbon stock. So if you're interested, more than happy to connect you and also give you a copy of the report through LinkedIn. Cool.
Okay, thank you, Anik. I spell your name right? Anik. Okay. Is there any question or comments or something? Come on, this is a discussion, right? Okay, Mbak Latifah, please.
Thank you, Bu Fegi. My name is Tifa. I'm from GGGI, and thank you, Andrew, for our good collaboration and partnership and your support. So I have 2 questions actually. The first one is to Mr. Steve. Is about the recent development in the IPCC regarding the blue carbon. Could you please tell us, is there any updates from the IPCC? For example, will there be like a new chapter or new methodology for the blue carbon ecosystem or things like that that you heard from your colleague as a researcher? And my next question is maybe for the 3 panelists, other than Indonesia and Seychelles, do you know other country that also are working on the inventory of seagrass, and that we might can have a cross learning or sharing lesson learned, things like that, so we can have a full support from other country as well, talking about how we can collaborate on ocean more. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mbak Latifah. That's a very interesting question, actually. Yeah. Yeah, Steve.
So on the first question, yeah, very good. I imagine that there may be an announcement or some discussion here within COP, but the IPCC has been working on a new document related to marine carbon downdraw. And in the scoping that's been discussed, there's a lot about coastal ecosystems and alkalinity production. And what's also in there is the potential to update the science related to the emissions factors that were put in the first wetland supplement. So there is, I imagine there will be a forthcoming exercise to provide updated information, because the data sets have hugely improved since we did this 10 years ago. Yes.
Okay. And your second question is for all of them? Yeah, maybe if you know any other countries.
Could you repeat the second question? There's a lot of ambient noise and I couldn't hear it clearly, sorry.
Yeah, it's about another countries maybe that also doing the ocean sector for the NDCs, yeah, except for Indonesia and Seychelles.
Right. Oh, so in terms of a Canadian context, so we have not sure, a slightly different approach in terms of NDCs. Our NDCs are specifically reference what our economy-wide emissions reduction target is, and then we have an adjacent document called our emissions reduction plan, and that sort of serves as the policy framework for how we're going to meet the NDC target. In terms of where we embed ocean-based or nature-based climate solutions, we recognize that there's a significant potential in Canada for meeting decarbonization goals, and we're continuing to work to both better quantify. I think that's, as was mentioned, there's a challenge there in terms of getting the baseline information regarding the capacity of specific coastal ecosystems, for instance, to sequester carbon, and how then you reflect that in your NDC, or in our case, in our emissions reduction plan. So that's a sort of an ongoing internal dialogue. We're undertaking a mapping exercise now to create an atlas of coastal wetlands in Canada, which will help to inform that process. But we are looking to develop a national action plan, for instance, to enable our marine sector to reduce its emissions. Working with international partners to develop measures to reduce black carbon in the Arctic from international shipping. So that's so very specific to one industry in the ocean space. But there is work going on. But we do feel that there's a lot of effort needs to be done still to baseline the information so that we know how much a specific effort, a specific initiative will contribute to our climate or emissions reductions.
And, very quickly, from a US perspective, states are moving on seagrasses, which is great. There's a lot of work on sort of landscape planning, integrating lots of different types of ecosystems together. So coastal peatlands, coastal wetlands, coastal forest. We have to think a lot about what we call ghost forest in the US. We have hundreds of thousands of hectares of trees which are dying because of salinity. Well, what do we do with these trees? Do we just let them die? Do we beneficially use them? All of these questions are there, and we don't have an answer yet. But what's also there's a lot of curiosity around where do seaweeds fit into this, particularly along the west coast of the US where we have a lot of kelp. And so seaweeds are a question, seabed management is a question as well that's coming up. If we avoid trawling of the seabed, can we reduce emissions? Should we be doing seabed management as part of our marine spatial planning? So it's a lot of readiness activities going on, a lot of questions. But this is kind of the direction that things are starting to get to be explored.
Yeah. You want to add something? No?
Again, just want to add that once the work that is done, you have to also think about the recurrent, the coming back again. You're going to do the work, but you're thinking of coming back. When do you come back to do it again? When is acceptable time? And you have to put that into your plan and your financial mechanism to ensure that you do a great work, then it falls on it. So you have to. It's something else as well.
Yeah. Thank you. And I think I already have 2-minute signs from the committee. So maybe I will make some notes. From our 3 presenters today. The first one from the context of US and also the IPCC guideline. I think Steve already gave us some insight, about what we're coming with the IPCC guidelines and everything. And I think it's nice to know that some of the states in like North Carolina already doing the seagrass inventory also. And I think we are talking about that in the last session of workshop, right? And yeah, we would like to connect to the person also. And from Justin, we can see that we are doing the same thing, right? We are trying to put ocean to our NDC, and we can like sharing maybe at some points whether we can have support each other, maybe. And sharing knowledge and everything, because I think Seychelles and Indonesia has the same condition right now, and maybe less or more at the same stage also. Yeah. And for Andrew, thank you so much for the support for us in Indonesia. And like I said, the Enabling Blue Carbon project and also the Ocean for Prosperity project is also with us at the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. So it has a lot of support because with different, actually different focus, but the same support because it's more on coral reefs. One is more on coral reefs and the other is more on seagrass, but both are very useful for us. I think I can conclude my moderating today. Yeah, thank you. And I back to you, Mbak Mona.
Thank you, Peggy, as well as all the speakers. We valued your contributions. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. And with that, Pak Hendra, on behalf of the government, will present a token of a vote of thanks to all the panelists today. Thank you. Silakan. Well, hopefully collaboration among all sectors, universities, academics, ocean experts can work together in order to develop the seagrass mapping projects. Believe me, seagrass is also a kind of exotic, sexy commodities that worth our efforts to preserve. And we believe the collaboration will overcome many, many challenges from data collection and then research analysis and many more. And thank you, Andrew, of course, for your contribution on behalf of Pavilion, in behalf of the Indonesian government. We look forward to your continued support. Okay. Let's have a group picture together. Bu Yulia, please. Okay, this picture, in a way, indirectly also show collaboration between two ministries of Indonesia, Ministry of Environment as well as Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. Thank you very much for your attendance, and we look forward to see you again on our next program. Thank you.
Agenda hari ini kita
Di antara hijaunya alam, cerita kami dimulai. Kami bertekad untuk menjaganya dengan bertransformasi. Bagi kami, keberlanjutan bukanlah pilihan, tapi sudah menjadi bagian kehidupan kami. Kami sadar, dunia sedang menghadapi tantangan yang belum pernah dihadapi sebelumnya. Kami percaya pada kekuatan untuk perubahan. Tak pernah berhenti memperbaiki diri telah menjadi moto kami. Kami berinvestasi dengan inovasi. Didukung dengan teknologi terkini, kami mengelola limbah, meningkatkan efisiensi, dan mengurangi jejak karbon. Fasilitas kami beroperasi dengan energi matahari, menuntun kami mewujudkan masa depan yang berkelanjutan. Berkapasitas 9,8 megawatt peak, mampu menghasilkan lebih dari 13 juta kilowatt hour energi listrik ramah lingkungan, dan mengurangi lebih dari 12.000 ton emisi karbon. Apa yang kita lakukan hari ini akan menjadi warisan bagi generasi mendatang. Setiap nafas, tawa, dan mimpi kita adalah masa depan mereka. Bersama mitra, kami berkomitmen untuk terus memaksimalkan dampak positif bagi lingkungan. Untuk Anda, untuk kita, untuk bumi, dan untuk dunia yang lebih baik. Bersama, kita wujudkan masa depan yang berkelanjutan.
Our world is ever changing, and should do we. The fastest, the cheapest are not the number one value we're looking for. At least not anymore. We believe so in FUPAC. Therefore, we create sustainable paper materials for multi-purposes. Made out of virgin pulp from our own industrial forest. Imitating nature, FUPAC offers more flexibility, safety, and quality. You can design each according to your needs. Feel free to choose the size, shape, and design to maximize the function and the look of your new eco packaging. A new innovation for your food packaging that is loved and approved by nature. On top of everything we do, we commit to circular economy. That translates to upcycling the waste to become new valuable resources. Wonderful, isn't it? FUPAC. Safer, better.
Marubeni is making a paradigm shift. A shift from business that utilizes nature to circular business that contributes to nature.
Dear guests, I would like to invite all of you to please take a seat. We're going to start with the second session of the day. And we are truly honored that this session is attended by some of the prominent individuals. There is the Vice Minister of National Development Planning Indonesia, Pak Febrian, and as well as Pak Rahmat Witular and partner. Thank you, Bapak Ibu, for attending this session. So, are we ready to roll? Okay. For those who still roaming around, if you want to attend the session, we're more than welcome for you to have a seat wherever is available. Okay, so Indonesia, with its vast nickel resources, being the largest one in the world, became a global leader in the battery industry. However, as one of the most carbon-intensive industries, environmental and social concerns have drawn the attention of international markets. As a result, global markets are adopting stricter environmental standards. In response to these sustainability trends and to align the economic development with climate commitments, the government of Indonesia, through the Ministry of Development Planning, or Bappenas, is developing a national roadmap for nickel industry decarbonization. So this event presents an ideal opportunity to share all of these findings. To start with, please welcome the Vice Minister of National Development Planning Indonesia to deliver his keynote speech. Please welcome Bapak Febrian Alfianto Rudiat.
Distinguished speaker, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to all of us. Welcome to the Indonesian Pavilion. On behalf of the Ministry of National Development Planning of the Republic of Indonesia, I extend my sincere gratitude for your participation in this important session. United in our commitment to advance Indonesia as a green global battery hub. Ladies and gentlemen, as the world faces the escalating impact of climate change, countries are accelerating effort toward resilient energy and economic transition. Following COP28, the global community is adopting ambitious net zero target, spurring a rising demand for critical mineral essential to the energy transition. With the world's largest nickel reserves, Indonesia is well positioned to lead in the battery industry, supplying indispensable material for global decarbonization. Since 2020, Indonesia has banned nickel ore export to build a comprehensive domestic mineral supply chain, including electric vehicle battery production. And this strategic move has proven yielded significant success, with intermediate product export increasing tenfold from pre-ban levels. Ladies and gentlemen, in response to the global sustainability shift and to align economic growth with climate goals, the Indonesian government, through Bappenas, in collaboration with the World Resource Institute, is developing a national roadmap for decarbonizing the nickel industry. And the roadmap will be integrated into Indonesia National Development Plan. Under the National Long-Term Development Plan 2025-2045, Indonesia is committed to becoming a sovereign and sustainable nation by 2045. Economic transformation is central to achieving our Indonesia Emas 2045 vision, guided by a green economy strategy and, of course, low carbon development. In our draft National Medium-Term Development Plan 2025-2029, Indonesia prioritizes transformative approaches, emphasizing resource-based downstream industry, labor-intensive skilled sectors, technology and innovation-driven industry, and export-oriented critical mineral sectors, particularly in nickel. Indonesia stands ready to play an integral role in the global low-carbon nickel supply chain, delivering practical solutions that support global energy transition goals with upholding environmental, social, and governance standards throughout every stage of the industrial processes. In closing, I wish to thank our esteemed speakers, the organizing committee, and all participants, and I hope today's session strengthens trust and partnership in green investment, promotes sustainable product market, and builds a reliable, eco-friendly supply chain. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Febrian, for the insightful remarks, marking the direction for Indonesia to work towards the Green Global Battery Hub. To kick off the discussion, let's welcome the moderator. She is the Global Director of Energy Program at the World Resources Institute. Please welcome Jennifer Lakey.
Good morning, everyone, and to those of you online. We are delighted that you're here today with us at this wonderful Indonesia Pavilion. Thank you so much, Pak Rudyard, for your opening comments and for the exciting discussion that we will have today. I'm Jennifer Lakey. I'm the Global Director of Energy at World Resources Institute, and I have the honor of moderating today's session. Today is Energy Day at the COP, and with that, we have an amazing opportunity to recommit and engage on energy transition around the world. Scaling energy storage capacity is one of the most important actions that we need to take in support of the tripling of renewables, the doubling of energy efficiency, as was committed last year at COP28. Alongside storage, it will be the grids that allow these goals to come together to create an economic pathway for low carbon development that will benefit Indonesia and the world. For all countries with battery reserves, there are questions around how to ensure that the impacts associated for the environment and for communities are understood, accounted for, and managed with a great deal of stewardship and caution. With these mitigation agenda for climate change, we know that we have to both move forward to protect the climate, protect people, and protect nature. I am so thrilled that Indonesia is taking such a strong leadership role in building for that vision. Indonesia has a 22% of the world's nickel reserves, and as we heard a moment ago, that industrial roadmap is something that can be a guiding light for how to contribute to the global energy transition and to the Indonesian economy. Our four speakers will make that case, and let me ask them to come up to the panel, to the chairs on the table, up here on stage. First is Pak Nizar Marizi, the Director of Energy, Minerals, Resources of the Ministry of National Development Planning, Bappenas. And if you could, Pak, please, thank you for joining us. Second is Bu Enia Listiani Dewi, and she is the Energy Conservation Director General for New Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. Third is Pak Bernardus Irmanto, Chief Sustainability and Corporate Affairs Officer at PT Vale Indonesia. Thank you for joining us. And fourth is Christy Disney Bruckner, the Law and Policy Director at the Initiative for Responsible Mining Assurance, IRMA. Thank you for joining us. All right, as we get started with our panel, let me share with you how we will run today's session. We're going to have 4 rounds of questions, which we'll ask our panelists to provide their comments and thoughts on. And we'll start a little bit with some of the current state and national strategy at the highest levels. And if I could, I'll ask if we could have Pak Marizi please share with us in Bappenas' view and purview, what is the notion of Indonesia as a global battery hub? How are the opportunities and risks being prepared for and managed by the government of Indonesia?
Thank you, Jennifer. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. So, we, the government of Indonesia, has just launched our long-term development plan for 2025 to 2045. This is, we are laid out how we will achieve, we will graduate from the middle-income countries in, at the latest is 2045. So one of the strategy is we want to transform our economy, the economic transformations, and one of it is by utilizing and optimizing what resources that we have. One of it is the mineral resources, but also we want to make sure that the growth that we gain is the green one, the green growth, the green economy, green growth strategy. So by having those two targets at the same time, we want to make sure that our economy growth is not to harm to the environment, including this mineral resources. And for that, the opportunity we see that since all the world is now moving to the cleaner energy, especially for transportations, for example, and also the EV is now being a norm for every transitions in the world. And now we are promoting also to make use our resource of nickel as one of the feedstock for the battery, as one of the what to make our economy to grow, because since 2020 the vice ministers already said that we are already pushing this downstreaming industry, but yes, we're facing the challenge in the green gas house emissions, because that we are expecting to increase to pushing this downstreaming, but it is expected that until 2045, if we do nothing with the pipeline and the way we produce or also we downstream the nickels, then it will be, the emission will increase to up to 86% comparing to what we have now. So I think this is not the good one for us. So what we are trying to do is now we are pushing the downstream not only to one or two states, but we are planning to also have the direct input to battery industries. And we plan in 2025, the next year, we will have the precursor production for that. And also in the emission, it will be decreasing because we also cooperating with the WRI, looking on which factor in the nickel industry that we can decarbonize for the first step. So it will be the easiest one. It will be the material supplies or the operational, but we are aimed to decarbonize all these nickel industries framework in Indonesia. So I think this is also the opportunity for us. The last one, it should be how to reduce the using of the coal at the downstream industry. So we see that the study also see that the potential of renewable energies around the industry, the nickel industry, is huge, but for current technology, it's hard to us to make this as our source for the industry. But I think for 10 or 15 years later, it will be. There will be a breakthrough in technology that is source for the industry, especially for nickel. Thank you.
Thank you. And those figures are quite remarkable in terms of how much growth there has been and the need to manage for that growth. If we could, Bu Lestiani Dwi, I'm wondering if you could share with us, from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources perspective, do you feel we have the capacity in Indonesia for that low carbon development, that resilient upstream and downstream battery supply chain? What are some of the strategies that you see for helping with that mineral processing and the facilities that are needed?
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. We have on the leg of the K alphabet. So you can see on the leg there is a big wind potential over there. So we now encourage many collaboration with the international, and there is one of the international funding project that direct lending to the industry that want to make the offshore wind turbine. And the north part, there is a big potential of geothermal. So this island, because we produce many nickel and cobalt over here, so I think it should be decarbonized by using those potential. And of course, our strategy to achieve net zero emission, we have a moratorium of the new coal-fired power plant, and we using the program of the coal phase down, and we want to accelerate more on the renewable energy. And about the critical minerals, back to my slide, please. Yeah, about the critical minerals, we definitely believe that the driving to the energy transition is like cobalt, copper. There's many mineral over here, and now the Indonesia position is increasing on the nickel downstreams and also cobalt. And of course, the next is we have many support material like rare earth material, and the position of the Indonesia. Next one. This you can see that now we accelerate the electrification of the for electric vehicle in transportation sector, and of course the power generation. So in all of the power generation, like a wind turbine and offshore, including onshore and solar PV, there is many potential that we can use mineral. And if can you see those item of the nickel, you can see in the left up side of the picture, you can see the purple color. Those is the Indonesia position. And we have a nickel more than, in this 3 years, we accelerate the potential of the nickel. And of course, this Indonesia is growing to supporting this battery supply chain. And Indonesia also have a share of the global supply chain has risen, rise significantly from the 34% in 2020 to become 52% in 2023. This is really huge.
And the regulatory resources, and I'm let me Anto, let me ask you if you could, from PT Valley's experience, what are some of the sustainability commitments and initiatives that you bring to bear as Indonesia is looking to decarbonize this sector? How do you see the progress from your company's perspective? And are there specific technology or financial capacities or barriers that are impeding your development for low carbon and resilient nickel in Indonesia?
Thanks. Thank you, Jennifer. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me. Before explaining about the commitment and also the target, allow me to emphasize once again the importance of sustainability, particularly in the mining industry. Right? So I believe mining is long-term businesses. So in order to generate long-term value, optimally for the stakeholders as well as for the shareholders, we do need reputation and we do need credential. And it's so important for us, right? We understand that Indonesia has the largest nickel deposit in the world. We understand that mining industry, including PD Valley, has been requested to bring more nickel to facilitate the decarbonization. However, the more important question is the how, right? So how should we bring nickel to the world? So we bring nickel to solve the decarbonization issue. So it's going to be contradicting if in the way we bring nickel to the world, we're actually introducing new problem to the world, to the people and to the planet. So sustainability is really, really important. Secondly, I think, like in the last 3-4 days, we have been talking about this term, green, resilient, and inclusive. So I do believe that the three keywords is important to bring nickel to facilitate decarbonization of the world. For PD Valley, I think, the option is only two: to lead the sustainability practices or to be led, right? So there's no option of not doing the sustainability. And PD Valley has been intentionally use ESG/sustainability as our differentiator, is at the heart of our strategy. So we understand that mining, processing nickel will bring impact to the people and the planet. And through very thorough analysis on life cycle assessment, understanding the impact of our operation to the people and the planet, we set intentionally the target for the sustainability. I mean, I will start probably for the most depressing issue, which is the carbon emission. I think the previous two speakers mentioned about the carbon emission coming from the coal usage in Indonesia. In PD Valley, we're lucky enough to our founder. We start operating in early 70s. We built 3 hydro plants in our operational area, generating 365 megawatt. And all of the furnaces in our Sorako operation is actually generated by hydro plant. So it set apart PD Valley from the other place, particularly in Indonesia. It makes also our plant in Sorako the lowest carbon intensity plant, a KIF plant in Indonesia. But I think it's not enough, right? Because we're still emitting carbon. We're still having carbon emission coming from our dryers, from our kiln, and we are building a roadmap now, and we have made a very blunt pledge several years ago. We're going to reduce the carbon emission scope 1 and 2 by 33% in 2030 and achieve net zero by 2050. How can we do that? I think one of the things that we have to pay attention to for smelting industry like PD Valley, smelting process requires a lot of energy, that's for sure. So how to improve the energy efficiency is really the key there. If we can reduce the energy use for the process, definitely we can reduce the emission as well. How to increase the efficiency, different element. One is how to bring more, less moisture ore coming from the mining, less moisture meaning less energy to dry the ore. Just to give you perspective that 1% less moisture coming from the mining will reduce 2 kilograms per ton wet ore processed in the plant. So reducing moisture is definitely important for us. We have different initiatives to do that. Secondly, also bringing the most optimum blending of ore coming from the mining is also important, because if you have the right blending of chemistry from the ore, from the mining, then you can produce more volume, more output from the same input. That's one thing. One thing that I would like to emphasize as well is that the technological investment is really help us in battling the carbon emission. So the Sorako operation that's been operating for more than 50 years, the carbon emission intensity is 28 tons CO2 equivalent per ton nickel. The three new projects that PD Valley is undergoing today, one is Pomala ISPAL, second is Sorako ISPAL, the last one is Baudobe ISPAL. The agreement for the Baudobe ISPAL just signed in Beijing recently, witnessed by President Prabowo. If you look at the carbon emission trajectory from 28 tons CO2 equivalent per ton nickel down to less than 7 for the two projects, Baudopi and Sorako, and the last project, which is the Baudopi HPAL, we aim to have net zero operation from day one. How it is possible? Because it's technological advancement for sure. But it's not only that, but in the past, PT Valley, we never think that we will collaborate with other company. But I would say that PT Valley today is kind of United Nation of nickel. We're working with Japanese, we're working with Chinese, we're working with US company, we're working with Canadian company, we're working with the German company. So through collaboration, I think it is possible to have net zero operation of nickel processing from day one. And that's highlighting also the commitment that we have. So the carbon emission is one thing. The other probably subject that has been scrutinized by international communities also the deforestation, biodiversity, water quality. Let me probably go through briefly about deforestation because it's a really important topic. It's linked as well to climate changes. PT Valley concession area is now 118,000 hectares. However, we only allowed to mine 56,000 hectares, so less than half. And then we are doing what we call as progressive rehabilitation. So far, we have been rehabilitating around 60% of what we open for mining. But not only that, I think the commitment of PT Valley goes beyond, like the concession area. We also do rehabilitation outside of the concession area. In fact, today, by end of 2023, we have been rehabilitating 2.5 times area that we open for mining. So if you talk about, no net loss for the biodiversity, for deforestation, I think it's possible. It's just the intention, commitment of the company to do that. So we are actually doing rehabilitation outside of the concession area, hoping that when we open the area inside the concession for mining, like the balance will be there. I know that there's lag, right, between the opening of the area for the mining as well as for rehabilitation itself. But at least we have a good intention to rehabilitate more than we are open, hoping that we can really compensate the loss that we have from the mining operation.
I think thank you for sharing that vision and for the clarity with which you've addressed some of the real challenges that mining represents for any community that has got mineral resources. I know that as the world is navigating this, certainly there are opportunities for standards, for buyers to enter the marketplace, to engage more in this societal challenge of how we grow the energy transition at the speed needed while maintaining the safeguards for the work and the importance of the both communities and environment. Christy, if you could share with us a bit about IRMA and the sustainability-related regulations and standards that you're seeing emerging, both on the voluntary side and in terms of the expectations of mining from a more regulatory side. What are you seeing in terms of what challenges industry faces in pursuing a clean energy transition role in a mining capacity?
Thank you, Jennifer. I will start by sharing, for those of you who aren't familiar with IRMA, the Initiative for Responsible Mining Assurance, that IRMA is a voluntary global standard for industrial mining and an audit process for third-party assurance of performance at the mine site level and mineral processor level. And we really see as a voluntary standard that part of our role is that standard and system, and part of our role is also making sure that the best practices that are incorporated into the IRMA standard and into the way that our standard is governed are adopted into rule of law and policy frameworks. And we've looked around the world look closely at 70 different jurisdictions and look less closely at others, but we're working on it. But so far, we have not seen any jurisdiction to have regulations that align across all of the requirements in the IRMA standard. And we see that as an opportunity for improvement, not an opportunity to lower our standard and expectations, because the IRMA standard is based on over 10 years of dialogue across jurisdictions, across stakeholder and rights holder sectors, and it really has defined a shared vision for what responsible mining looks like. And it's important that we maintain that vision and work with companies to achieve that high bar. And that is part of what we see as part of a just transition that respects all of the elements that we see as part of responsible mining, from how the business is run and governed to our responsible environmental and social management, to leaving a positive legacy. And we don't use the term sustainable mining. We use the term responsible mining. And the reason for that is that mining is developing a non-renewable resource, and that makes it even more important that where a decision is made for a mine to be developed, for minerals to be developed, that those minerals are benefiting both current and future generations. So we always have to be looking forward into what's coming, and that includes staying on top of trends and technologies and how technologies can evolve, and making sure that there are regulations put into place, and importantly, that they're implemented at the site level. And that's part of how IRMA really partners with governments, partners with companies, with affected communities, rights holders, workers at the site level, to make sure that we're getting to that level of implementation that is so important to environmental and social rights. So some of the ways that we're helping to do that concretely, the very first requirement in the IRMA standard is for sites to adhere to the domestic legal framework. And working all over the world, it's a challenge everywhere in developed and developing countries to have that level of adherence to rule of law. So having that as our very first requirement enables, through a third-party audit, to see how a site at the site level is performing and report transparently on that performance. And we build from there. The IRMA standard incorporates leading international frameworks, from OECD due diligence guidance to the International Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the International Labor Organization conventions, and dozens of others that we reflect in the IRMA standard. And as an attorney, I see, it's challenging to create international norms. It's even more challenging to implement those at national and subnational levels. And that's where our work has to be across sectors. We have to really bring in working collaboratively with governments, with companies, with indigenous rights holders, with communities at the site level, to really get this right and improve on that over time. The second way that we help is through providing market recognition of responsible actors. So by having a transparent report that is against an independent third-party audit, this means a lot to purchasing companies, to investors, and also to civil society and others to have access to that site level information that is determined and verified through a third-party audit. And that really promotes adherence and improvement over time. And first movers, and we're really happy to have some first movers in Indonesia and a growing set of companies committed to independent third-party IRMA audits. And a third way is using the IRMA standard as a set of best practices to improve rule of law. And this is a tool for all sectors to use, for policymakers and advocates to assess and improve legal frameworks based on this shared definition of what responsible mining looks like. And to use it in partnerships, even here at COP29, in partnerships that are developing and commitments that are being made, and agreements that are being made to reflect these best practices in the IRMA standards.
Well, that was an excellent segue to the next part of our discussion, which really will focus now on much more where and how do we cooperate to try to help bring this, and I like your responsible, high-performing vision into reality. And I wanted, let's take a moment. We're at COP. We know that this is a point of tension in countries around the world, how to scale up and make transition viable economically, viable financially, viable for our communities, and bringing this together requires that we think differently about cooperation. And I was very excited to hear about how PT Vale is thinking about the role of cooperation in your operations. If we could spend a minute more on that point, Anto, what are the supports that are needed to try to create a cooperative approach to decarbonizing our economy and to think about the role you play in supporting that economic transition? What can the government and the market do together to make this successful?
Thanks, Jennifer. I think linked to what you just said, right? So one of the major challenges that we face as an industry in Indonesia particularly is the perception about how we produce nickel in Indonesia. Recently, we have been bombarded by campaign of dirty nickel coming out from Indonesia. And I think one of the challenges that we have to do is, and we cannot do it alone, we have to do it jointly with the government as well, is to clean it up, right? We have to be humble enough to acknowledge, because there's a wide spectrum of nickel producing industry in Indonesia. So we cannot say that all of them are bad, all of them are good, but we need to jointly actually drive the practices. And IRMA is one of the example, just to share you as well, that PT Vale is now doing preparation as well as the process, initial process to get the IRMA certification. We did the IRMA preparedness assessment, what we call, early this year, and we'll do the self-assessment and then conduct the desktop audit and the site audit this year. Hopefully we can get it. It's not that PT Vale want to be different, it's just to get or set the tone that Indonesian producing nickel practices cannot be said all bad, right? So that's one thing. From the viability, feasibility, I think what it's not only Vale, but what the industry players want to have is really having the same level of playing field in producing the nickel. You know that the practices in Indonesia, as discussed before, there are players that are still using coal primarily. There are players that are using hydro plant. We know that if we ask all of the players in Indonesia, do you want to use renewable energy? Do you want to use greener energy? I do believe the answer is yes, right? I don't think there's a single company that will say no to use renewable or greener energy. I think the problem as well, and they, including myself, if I am asked about the equation like, One is reliability. Second is the short-term economic, I would say, shock from transitioning. Just to give you perspective as well, just to compare, right? The cost of power, comparing coal versus LNG, for example. So per kilowatt hours of energy coming out from coal, probably the cost is 4.5 cents per kilowatt hours. If you're using LNG, you know, it's fluctuating for sure, depending on the LNG price. But probably early this year, it's about 11 to 12 cents per kilowatt hour. So that's a cost that we have to pay. So if we want to drive the movement in this landscape, I think we do need some incentive, right? So it's either carrot or either stick, basically. You provide incentives to the players to move to the greener space. Just for example, can we get the subsidized price for LNG? Just one example. Can we get another type of incentive to move to the renewable energy? That's needed. I think the other part of the equation is that, well, cost is one thing, but also revenue-wise is also important. As of today, the green premium for green nickel is not yet accessed, right? So in early 2024, LME issued a press release mentioning that, well, I don't want to have new contract type for green nickel yet because it's not liquid. The volume is not there yet. But then LME refers to Metal Hub. If the player, the buyers and the purchaser want to do transaction for the green nickel, you go to the Metal Hub. The Metal Hub has green nickel product. It's less than 20 ton per ton CO2 per ton nickel. Then if you want to buy, then you go to the Metal Hub. But if you go to the Metal Hub, the volume is so small. It's insignificant compared to the volume of nickel traded in the London Metal Exchange. So I think, you know, both sides need to be moving. The market need to appreciate as well the green nickel, providing green premium. I know that in terms of economy, the balance between the producer and the buyers need to be carefully considered. But unless there's a balance between that, between the cost and revenue side, it's going to be challenging. For sure, in order to develop, for example, the LNG plant, to develop the hydropower plant, it requires huge capital as well. So access to green financing is also important. I know that PLN, for example, is having long-term roadmap to build hydro plant, green energy across Indonesia. But as the previous speaker mentioned, there's a mismatch between the availability of power and the industry or region that need the power. So majority of the power, like the requirements coming from the Sulawesi Island, where all of the smelters and processing plant actually built, but the power itself is available in Java Island. So there's a kind of mismatch there. In terms of collaboration, I think we need to really push the collaboration even more. I recently attended the discussion with the Australian government, for example, to discuss potential collaboration for the battery manufacturing. Indonesia has nickel, Australia has nickel and lithium. However, the nickel production in Australia is probably less competitive compared to Indonesia. So what we can do as two neighboring countries? Can we actually bring lithium from Australia to Indonesia? I realize that it's not as simple as that because it linked to economic factors, it linked to the national interest. But unless the country actually really focusing on collaborating and put the aspiration for the global decarbonization challenges, then a lot of conflicting interests will be there still.
A very good opportunity to think about those interconnected industrial choices that countries can make in supporting each other. I'm wondering if we could move over to how the government plans for this kind of enabling conversation to happen. And I'm thinking Bappenas must be thinking about this very thing, how do you build out the industrial construct? How do you support industry to make these shifts and to seize the potential for a low carbon resource in mineral for the economic benefit of Indonesia. Where do things stand in terms of the enabling environment on the policy side?
Thank you. So when we talk about these decarbonizations, we also have identified the challenges that we are facing to decarbonize our nickel industries. The first one is the infrastructures. It's inadequate. It's already they've talked that, whereas the renewable energy is not the same place with where is the nickel is available. So this is one of the challenge for us. The second one is the cost, because renewable energy currently is have a merely higher than the fossil fuels, especially for coal, because we still have the policy to use the domestic market obligation for the coal, and is being under review now. And the third one is about the standard and monitoring system that's still unclear between how we will monitor the green house emissions and also the energy intensity of the industry. So with those challenges that we mapping on how we will realize that this decarbonization industries for nickels, and at least there is three things that we can aim to do. The first one is for technology and infrastructures. This is several steps that we can do, and the one that we will the fuel switching is, I think, this the game changer for this one, right? But this is also what have the more consequences and also a requirement both for capital, like Pa Anto already says, then also for the infrastructures that still lacking. And the second one is the power price then financings. This is when we want to change the technology, when we want to have the same playing field between the fossil fuels and also the renewable energy. This is also the one that we should address for to push the development. And also the third one is the regulation and standard, and this is very connected to what the Chrissy already say, that we should have the appropriate regulation and standard for this, and also the monitoring, then also the verification on how we can measure the progress on these decarbonizations. And at least there are those three that we should anticipate if we want to use these decarbonizations, and we could not this alone. Then that because we in looking at standard and also the best practice, we also have to cooperate with another stakeholders, not only in Indonesia but also in other country, because by learning each other, I think it will boost and also it will have impacts, greater impacts than we are since the fossil fuels and also the mineral industry are not separated from other systems like the supply chain for batteries, supply chain for energy, supply chain for gas, supply chain for renewable energy is connected to one another. So I think by collaboration and also cooperation between stakeholders, and we are open for that for any stakeholders that want to cooperate for us to implement this decarbonization industry.
Yeah, I think your various phases that you've noted on the slide for establishing, for accelerating and ensuring adoption, I think are very helpful in terms of the process. I'm wondering from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources what some of those infrastructure needs are. And we spoke about the power supply and for renewables and the demand being in different locations, thinking about where and how you begin on the energy side to help support this build out for renewables. If you don't mind, Ania, would you give us a little bit of a preview of how you can work through those challenges?
Thank you. getting the net zero until 2060, which is it's a government target, but we hopefully that industry like PT Vale can achieve more sooner. We have several strategy that do that way, including the not only our target of the priority sector to make the move to the transition to get more renewable on those system, but we must think definitely about the infrastructure. Of course, the renewable energy sector, renewable energy potential is need when we are talking to elaborate the those potential and pass through to the industry that the demand is coming in. We need the infrastructure. We still lack of the infrastructure investment. Now in our national energy planning, we addressing more to focus on the infrastructure. We invite more than 30 billion US dollar until 2030 and just for the infrastructure. And I think we need to collaborate to the international finance, maybe the blended finance. We have also the JETP program. We invite more investment on those infrastructure. And the interconnection between island is very important. Now we do not have how to transfer from the Sumatra island, which is rich with the hydropower potential, but the demand is on Java. Is still there is a smelter also in Java island. There is not yet an interconnection between island. So I think the government should have, but we do it right now because we are now talking about the national planning of the electricity planning for the next 10 years. So we will start in the next 2 or 3 years. There is a interconnection between Sumatra and Java, and also from the Kalimantan island, because the smelter is located at the Sulawesi island. The interconnection between Kalimantan and Sulawesi also needs not only on the island but inside the island. We still need the interconnection in it, because the infrastructure is really important to make the industry much more greener. And what we will do now in our transition map, we still continue with the coal, but we do so much less target on the coal uses. And we want to shift with the gas. Of course, the gas now, the subsidies for the natural gas goes to the $6 per MMBTU, but the industry is paying much more on it. And I think in the next 2 years we will surplus of the natural gas. So that's our planning is to support the industry with our natural gas. So there is a drilling right now, and then we want to explore more of the natural gas, and this will answer the energy transition to supply the industry. And of course, the incentive is so important, because we mentioning in our new renewable energy law in our draft, it needs more time to be proved by parliamentary. But in those law, we mentioned that all of the entrepreneur, all of the industry that doing the carbon reduction activity will get the incentive by economic carbon value. So this point is really important, and I think that there is many financial structure that we can create, that we can replace the subsidies into the coal, into the fossil fuel right now, to move to the subsidize the renewable energy. So that's our strategy, And then I think, well, the political will is go over there. So we think that our emission, now you can see on the map, is the industry emission is really huge, and we have many many capability to reduce the emission, especially for the industry. So we think that our peak emission in 2030 will be going decrease with the implementation of our many strategy to doing the including the biomass, including electric vehicle, and also nuclear on the grid is also our prediction and our planning. And we use also the hydrogen and ammonia to, I think, to support the industry. We will create more low carbon fuel.
You've mentioned something that I think is really important, which has come up at COP and through the OECD reports many times, which is in order to fundamentally change the economy, you do have to look at the subsidies and incentives for industry. And that really stood out to me in what you just said, changing the way that industry responds by thinking about those fuel subsidies differently. Yeah.
And we hope that the next carbon market will be growing. Because now national carbon market is happen, right? At the trading, but in international carbon markets is not yet have been start. So we think that it should be a transparency to create a carbon market as well.
Carbon markets are an excellent mechanism, and I know that Bappenas has been working on that. Did you want to mention a little bit on the carbon market?
Yes, what I understand that carbon market is now being the presidential regulation is already enacted, but now we trying to have the cap or the quota for every sectors, because without it, then it's difficult for us to have the right value of the carbon for every sectors.
Such an important step.
But I think in the energy sector, we will collect in. And in our report, there is some achievement from the industry and energy sector, but I think this must go in line with the Ministry of Environment and so on. So I think there is many potential to do the carbon economic value.
I wanted, Christy, if I could turn to you. I think, there's certainly a lot the government is doing, but we recognized and we spoke earlier about the fact that the market is starting to differentiate performance, and that performance then can help drive the market itself. Your standard and other efforts to think about how you bring the private sector to bear in the buyer's capacity to make those things happen. We heard a little bit about how small that pool of current resource is. What are some of the ways that you think global cooperation is going to, and perhaps your standard as one example, to help build out that market demand for performance at the level that you believe is possible via the standard that you set?
I have found working with our buyers group at IRMA to be so rewarding, because we have automakers, electronics manufacturers, jewelers, building manufacturers, and others coming together to call on governments to be responsible actors, to call on mine sites to engage in IRMA. And they're writing into contracts as well requirements to engage in an independent third-party audit, to improve performance over time. And those expectations drive rapid change. And a lot of what we're talking about right now is the need for rapid action, and it really has to be twofold. Rapid action toward the energy transition, but also making sure that we get it right when we talk about social and environmental protections. So those types of collaborations are incredible, and it's nice to see, because IRMA has 6 governing houses. So the buyers group is one of them, the purchasing companies. Mining companies are another house, investors another house, and the other 3 houses are NGOs and the other is affected communities and indigenous rights holders and organized labor. So those 6 houses all have an equal vote and equal power in IRMA, and that level of collaboration has built a lot of trust within IRMA and trust in the IRMA system, and it means having hard conversations. It's really easy for any of us, it's just human nature to want to engage with someone who agrees with you, but getting it right means we just go into those hard conversations and we continue to have them. We keep showing up until we find new solutions that are win-win solutions. So that, I think, is a value in collaboration, and it's the model that we're very dedicated to at IRMA, and it means talking through those critical issues. I think collaboration is also important, going beyond, looking at, how's the mining sector really integrated into economic models, and looking at more strategic planning and environmental and social impact assessments that look across the forestry sector, renewable energy sector, mining, infrastructure. It all has to fit together, and we see many of the challenges and opportunities in the mining sector are replicated now in renewable energy. There's a lot of opportunity to learn across sectors.
It's an excellent point about the actually money of the business practices that you're advocating, and your structure is one that can be used in many different parts of the economy. We're going to open up now for Q&A. We have a few minutes that would allow us to have a discussion with all of you. And if you could, if you have a question, if you could introduce yourself so that our panelists, and direct your question to one of the panelists. And we have about 7 or 8 minutes, so we can take 4 or 5 questions, depending on how complex your questions are. Do we have anyone who'd like to ask a question of our panelists? Do we have a microphone? Perfect.
Good morning, and thank you very much for a very enriching discussion. My name is Kaisa Toroskainen, and I work for the Global Battery Alliance. We're a multi-stakeholder alliance representing battery value chain industry and civil society and governments. So we're very thankful also for Indonesia and partners for bringing batteries into the COP. And I really liked the reference to United Nations of nickel, and basically what we do is something towards the United Nations plus multi-stakeholder cooperation and collaboration on batteries. And one aspect of the value chain that we also cover is recycling and secondary materials. So I was wondering if the panel has any reflections on Indonesia's strategies to also already incorporate recycling and the second use of nickel into the national development strategies. Thank you.
Thank you so much to addressing the recycle point in the battery supply chain. So Indonesia battery supply chain demand projection, we have until 2030. We have several goals that from the upstream to downstream, we have mining, battery manufacture. The battery manufacture itself is already announced by, opened by our president this year. And those will be created and support the supply chain in domestically. because we have EV production right now, and including 2 wheels and 4 wheels. And the new energy infrastructure also supply that location, because all of the battery manufacturing industry is located at the specific economic region in Java Island, and those would be supplied by green electricity. Now it's growing, and the needs is like that. So it must be add more. And talking about the life cycle assessment, of course, all of the battery need to be recycled. And now in the term of the research area, there is a new development program that created by National Research and Innovation Agency. They have a structure of the battery recycling factory that would be have extraction from the used battery, and there is specific issues about the critical materials over there, and there are also reused battery uses, the recycling of the battery itself. And we have also Indonesia Battery Corporation that already make a scheme that there is a recycling target. The ambition of the 2030 portfolio is including the recycle process. So I think they are already have a concept to do this, but a start. If we just creating from the research, we have do strategy, and there is a several research area, but and until the prototype, but not yet offer the covering all of the manufacturing of the recycling factory. We still even if we're talking about the electronic product waste, we still dipecah-pecah itu. Well, we have disassemble it and then send it to another countries. But I think now the progress is still in the research area, because we can recycle it and produce materials. But I think from the battery cell pack, there is growing issues of the recycle, because now we have more than 400,000 electric vehicle, and we want to reach even 6 million of the 2 wheels electric vehicle as well for motorcycle. And then the problem also always a battery, and hopefully the battery recycle would be due, but now it's just started. And I think that's a good point, not only for the EV, but we must think about the grid and the battery energy storage system that use on the PV, combined with wind energy. There is a battery uses over there also. And Ministry of Energy also sent in the remote area the battery to the remote area, because they can charge their handphone over there, and the electricity come from the PV, which is the very nice project, but we need to think how to handle the battery. Once we send it to the local with the remote area, there is an issues about the how to recycling this battery. Well, that's still a challenge, but I think we will think completely about that. Thank you.
Excellent question and point. I see a gentleman with stripes in the back, and we are going to have to close in about 4 minutes. So if we can do a quick question, and then I see one more hand up over here. We'll have to end at that point.
Thank you. I'm Radu. I work for Catholic Relief Services. You were talking about responsible mining, but how do we ensure that local communities are part of that responsible mining? And how do we ensure as well that it's part of the government the country laws and regulation? Thank you.
I think we'll take the second question just in the efficient time management, and then we'll have our panel answer those two questions.
Hi, my name's Ardi. I'm from the CSIS Indonesia, Center for Strategic and International Studies, Indonesia. We didn't really touch the area of trade here, but as we know that as a global battery hub, Indonesia needs more cooperation between probably Philippines as another resources of the nickel, and also Australia as one of the largest lithium producer. I'd like to know what's your opinion on that, and what kind of cooperation that we need in order to have to become a global battery hub. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Yes, thank you. I think take the second questions that from Pak Ardi. Yes, we see this supply chain or the value chain of batteries, and we also from the pictures that the presentation from Ibu Enia, we see that we see lack of lithium, we see lack of cobalt, and that's the one that the IBC is now currently doing, looking for cooperation. One of it was already mentioned by Pak Anto with the Australia. So by collaboration and also cooperations, we again reiterate that yes, we want to be the global battery hub, but this need a collaboration with other sources. Ibu mau nambahin?
So yeah, I can tackle the first question for sure. Thank you for the question. Indeed, I think we don't have really enough time to discuss about social and community. But one key word that I mentioned in the beginning is inclusive growth as well. We cannot grow alone. I think we need to grow together with the community surrounding the operational area. We need to grow together with the government as well. PT Valley has been it's been strongly committed to follow the IFC performance standard, for example. So in all of the activity that we are doing, and it's not only because of PT Valley want to do it, but the partner as well. We are partnering with Ford US, for example. We are partnering with other European automakers. They require us to do that as well. Whenever we want to go to a new area, whenever we want to do land acquisition, land resettlement, we need to follow all of the IFC performance standard requirement. We need to have the FPIC, for example. We need to listen. We need to have the consultative approach to them, like what they want to do actually with their livelihood. So the center of the question is really the livelihood. When we enter the area, we have to admit that we will affect their livelihood. That's really, really important point. So when we actually want to grow, we want to invest, we need to think that concept carefully, because otherwise, we will not be inclusive enough to grow in the country. But that's kind of the idea. We can discuss more. Thank you.
With that, we're going to close today's session, but let me offer a few closing remarks. We've covered a wide range of the critical issues and opportunities for Indonesia and for the world in managing the energy transition, and the role of batteries that batteries will play, and nickel as an element of a critical element of the energy transition. We've talked about the performance that's required, the level of responsibility and stewardship this creates, and the needs that we have to both invest in the new technologies that will allow a decarbonization of this industry sector, as well as the opportunities that buyers have to influence the direction of this industry by bringing forward and looking at the performance and differentiating performance on those attributes of responsibility. And finally, we've discussed how the world will need to be part of this conversation, whether that is through the multinational cooperation, regional understandings, and thinking about this people, nature, climate trifecta that we have to optimize for if we are going to manage this transition successfully. So with that, let me thank the government of Indonesia for your stewardship in this important journey that we're on together, and to all of you for joining us today here at the Indonesia Pavilion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jennifer, for the engaging and interactive discussion. And with that, Pak Nizar would like to hand in a vote of thanks to all the panelists for the contribution. Thank you, Bu Enia, for coming back and forth to the pavilion to give away so many excellent points. And Pak Bernardus, thank you for highlighting the importance of collaboration, mentioned also by Christy. As the EV adoption accelerates, of course, there is a need to build a regionally diversified, robust, yet low carbon, sustainable battery supply chain. And again, good luck for the next potential venture with Australia. Okay, let's have a group picture together. Oh, you deserve it, Jennifer, trust me. Okay, let's have a group picture together. Okay, once again, thank you very much all for your attendance and participation. The next session will be very, very exciting, insightful session as we have invited a prominent speaker to talk. So make sure you don't miss out, and we'll see you then. Thank you.
we responding to the climate crisis? To reduce our climate impact by 2030. We're scaling up our work with key suppliers to help them reduce their carbon footprints and transparently measure progress. We're investing in how we sustain and strengthen deforestation-free commodities whilst meeting current and future demands. And we're reformulating our products to use lower impact ingredients. But to keep fueling innovation and scaling solutions, our success also relies on the support of businesses, governments, regulators, and consumers. Read our updated Climate Transition Action Plan at unilever.com.
Kehadiran Freeport Indonesia menjadi salah satu motor penggerak utama pembangunan di Papua dan Indonesia. Bersama, kami satukan tekad untuk harumkan Indonesia dari Papua.
Since established in 2002, Transportasi Gas Indonesia has been committed to be the transporter of choice for natural gas in Indonesia. We operate more than 1,000 kilometers of 28-inch diameter gas pipelines, both onshore and offshore, connecting Gresik to Duri and Gresik to Batam, Singapore, to provide confidence and convenience to every customer. All pipelines and facility stations are monitored 24 hours a day and 7 days a week to connect energy for synergy, making us as a prudent operator. Such activities supported by the implementation of system management with a mission to contribute for this country. We uphold the aspects of governance and compliance by implementing transparent and ethical business practices in all areas, as well as providing a positive impact around the company's operational facilities through corporate social responsibility programs that prioritize aspects of the Sustainable Development Goals. We continue to adapt to design a better future. We continue to develop competencies using the latest technology. All of us TGI people will continue to collaborate for one goal, from TGI for today and for the future.
Climate change is a global issue. Indonesia is taking action by committing to achieve net zero emission by 2060 or sooner. BNI takes a role by setting a net zero emission target for operations in 2028 and financing in 2060. This commitment is realized through various concrete steps, including energy efficiency program through savings in electricity usage, optimization of online media, strengthening digital transaction and green building certification, development of waste management program, strengthening environmental ecosystems, expanding green financing, and encouraging partnerships with borrowers through the Sustainability-Linked Loan Program, strengthening UMKM empowerment, development of financing schemes such as Jejak Kopi Katulistiwa, BNI Environmentally Friendly UMKM, BNI Millennial Smart Farming, and BNI Kampung Perikanan, moving towards a sustainable future.
Every action we take is the foundation to become a world-class energy company that cares for the environment. We build energy.
Okay, since we only have 50 minutes for the session,
quality.
I just get started, I guess. Okay, thank you very much, dear guests, honorable leaders. Thank you for your enthusiasm attending Indonesia Pavilion. You're joining the Eminent Person session starring Jeffrey Sachs. So in 2022, a Sustainable Development Report reveals that the world is making slow progress in SDGs. So what would it take for the world to achieve SDGs by 2030? Let's start by inviting Prof. Yatna on stage to navigate the session. Welcome, Pak.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming for this session. I do believe that this is very important, and we have really very much excited to have welcome Professor Wu Wing and everybody. And we know that Professor Jeffrey is the president of the UN Sustainable Development Solution Network, and also so many beside director of the Institute for Sustainable Development at Columbia University. So this time we're going to talk about the Global Science Panel. I think this is very important, how that science play roles in the SDG and also in the climate change like COPs. So without further ado, I don't have to introduce too much because Professor Jeffrey has been so known by everybody. But before that, I'd like to invite the Vice President SDSN for Asia, Professor Wing. I'd like to little bit speech 5 minutes about what's SDSN, how that really SDSN. I think this is the time for you.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to this session. I'm the lucky person who is the Vice President for Asia of Jeff Sachs' organization. This is the soft launch of a 3-country project called the Southeast Asia Science Panel for Diversity Protection. The first phase of it is the Science Panel for Borneo. And as Borneo has 3 countries in it, we have assembled a 3-country team consisting of universities in Sabah, Sarawak, and of universities in every province of Indonesia, together with the participation of universities on Java like UI, Gajah Mada, and Institute Pertanian Bogor. And the origin of this science panel came in response to 75,000 wildfires in Brazil in 2019. The wildfires motivated the Amazon countries to sign a treaty to protect the Amazon basin in September 2019. And in response, Jeff convened a science panel for the Amazon, which brought together 200 scientists to first report on the environmental status of the forest, talks about the economic livelihood of the people within the Amazon, and then its trajectory. This particular report that came out in 2021 caught the imagination of the Brazilian people. The science panel for the Amazon report was adopted by Lula da Silva when he ran for election in the Brazilian presidential election. And he promised that if elected, he would not only protect the Amazon, he would establish an OPEC for rainforest consisting of Amazon, Congo, and Southeast Asia. And so, true enough, he was elected. In 2022, Indonesia, Congo, and Brazil signed an MOU to establish common efforts to protect the rainforest. The Science Panel for Congo was launched in 2023, and this year I'm very glad that the Science Panel for Borneo is being launched right now, thanks to Jatna's great help. Thank you all for coming, and let us now get to the main program. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Wing. Prof. Wing is also the beside director or Vice President SDSN for Asia. He also professor at UC Davis, United States. So without further ado, I'd like to be excited to hear Professor Jeffrey, sir. Jeff, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm very proud and delighted to be together with colleagues here, with my colleague Wing Wu, who's the Vice President for Sustainable Development Solutions Network for Asia, with Jatna, who's my teacher about ecology and sustainable development in Southeast Asia, and with many members of the Council of Engineers for the Energy Transition who are here, which is an initiative of UNIDO and SDSN to support the UN system with engineering expertise. The theme of all of these initiatives is the importance of bringing technical knowledge to bear on the complicated challenges that we face. Our governments, when they're operating well, are in the business of creating public understanding, public will, perhaps regulations and incentive structures to accomplish certain objectives. But our governments are not technical organizations. They are not the universities, they are not the scientific community, they are not the engineering community. They are politicians and managers and administrators. And in their best role, they're extremely important because they are representatives of the common good when they are doing their job properly. Of course, they are the representatives of very narrow interests when they're doing their job badly, but they are rarely the source of the ideas, the knowledge, the information, the scientific understanding, the engineering understanding, the ecological understanding that is complex but essential if we're going to solve problems of the kind that COP29 is addressing. In part, we are at COP29 without having turned the curve on emissions because there haven't been enough engineers and ecologists at these meetings. There have been a lot of government officials and diplomats. They have signed a lot of agreements. They've argued about a lot of commas and periods and specific words that at a technical level they don't really understand anyway. And many of the agreements that are reached are without any plan for implementation. They're without any precise understanding of how such things could be accomplished. They're often very good ideas, but without the technical underpinning for success. If you think back to what brings us here, the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, it says, and it was said 32 years ago, that the signatories commit to stabilize the concentration of greenhouse gases in order to avoid dangerous anthropogenic interference in the climate system. How many of the signatories had a clue as to how they would do that? Probably none at the time. it was a worthy goal to say that the world will stabilize greenhouse gas concentrations to avoid dangerous anthropogenic interference. But they did not know what to do. And they did not convene a council of engineers to help them do it, by the way. In fact, they said, we'll meet again in a few years and we'll make some more goals. And they set the goals in 1997, the Kyoto Protocol, and then the US government never even put it to the Senate of the United States, because if you want to talk about a group that understands almost nothing, talk about the US Senate, because it's never been their job. Their job is to collect campaign contributions, win elections, and please their important constituents, who often happen to be oil, gas, and coal companies, by the way. So they are the least knowledgeable of what to do. They're pretty knowledgeable about how to stop things, by the way, but not how to do things. So we are absolutely in the need for combining the technical and scientific knowledge with the political processes. And this is why we are here today. As Wing explained, the science panel for Borneo began with an emergency in the Amazon. Actually, Wing left out one notable piece of this story which prompted the science panel for the Amazon. And that was, there were massive forest fires burning in the Amazon, and the Brazilian Space Agency reported that one day, that in the month of May there were so many fires. And after they reported it, what happened the next day? The head of the Brazilian Space Agency was fired by President Bolsonaro for having issued a statement about how many forest fires there were in the Amazon. And that is politics, not at its finest, but at its typical, I would say. So what happened was, I gave a call to Brazil's leading specialist on the Amazon ecosystem, Carlos Nobre, and said, Carlos, what could we do? And the basic idea, by the way, is one more point. If you want to save the rainforest in Borneo or in Southeast Asia, don't look to any other part of the world except home to do it. Start in Borneo, start in Indonesia, start in Malaysia, start in your own region, because no one else cares enough or knows enough to save your ecosystems other than yourselves. So that's the first point. So when I called Carlos Nobre, my suggestion was, Carlos, get your colleagues from within the Amazon together. And I, as head of this global network, will give you whatever support I can to get organized. What happened was that he quickly recruited, on a volunteer basis, 200 scientists from the 9 Amazon countries, because it's not only Brazil, which is the largest Amazon basin country, it's 9 countries. And everybody said, yes, I want to be part of it. And they produced a set of studies within a couple of years that actually, if it were printed out, comes to something like 2,200 pages. But it's online and available for free for access. And as Wing related, President Lula, who very much cares about this issue, unlike his predecessor, and who had had success in dramatically reducing deforestation in the Amazon during his first term, was made aware by Professor Nobre of the science panel, and he endorsed it. And I had the chance to speak with his team also early on, and suggested we need a global alliance of the tropical forest regions in order to get this done. And so now we have 3 science panels. We have the science panel for the Amazon, the science panel for the Congo, which is the Congo Basin, the heart of Africa's equatorial rainforest region, and the science panel for Southeast Asia, starting in Borneo. But with the idea that this is the core of protecting the rainforests across Southeast Asia. And one very nice part of this is that President Lula immediately took up the idea of a real coalition across the regions. I said, instead of the BRICS, Mr. President, it's the BECCS. So it was Brazil, Indonesia, and the Congo. Of course, the BECCS stands for more countries than the three. But the idea that the three can share scientific knowledge, perspectives, ideas about the bioeconomy, and solutions is key to this whole enterprise. So one of the big solutions coming up, and this is where I want to underscore our challenge and ask your advice. Next year, Brazil hosts two very important meetings. One is the BRICS itself, which Brazil will chair, and it will host the BRICS Summit. You will recall that just 2 weeks ago, the BRICS Summit took place in Kazan, Russia, and there are now 9 BRICS countries, but there are another 20 or so aspirant member countries and partner countries. Of course, Indonesia and Malaysia are among them. And so next year, Brazil will host the BRICS, and this will be a very important opportunity for our science panel. And then Brazil will host, a year from just now, COP30. And COP30, when we meet, I hear we're going to be staying on boats just outside of the harbor of Belém together. Belém, the mouth of the Amazon in the state of Pará, Brazil, will be the site for COP30. It's a very important COP because all of the new nationally determined contributions are to be made at that stage. But it's also Brazil's intention to create a global fund for tropical forests and to mobilize tens of billions of dollars to protect the tropical forests around the world. Some of that money, for example, channeled to local communities to become stewards of their forest rather than agents of illegal logging of their forests. They need a livelihood. They need to have incentives. They need to have value in the biodiversity. And so this tropical forest fund aims to do that. Part of our role is to give ideas about how such funding could be channeled to local communities, to local regions, to initiatives of conservation of biodiversity or initiatives of the bioeconomy to underpin the sustainability of the region. So we have an opportunity to have a very direct role in a major breakthrough in global policy, which is for the first time to put real money into the sustainability of the rainforest regions of the world. And our panel, the science panel of Borneo, should not only help to understand the science of what's happening, the vital needs for conservation, the biodiversity that needs protection, but also the ways that financing can play a positive role in making a reality of biodiverse, sustainable development of Borneo. So this is a time-sensitive task right now because we should get recommendations already starting early next year and up through the middle of the year latest, so that they can become a core part of this new enterprise that will be launched at COP30. So all of this is to say thank you. Please do a good job. You are the stewards of this unique, wondrous ecosystem. You're the experts in it. You have to tell us how it can be protected, how the people that live in Borneo and the people of the region more generally can be both stewards and beneficiaries of the wondrous ecosystems of the regions of Southeast Asia. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, Jeff. I think that it's very clear that this initiative coming from university and many other stakeholders trying to get more, starting with Borneo, but the future is all the Southeast Asia. Pak Agus, any possible interaction? Anybody would like to ask something to Jeff? I think this is really opportunity. So anyways, so I see that one there's one in the black chairs in the back, please.
Good afternoon. I'm truly excited to listen to Jeff's, and I know we live really in one planet. And of course, it is an undeniable fact that forests are the lungs through which our great planet breathes. Now, as somebody who comes from Africa, and for that matter from the drylands, where you have really ground zero, and the ecosystems there are terrible, or rather in terrible condition. Now, I'm wondering how these kind of initiatives will be extended to climate change ground zero, which is the Sahel. All the situation that we experience at the moment emanate, are induced largely by climate change, drought and desertification. And that's why you have all sorts of conflicts, economic and social degradation, including out migration. So I think as we strive to save the planet, it is critical to as well consider drylands as a whole as fragile ecosystems that need very, very serious attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And what you're pointing out, of course, is that each ecological zone in the world has its very distinct and now very pressing challenges. When you come to the Sahel, which is a semi-arid to hyper-arid region that stretches across Africa, from West Africa to East Africa, the challenges are absolutely profound. And I can add that 32 years ago, alongside the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, another multilateral environmental agreement was signed, the UN Convention to Combat Desertification. It is the weakest of the three environmental agreements that were signed because there was the climate change agreement, there was the biodiversity agreement, and there was the desertification agreement. And if you rank them, first of all, they're all failing. so far. None of them is actually implemented. But where we are in COP29 is definitely the highest salience. You know why? Because even rich countries have climate change. So they pay some attention to it. When it comes to biodiversity conservation, that is way down on the attention span. The United States never even signed the Convention on Biological Diversity, by the way. You know why? Because some big, pretty ignorant, greedy farmers and pasture owners in the western states of the United States told their senators, don't vote for that, we can do what we want on our property. Honestly, it's unbelievable. So the U.S. isn't even a signatory. Now, if you asked anyone in the United States about the third treaty, they would say, what? Nobody's heard of it. I don't think a U.S. president has mentioned the UN Convention to Combat Desertification ever once in history, by the way. I've never heard a single mention of it by a single American politician, just to say, in my own country. And the point is, that is a treaty for the dryland regions, and the dryland regions are the poorest regions in the world, the very poorest. And when we do our rankings of progress or lack of progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals, all of the countries at the end of the list are Sahelian countries because they're beset by poverty, they're beset by worsening ecological conditions. They happen also by the way the colonial powers drew the map. They're landlocked also, which is another barrier to economic development. So Chad, Mali, Niger, other Sahelian countries, this is a huge, huge challenge. And I've tried over many years to get some attention to the Sahel. Zero success in Africa, in the United States. Zero. They don't know where it is on the map. They barely know where Africa is, but they can't find the Sahel in this at all. And then there is political instability. There's violence because people are poor, because the United States overthrew the Libyan government and all the guns poured into the Sahel. Well, duh. First rule, don't overthrow other people's governments. It would actually add significantly to the stability of the world if the United States stopped overthrowing other people's governments. So this is another major problem. The French were not very helpful. It's their former colonies to a large extent. They've been kicked out one by one by one by one because no one appreciated how the French behaved afterwards. So this is the situation that we're in. Poverty, landlockedness, big pressures coming from global climate change, local instability, worsening water conditions, local conflict, gun running, and so forth. Now, when you are so poor as the Sahelian countries are, even small amounts of well-targeted investment can go incredibly far. And so one shouldn't be pessimistic or fatalistic about any of this. One should say this is all the more reason to get organized. And you can count on me. We had a brief exchange, but I would love to help. The Sahel needs its local experts. The Great Green Wall of Africa is one idea that is relevant for this. There's interest in it, but how to move forward. And I think with the new governments that have come, instead of shunning these new governments, we should help them understand what can be done for real economic development. By the way, the Sahel could be the world's powerhouse of solar power, by the way. All the energies there. That's the great trick of all of this. A few places got oil, but the Sahel got sunshine, really a lot of sunshine. And now we're at sunshine being the low-cost energy source for the world, actually. So there's great potential there as well. So I want to see leapfrogging of the region. But suffice it to say, since we were here for the rainforest, each region needs its strategy. And strategy depends on understanding the physical geography, understanding the technological opportunities, and collaborating at a regional scale. These are the three tricks. And this is something true for the rainforest region, it's something true for the Sahel, and every place in the world has tremendous economic potential because our technologies really are very, very good right now. But we need good strategies and we need financing to implement those strategies. And for that, we need good cooperation and then find the friends and not let the ones that are not the friends block the ones that are the friends. So we'll work on the Sahel too. Thank you very much.
Any other? Let me ask him. Maybe that's Tom. Yes, you can.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor Sachs. As you'll know, Indonesia has had a spectacular fall. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Sachs. As you'll know, Indonesia has had a spectacular fall in deforestation over the last 6 years. And somehow, unfortunately, has not managed to get the sufficient financial reward that that tremendous achievement merits. And I wonder, in particular, the international system doesn't seem to be very effective at rewarding intact rainforest and the huge benefits that brings. It rewards jurisdictions that have had very rapid deforestation, but it doesn't as yet seem to adequately reward what I would call the goodies. Thank you.
So very important observation and very relevant for this global tropical forest fund design. What is the right design that could take new financing into very operational methods and real benefits? And standing forest is definitely a major target of all of this. Payment for ecosystem services so that the services are sustained. And what I'd like from the scientists is what are effective ways to engage communities or to engage local governments in order to reward the standing forests in order to actually achieve these objectives. Because I think we can mobilize funding and mobilize new approaches. I've mentioned at length the BRICS, which is a very important group, I believe, for solutions. I want to mention also China's Belt and Road Initiative, which can be a very important contributor to solutions. It's a lot of financing. When the Belt and Road Initiative started, it was not especially green or sustainable at all. In fact, the first projects were coal-fired power plants and some other not very green or actually very brown initiatives that were polluting. And that was because China was very accommodating. It asked the counterpart country, what do you want? And it funded it. But now things have gotten a lot better and more sophisticated. Belt and Road is itself becoming a major green initiative. And China is now not only signatory, but named signatory to the Kunming-Montreal Biodiversity Framework. So China has taken a special responsibility on maintaining biodiversity. So I would like to find ways to have China's very strong linkages with ASEAN be part of the answer to your very wise comment about things that we need to do in the future, and I think we will find a very good response there as well. All of this is to say we're going to have to look in a lot of places, but I think the leadership is becoming, global geopolitical leadership is becoming much more representative of the interests of places like ASEAN than it was in the past. We have left the unipolar world, we've left the bipolar world, we are in a multipolar world. ASEAN will be a very important voice, about 750 to 800 million people, with a powerful, very important group of countries, a new government in Indonesia that is very dynamic and very ambitious, and that's excellent. And I think that we can see an important role for ASEAN in global geopolitical leadership in this next phase, and that's part of what we're hoping.
Okay. I don't see here. I think that lady's there. Okay. Okay.
I was just in the last session that was focused on critical energy transition minerals, the nickel sector in Indonesia, and battery supply chains. And I would love to hear your perspectives and guidance for the nickel sector in Indonesia and the prospects of value addition and benefit sharing in the country from its resources.
Just a very general point to start before we get specifically to nickel. In addition to the rainforest protection and the part of the bioeconomy that plays a role in the energy sector, because there will be biofuels and there will be a role for that if it can be done sustainably, and that's part of what the scientists need to help with. Every region, and I'll focus on ASEAN for a moment, needs the energy transformation to a zero carbon energy transformation. And we have Liang and Wing and others leading a team of scientists in each of the ASEAN countries, not on the rainforest in this case, but on the energy sector. Especially what to do with the power generation, how to have a zero carbon power system for ASEAN interconnected across the 10 countries, what to do about transport, industry, shipping, and the other elements of the energy sector. In 2025, Malaysia hosts the ASEAN presidency and the ASEAN summit. And I'm hoping that at the ASEAN summit, there will be an ASEAN-wide plan for energy sector transformation that will be adopted by the ASEAN countries. We've got a little bit of time squeeze there as well, but that's very important. Within that, there are critical minerals because battery supply chains, electric components are all vital for the new digital and green economy. And nickel is one of those crucial resources. And when I spoke to one very leading businessman, very high up on the quadrillionaire list of world wealth holders, I said, because he's an industrialist, is there anything I can do for you? He said, find me nickel. So this was obviously his preoccupation. So Indonesia is home to nickel reserves. The main issues about all of the mining sector are roughly the same. First, the mining sector traditionally has been a corrupt, money grab sector around the world. I'm not speaking about any particular country. It's a make a lot of money as fast as possible with no environmental protection to speak of. There's a long history of that in mining, oil, gas. So mining sectors around the world left populations desolate and with destroyed environment. And with nickel, my understanding is this is in very important ecosystems, and it's quite possible that the mining itself becomes a source of massive environmental cost and degradation. So I'm not an expert in mining, but the first consideration is, can the resources be mined in a sustainable manner? A second principle of mining is that local communities almost always suffer and never benefit. The mining goes on around them. The police and the paramilitaries suppress the local population. They never see any benefits. They feel a lot of the pollution. Their water supplies get ruined. Their community gets ruined. Their roads get ruined. Their forest resources get ruined. And they never get anything out of it. So this is a second principle, is the community engaged or is it being repressed? It's a big difference. And there has to be a benefit for the local populations, very explicit and understood and truthful, not to poison them, but actually to benefit them. And the third principle of the mining sector is that foreign interests generally take everything away from the host country, because the host country is typically politically poor, rather easily bribed, and not really the beneficiary. Of course, I'm thinking of the history of Nigeria with the oil sector, which is a sector that impoverished Nigeria, didn't enrich Nigeria. It impoverished Nigeria. It created a lot of wealth in the Netherlands and in Britain and in other places and in offshore bank accounts, but not so much in Nigeria. So the mining sector is a tricky sector. How can it be addressed in a way that is environmentally safe, that benefits local communities, and that benefits the national budget in terms of the resources rather than foreign interests? If you make that checklist and get it done right, it can be a big help. If not, it can be a major disaster. So whenever there's a resource grab or a gold rush or a nickel rush or a cobalt rush, be careful. This is the first rule. Eyes open, maximum transparency, and good governance as the absolute preeminent need.
Thank you. So let me asking to the left here. Yes, the gentleman in the back.
Thank you, Prof. Yatna and Prof. Jeff. I would like to follow on your notion about collaboration. I mean, collaboration, how to include the private sector. Yesterday we have a very good session with Sampurna showing how science can be ramped up to contribute to to ecological engineering, like the use of sago. It's very good science. But I also wonder how the public-private partnership can add with the fourth P, the people, because usually only 3 P, sometimes 4, but mostly 3. And in mentioning about the indigenous people and local communities in your design, how would you involve the beneficiaries, the IPLC? And also how to invest in program then funds. There is Dr. Joko Triharyanto. He's very smart from Ministry of Finance. He said that money should follow program, not only follow function. but follow program. I think that's a very good idea. And it has been done in Indonesia actually. We have Nusantara Fund by Indonesia Indigenous People Alliance. So already a very good model in Indonesia. I think once again, Prof. Yatna, thank you for the opportunity.
We're trying to do things that have not been done before, which is to combine the desire, very understandable and powerful desire of economic development with social fairness and justice, with environmental sustainability, and with global cooperation. Those, for me, are the 4 pillars of sustainable development. But sustainable development is a new concept. It's a concept that is roughly, you could say, maybe 37 years old from the time that the Brundtland Commission first launched the concept in high public profile in 1987. And it's gone through more and more elaboration and sophistication. But these 4 pillars that we want economies that work, societies that work and are fair, environmental sustainability, and peaceful cooperation across countries, we don't even get one of them right in most times. And the whole idea of sustainable development is that all 4 should be simultaneously achieved. So the truth is we're all trying to find what is the right institutional way to do this. Economic development by itself can be achieved in a quite ruthless way, where yes, GDP goes up, but the benefits are to a very narrow group. The local communities are pushed aside, the indigenous communities are expropriated of their resources, and the environment is destroyed in the process. That kind of economic development we know. But we're trying to do something very different. So the truth is, to your question, we are inventing new politics to get this done. We need new politics. And I'm sure that what Indonesia is doing is innovative. In other words, I couldn't tell you from the United States the lesson. In the U.S., it was genocide of the indigenous populations. That's no lesson except a negative lesson. The whole conquest of North America was a mass genocide and displacement. And till today, it's not described that way. And if you describe it that way, you get hammered on your head. But it happens to be the truth. So this is why Indonesia can teach something. If you figure out the answer to your question well, that here's how indigenous empowerment is really working effectively, that's a lesson for the whole world. And you know, the indigenous peoples are estimated to be about 500 million people around the world, in dozens of countries around the world. And there is a forum of indigenous peoples at the United Nations because they fought for that. They don't have their countries. Their countries were taken away. But they do have the forum and the voice. And this is new politics that we're aiming for. It's a stated goal of the world to achieve this, not so much of some of the countries who are embarrassed by their past or hide their past or are ignorant of their past. But I would say that we are in the process of creating new approaches for community engagement, local empowerment, and so on. And it's a very difficult process. It's got its ups and downs. Australia went through a down recently in an election where a major plank for indigenous rights was turned down by the population. But keep giving us the prod and the examples of what to do, because that spreads throughout the whole world.
Thank you, Jeff. I think I still have one more question. So yes, that gentleman is.
Hello, thank you. I would like to ask a question because I'm from Bangladesh. And so we have about 180 million people in a country the size of about 1.5 times of Azerbaijan. And we have also one of the largest, part of the Sundarbans, one of the largest mangrove forests in the world. And on the other side, along the Myanmar border, we also have that rainforest over there. The problem is that increasingly, more and more of the country is going underwater through floods and through cyclones. And on the other side, we had to cut down hundreds or thousands of acres of rainforests to accept the refugees, the Rohingya refugees. And so we are trying our best to protect the rainforest, but we are, well, beset by human problems and human development problems and poverty. So how would your, how would the green funds interact with human development funds? And because solving one problem can really help the others.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have let the ecological challenges get to a very grave state. And one of them we know is the rise of the Earth's temperature, which has already reached 1.5 degrees. And the European Met Service said this year again, it will be 1.5 degrees above the pre-industrial level. That was supposed to be the limit that we would not hit. That limit is absolutely unachievable, by the way. Now, we will overshoot. Whether we can bring it back down is not impossible if we get to zero emission and then actually negative emissions, which is also possible if you have energy not emitting CO2 and reforestation and afforestation and restoration of degraded lands absorbing CO2 as a sink, you get negative actually. And so we're going to overshoot the 1.5 degrees. But one of the main problems with overshooting the 1.5 degrees, if I could say problem, it's an understatement to say the least, is that we're hitting key thresholds of the ecosystems that people are becoming aware of, where the feedback effects could be devastating. One of them we learned about last week, which is that the rise of methane that is occurring right now, at least in part, is coming from an intensification of natural ecosystem release of methane, because the higher temperatures are causing the bacteria in the wetlands to generate even more methane release. So we've hit one of those positive feedbacks that could accelerate the climate change. Well, yesterday, I think it was, or maybe the day before, the new cryosphere report was issued about the ice on the planet and how we're reaching the thresholds in which the ice melt or disintegration of the ice sheets can become irreversible to the extent of causing multi-meter rises of sea level. We are courting disaster because of the billions of people that live near sea level. And Indonesia is a country, an archipelago country of 17,000 islands and several thousand that are inhabited, and rising ocean levels is going to be a terrible crisis. But Bangladesh is even more extreme because it's a complete delta lowland country with much of the country and much of the population living within 3 or 4 meters of sea level. And so any significant rise of sea level is going to inundate the country and displace tens of millions or more than 100 million people. What is the world doing about that? Ignoring it. That's the truth right now. There is no response to this. What should be the response? Of course, it should be aggressively accelerating the decarbonization, the protection of the forests, because that's a significant part of the greenhouse gas release, is the land use change. So we should be doing everything to reach net zero absolutely no later than mid-century. It's within reach, but we're way off track. But it's technically feasible, it's just that we're way off track. My advice, by the way, is don't let Donald Trump get you down. Ignore him, honestly. We will have still mixed news from the United States because most of our country, a slim majority, is probably sane. It's actually even more than that. A big majority of Americans want climate action. They've elected a president who won't give it to them, but a lot of the country will still act. And the U.S. will try to mess up all the international processes, but it's only 4% of the world population, so just let it vent and ignore it. The rest of the world, we have to get on with what we're doing. Okay. Now, one of the things that we're supposedly doing is not only accelerating the mitigation to avoid these threshold dangers, but also accelerating the resilience and adaptation and losses and damages. Well, Bangladesh is going to experience loss. Loss in losses and damages means irreversibilities. And sea level rise, for all intents and purposes, is going to be irreversible for century scales, if not millennial scales. And so we have to attend to these realities to prevent them as much as possible, to prevent the floods, droughts, the droughts of the Sahel, the inundations that are coming from increased typhoon intensity in the Bay of Bengal, in East Asia, the hurricane activities that are hitting us. By the way, we get Category 5 hurricanes all the time across the U.S. South, and then these governors stand up and oppose climate change action. They want emergency disaster relief, but they can't even make the connection. They can't make the connection that this has something to do with them and the oil and gas that the U.S. continues to pump and to expand. So, all right, pretty sad. I wanted to stay optimistic. We need funding for this. And where is the funding going to come from? Really, in the end, there are only two sources of funds. It's not going to come through charity. It's not going to come through official development aid, which I spent many years of my life trying to promote. Too much greed, too much short-sightedness. We actually need a system of international taxation to take these congressmen and senators out of their misery so that the money goes to where it's needed without the U.S. Congress having to have any role in it whatsoever. So we need a levy on carbon emissions from the rich countries. We need a levy on carbon emissions from international shipping. We need a levy on carbon emissions from global aviation. We could raise hundreds of billions of dollars a year with modest levies on this. And that can go to help Bangladesh to address the adaptation and the resilience costs. So this is one point. The second point is that there is a lot of market saving in the world looking for investments. Unfortunately, the low income and lower middle income countries don't have access right now to this capital. It all flows to the high income and upper middle income countries. So reforming the global financial architecture so that the money flows to where it is most productively used is another part of this story, so that Bangladesh could finance some of these investments on affordable terms. So all of this is to say there is no answer to your question that's decent right now, except through global reform that is not vetoed by the United States and that moves forward with things that we're promising to do but haven't done yet. And these are things that are absolutely feasible and affordable. And always remember, the world is so rich now we can't even imagine. It's also more concentrated in wealth than we can imagine. The top 10 wealthiest people in the world, led by our new Prime Minister in the United States, Elon Musk, is just 10 people. $2 trillion, 10 people. And they've made about $80 billion since Election Day in their net worth, $80 billion. So don't ever think we don't have the resources to do what we need to do. The world is very rich. It has every capacity to solve this problem. We're just getting organized to get it all done. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Jeff. I think three very important message, the last one. Jeff, every year come to our COPS pavilions in Indonesia. So we appreciate for Professor Shah to come every year and give a lecture, give a lot of sharing, and so on and so on. So I think, Pak Agus, do you want to have something to say, or do you want to?
In fact, on behalf of Pavilion, Indonesia Pavilion, Pak Agus would value your contribution, Jeff, and will be handing in a special gesture of gratitude and appreciation. So thank you very much for delivering a very, very insightful, inspiring, informative discussions. And I believe all of us learned a lot today. So yes, that's a special gift. So once again, why don't we give a warm hand, a big one, to Jeffrey Sachs. And of course, Prof. Wing, we don't forget you. Please be back again on stage, and we're going to have a picture together. And let's take another picture with the background of Indonesia indigenous flower. Or maybe the space is not enough, so thank you very much once again. Thank you, Jeff, for gracing this pavilion with your presence. It's packed, it's full house, and I hope you all learned a lot. And I'm sorry that we cannot facilitate to all the questions due to time constraint because we have to move on to the next program, but we're really grateful for your participation. Thank you.
The new Prime Minister concept is something. I mean, I don't know.
You're telling me. I have to live it.
Every action we take is the foundation to become a world-class energy company that cares for the environment. We build energy unceasingly through innovation, quality, and sustainability. We are entering the era of digitalization and electrification to improve production capacity and efficiency. Becoming a pioneer in energy downstream is our expression of love for a better civilization and prosperity. We are not just explorers. We also care about the future of the planet Earth. Growing together in health and prosperity is our ultimate goal. We present an unceasing energy for the nation.
Facing climate change, Indonesia is committed to achieving net zero by 2060, with sustainability at the core of its energy transition. With approximately 24 gigawatts, Indonesia holds the second largest geothermal potential globally. Geothermal energy, drawn from the Earth's underground natural heat, is an ideal green baseload alternative. Through wells, we capture this heat and channel the steam to drive turbines that generate electricity, offering a clean, reliable power source that operates 24/7, regardless of weather conditions. At the forefront of this transition is Pertamina Geothermal Energy, a pioneer with decades of experience driving Indonesia's geothermal development. PGE manages 3 gigawatts of potential geothermal resources, including over 1 gigawatt of proven reserves, making it a significant player in the geothermal energy sector. With 672.5 megawatts of installed capacity across Indonesia, PGE is powering communities and industries with sustainable energy. Our commitment extends beyond energy production. We are dedicated to community empowerment and exploring new technological frontiers. Through synergies with Pertamina Group, we enhance our impact by leveraging combined expertise and resources. Our vision is to become a world-class green energy company with the largest global geothermal capacity. We plan to expand our installed capacity to 1 gigawatt in the next 2 to 3 years, advancing Indonesia's sustainable
Welcome to Pavilion Indonesia.
and sustainability.
Very grateful to have you here. We're going to start the next program. So There is a way of reducing CO2 emissions in the upstream oil and gas industry, and that's the adoption of CCS technologies. That's the topic for the day. So to understand the importance and potential of CCS methodology and its possibilities of standardization for implementation in tropical countries such as Indonesia, let's hear it from our keynote speaker, which will be presented by the DG of Standardization of Disaster Resilience and Climate Change Instruments Indonesia, Bapak Ari Sudianto, through the big screen in front of you.
Honorable Mr. Agus Cahyono Adi, Director Bureau of Communication, Public Information Services and Cooperation, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Republic of Indonesia. Mr. Norihiro Kimura, Senior Negotiator for Climate Change, Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, Japan. Mr. Oki Muraza, Senior Vice President, Technology and Innovation, PT Pertamina Indonesia. Mr. Rusyawan Anis, Ambika Institute Indonesia, and distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good afternoon. Firstly, I am delighted to extend my warm greeting to all of you as you all gather at the Indonesia Pavilion COP29 in the vibrant city of Baku, Azerbaijan. Baku City is known as Azerbaijan's scientific, cultural, and industrial center, and it lies on the southern shore of the Absheron Peninsula. I apologize for being unable to join you in Baku for personal reasons. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, carbon capture and storage, or known as CCS, is a technology that captures carbon dioxide emission from sources like power plants and industrial processes, including oil and gas, before they reach the atmosphere. The capture of CO2 is then transported and stored underground in geological formations, such as the depleted oil and gas fields or deep saline aquifers. In short, CCS can prevent millions of tons of CO2 from entering the atmosphere and contributing to global warming. CCS is not just a technology breakthrough. It is a fundamental part of the global toolkit required to meet the Paris Agreement climate goal. According to the International Energy Agency, CCS could account for up to 15% of the global emission reduction needed by 2050 to keep global warming below 2 degrees Celsius. Despite significant progress in developing renewable energy resources, coal remains an essential part of the country's energy mix. This reality underscores the need for practical solutions, such as CCS, to reduce emissions while still meeting the energy needs of our growing population. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is the world's largest archipelagic country, and according to the law of number 9, 1996, on maritime territory of Indonesia, there are of 17,508 islands are officially listed islands within the territory of Republic of Indonesia. As of 2023, 17,024 islands have been named by Geospatial Information Agency and published in the Indonesian Gazette. Furthermore, Indonesia is geographically well positioned to become a CCS hub. The country has vast geological formation ideal for CO2 storage, such as offshore oil and gas reservoirs and deep saline aquifers. This gives Indonesia a unique advantage in harnessing CCS technology for national emission reduction goals and as potential exporter of CCS services to the region. As stated in our NDCs, the government of Indonesia has committed to reducing greenhouse gases emissions by 31.89% against business as usual scenario through its own effort or unconditionally, and up to 43.2% with necessary international assistance conditional by 2030 in order to reduce climate change-related risks. Of the 31.89% unconditional target, 17.2% will be achieved through the forestry sector. CCS could become an alternative way to achieve NDCs. The NDC describes heightened action and the necessary enabling environment that has laid the foundation for more ambitious goals, contributing to the concerted effort to prevent 2 degrees Celsius increase in global average temperature and to pursue effort to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial levels. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there are challenges to the adoption of CCS in Indonesia. Firstly, financial investment. The capital cost for CCS infrastructure, such as the capturing of CO2, transporting it, and securely storing it, are significant. Partnership with the private sector, international financial institutions, and multilateral organizations will be crucial to scaling up CCS technology. Secondly, regulatory framework. A robust legal and regulatory framework is essential to ensuring the safety and effectiveness of CCS projects. Indonesia will need to establish clear policies that govern the entire CCS process, from permitting to long-term monitoring and liability management. Thirdly, public perception. The success of CCS will depend not only on technology, but also on public trust. Engaging communities, particularly those near potential CO2 storage sites, will be vital in ensuring that CCS projects are met with understanding and support. On the other side, the opportunities are equally significant. Firstly, job creation. The development and deployment of CCS technologies could create thousands of new jobs in the field of research, engineering, and operations. Indonesia's growing workforce could benefit from these new green jobs, which align with the country's effort to boost its economy while reducing carbon emissions. Secondly, technology transfer and innovation. By investing the CCS, Indonesia has the potential to become a leader in this field, attracting investment, expertise, and technological innovation. We can partner with global leaders in CCS and learn from their experiences to build a homegrown solution. Thirdly, sustainable development. Indonesia's commitment to reducing deforestation and preserving its rich biodiversity is well known. CCS can complement this effort by ensuring that emission reductions are achieved across sectors, while protecting the environment for future generations. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is already making strides in the development of CCS. In recent years, we have seen several pilot projects initiated by both the public and private sectors. These early efforts are critical in demonstrating the viability of CCS in Indonesia's unique context. To accelerate the development of CCS, we need to focus on firstly, research and development. Continued investment in R&D to improve the efficiency, scalability, and affordability of CCS technology is essential. Indonesia can partner with international research institutions and private companies to drive innovation in CCS technology. Secondly, policy support. The government must create a clear and supportive policy environment, including incentives for private sector investment, carbon pricing mechanisms, and funding for demonstration projects. Public-private collaboration is key to scaling up CCS. Finally, regional cooperation. Southeast Asia is one of the regions most vulnerable to the impact of climate change. Indonesia can play a central role in regional CCS cooperation, helping other nations adopt similar technologies and contributing to the collective emission reduction. In closing, the implementation of carbon capture and storage in Indonesia is not just an environmental necessity. It is an economic and social opportunity. It is a chance for Indonesia to embrace a green future, reduce its carbon footprint, and position itself as a leader in the global fight against climate change. From today's talk show in the Indonesia Pavilion, we want to see from the other perspective in implementation of CCS in the future. Thanks again for the source person who provide their expertise today, and we hope that we can formulate and anticipate the CCS implementation in Indonesia. Let us seize this moment. Let us work together, government, industry, and civil society, to accelerate the development and deployment of CCS technologies. By doing so, we will not only protect our environment, but also create a sustainable future for generations to come. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. A very informative remarks. Let's get on by inviting our moderator, Prof. Haruni, who's going to host the session.
Thank you, Ms. Desmona, for the introduction. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, panelists, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you for joining us today for this important session on prospect on carbon capture and storage technology in Archipelagic country at the Indonesia Pavilion COP29. Before we start, please let me extend a very warm welcome to our distinguished panelists, and we would like to invite all the panelists, all speakers to come to the stage. First, Dr. Muhammad Idris Froyoto Sihite, a Senior Advisor for the Strategic Planning at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. Yes. And next, we have Mr. Norihino Kimura, Senior Negotiator for Climate Change at the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, Japan. Please come forward. And third, we have Mr. Oki Murasa, Senior Vice President for Technology and Innovation at Pertamina. We also have our speaker, Mr. Rustiawan Anis from Ambika Institute, Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce briefly about this session. As we gather here today, we recognize the climate change poses a significant risk to many countries, especially archipelagic nations like Indonesia. Our coastline, our community and ecosystem are at increased risk due to rising sea levels, extreme weather events, and also other climate-related impacts. With this pressing challenge, carbon capture and storage technology are gaining attention as a potential step toward large-scale greenhouse gas emission reduction. As we understand, CCS, as an end-of-pipe technology, is designed to capture carbon dioxide emission at the major sources from power plants and other major industrial facilities and store them away from the atmosphere. This approach is expected to allow us to avoid releasing emission in the first place. And this session will dive into the potential and feasibility of CCS technology, especially in tropical countries like Indonesia. We are pleased to have here with us esteemed experts from the government, from industry, and also from standard organization who will bring their perspective from regulatory framework to technical aspect of CCS and standardization of CCS process, the challenges, and also the possible international collaboration necessary for future CCS implementation in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's start with our first speaker. We would like to invite our distinguished speaker from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Muhammad Idris Froyoto Sihite. We have questions. As we understand that Indonesia has made notable strides toward implementing CCS and CCUS technology. Can you walk us through the current prospect, regulatory frameworks, and also the potential future for CCS implementation or development in Indonesia? Dr. Sihite, time is yours.
Thank you, Ibu, for such a tremendous opening remark. Very good afternoon to you all. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share a presentation regarding Indonesia current CCS and CCUS prospect, current regulation, and of course, the future development. Slide number 1, please. As we realize, nowadays energy transition has been one of the main focuses in the climate change agenda to achieve net zero emission. Indonesia drafted roadmap to NZ by 2060. Of course, we all know about that. And oil and gas will remain critical because the objective to reach NZ is not only to for environmental sustainability, but also energy security and just transition. The government of Indonesia has set target for national oil and gas production and arranged some decarbonization strategy in oil and gas sector. We strongly encourage our operators to implement energy efficiency, set zero routine flaring, managing methane emission, and also implement nature-based solution. In addition, we are also very committed in the implementation of CCS and CCUS, especially to support gas field development. For Indonesia, CCS, CCUS is enabler play a critical role to support national oil and gas production. Of course, in speaking about the target, gas field development to promote energy transition and accelerate emission to reduction achieve of NZ. Slide number 4. Okay. The implementation of CCS, CCUS will be very depend on the storage capacity, and in Indonesia have a huge potential for that. Last year, our Director General of Oil and Gas just launched a CO2 storage resources map in oil and gas field and saline aquifer. According to this map, the potential storage in oil and gas reservoir is around 4.8 tons CO2, mostly from gas reservoir, and around 572 gigaton in saline aquifer. This huge prospect of storage is important, not only to support decarbonization in oil and gas sector, but also to support hard-to-abate industry. Furthermore, we believe that the potential storage capacity in Indonesia can support the decarbonization effort in the region as the CCS hub for ASEAN. Indonesia currently has around 15 CCS, CCUS projects or studies that are being conducted, mostly in oil and gas working area, which operated by Pertamina. Several projects targeted to be on stream around 2030 or after. Tangguh CCUS in West Papua, Abadi CCS in Maluku, and Sakakemang CCS in South Sumatra have obtained approval of planned development from government, while several other areas still study. Government of Indonesia will fully support CCS development in Indonesia, and we are aware that regulation is one of the main enablers for the implementation of CCS project. Last year, we just established Ministerial Regulation number 2023 on the implementation of CCS, CCUS in upstream oil and gas. As the first step, this regulation is important to enable CCS, CCUS in the upstream oil and gas based on production sharing contract in the existing oil and gas working area. However, according to our study, we are aware that the potential of CO2 storage in Indonesia is big enough to support decarbonization from outside upstream oil and gas. That is why in last January, the government of Indonesia established the Presidential Regulation number 14, 2024. This is another breakthrough for CCS regulation in Indonesia, which has broader scope for CCS implementation. Currently, our ministry is, I think it's not preparing. We just conclude ministerial regulation. We're still waiting for formal process in Ministry of law, so it should be established in this month or maybe in the next month. In this regulation, we are also conducting several bilateral discussions with other related ministries to support the permitting process and including with Ministry of Environment related to verification mechanism. As we can see in the right side of this slide, based on CCS Legal and Regulatory Indicator 2023 that published by a global CCS Institute, Indonesia's score was the highest in the South Asia region. They said that the introduction of comprehensive national regulatory framework for CCS and CCUS project by Indonesia government has led to considerable improvement in the relation score, and it will be trigger of us to keep evaluating and keep improving to support CCS development in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, there are several issues that we are facing in the CCS, CCUS development. The first is cost, and I think it is similar for all countries, and the highest cost is the CO2 capture. So support for CCS is needed not only for the storage side, but also capture and transport side. Collaboration is also important for cost sharing, and we also even need to consider development of CCS hub for sharing facility. Another issue in CCS, CCUS is to ensure that CO2 is safely and permanently stored. So monitoring has crucial role as support for ongoing project and study. This year, our ministry also developed a handbook to assist parties interested in CCS, including stakeholders and potential operators, in learning and selecting various monitoring methods. I think monitoring respect play a critical role not only to ensure the permanency of the CO2 in the storage, but also to maintain public acceptance in this technology. This handbook summarizes about 25 monitoring methods and explains how to design a monitoring program and will be published later this year. Furthermore, robust and internationally recognized methodology will be needed, and for that, we invite international organizations to have some discussion, also together with Ministry of Environment. And to support CCS, CCUS as a decarbonization strategy, human capital development is very important. For government, CCS operator also emitter regarding the technical and non-technical aspects. These aspects is also very crucial to increase public acceptance and engagement with this technology. Finally, in this good opportunity, I should say that Indonesia is still the early stage of CCS, CCUS development because there is no commercial CCS, CCUS project right now. But we show our leadership and commitment to make it happen. I would like to end this presentation with an invitation to make a greater collaboration with the various challenges in Indonesia as archipelagic country as well as developing country. Collaboration with all parties will be very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Siti, for sharing with us on the prospect of CCS in Indonesia and then the regulatory framework that has been set up in Indonesia. And also you mentioned about the challenges and of course the potential collaboration on CCS and CCUS implementation in Indonesia. Thank you again, Dr. Siti. And next we would like to invite our speaker from the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry Japan, Mr. Norihino Kimura. Time is yours.
Thank you for introduction. My name is Nori Kimura from Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan. Actually, in my current office, I'm in charge of CCS cooperation with Indonesia through a joint crediting mechanism. So for today, I'd like to share what the Japanese government has promoted with Indonesian government and terminal and the private sector. Next slide, please. Okay. I said we have promoted our cooperation through JCM, Joint Criterion Mechanism. So this shows how this is basic concept of the JCM. So Japan and Indonesia has already signed this JCM since 2013, 15. Sorry, I forgot the name. But it's we have promoted around 10 years on this mechanism, and under these mechanisms, Japan transfer technologies, decarbonizing technology to the Indonesia. And in Indonesia, Japanese companies and Indonesian company will cooperate to develop and implement emission reduction project. And after MRV, measurement, reporting, and verification, GCM credit, it's carbon credit, will be issued from this project. And the issued GCM credit will be allocated towards Japan and Indonesia for the achievement of a nationally determined contribution with the emission reduction target of each country. So, and this is, how can I say, this mechanism is developed and implemented inconsistent with Paris Agreement, Article 6. And yes, both governments have coordinated to develop and implement rules and guidelines of the JCM inconsistent with the Paris Agreement. Next slide, please. So what we have promoted is try to develop CCS project as a JCM project. That means we intend to generate carbon credit from CCS project in Indonesia. Actually, Muhammad-san presented before presented the list of the CCS project in Indonesia, and among them, one of them, I think two of them, we have promoted feasibility studies. One is the Gundi gas field. Yeah. Sorry. Could you go back? Proceed. Next slide, please. Yes. So we have promoted two feasibility studies. One is the Squati oil field, and the other is the Gundi gas field. And for the Squati, Japanese company BECCS has promoted, and also for Gundi gas field project, JGC Holding Corporation. And I think at this moment, J-Power and JERA, which is the Japanese power companies, and the JOGMEC will be involved. So, and actually, last presentation, Muhammad-san's presentation shows the challenges for the CCS project in Indonesia. One of them is a high cost of the high capital cost for the how can I say in that project, and in our cases we are promoting a Gundi gas field project, but Japanese company is planning to jointly invest in the joint venture company to provide a high capital cost of the project. Next slide, please. So this is an overview of the CCS project in Gundi gas field. Gundi gas field in the central Java, and actually 300,000 tons of CO2 is being emitted for a year. So the project is planning to capture these such 300 tons of CO2 and transport through the pipeline and inject well in the field. So through this project, as I said, 300,000 tons of CO2 will be injected and for 10 years. Next slide, please. But I said through our JCM project, we have some challenges and issue to be solved. Actually, Muhammad-san presented our monitoring issues and how to address the leakage issue in his final slide. And of course, if in case of leakage, we need to compensate such a loss of the CO2 emission. So the rule, we need to develop rules, additional rules to address such an issue. And actually, I have listed some issues, items to be added in the rules. Actually, at this moment, Japan and Indonesia has promoted JCM, and there are so many emission, energy efficiency and renewable, and various type of project has been implemented, but the CCS is not currently in the scope. So we will add CCS under the scope of JCM. And also, as for the calculation of CO2 emission reduction, our JCM try to achieve net emission reduction for CCS project. This is net emission reduction is a bit complicated concept, but it's based on the Paris Agreement, Article 6. And we will, so I said 300,000 tons will be injected, but it doesn't mean we will get 300,000 ton CO2 credit. Although details are being considered, we will conservatively calculate emission reduction through such an injection. So we will set a conservative baseline for our calculation. So, and as I said, monitoring and the credit reserves, these are very important issues. So first one is yes, closure period monitoring. So after injection, the project participant should monitor for a certain period, and but after the certain period, maybe after implementation of the CCS project, we should think about duration of a closure period, which will be determined in accordance with host countries, Indonesian regulation. And also we are planning to develop credit reserves in case of a leakage of CO2. That concept is taking certain amount of carbon credit in case of a leakage. And when the leakage happens, we will use such a credit reserved credit for compensation. So currently we are drafting our rules and guidelines for this JCM CCS project, and we have already started with MEMR and Pertamina and any other all stakeholders in Indonesia. Actually, we held a workshop on October 3rd, and we invited so many stakeholders in Indonesia, and it's about, I think, that was held in the hybrid approach, but participant amount around 90 people, 90% attended, and that shows how many stakeholders are interested in the CCS project. So we try to after this workshop, we will try to discuss these rules and guidelines with Indonesian government for the adoption. After the adoption, we will proceed the next stage to start this CCS project in Indonesia. Yes, we appreciate. We Japanese government appreciate cooperation with the Indonesian government, and we will continue to promote this very important cooperation in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kimura, for sharing with us the CCS projects in Indonesia under CCM. And I think we could discuss later on about the lesson learned, the challenge, and probably what is potential for further collaboration in the future. Thanks, Mr. Kimura. And next, we would like to invite our speaker from Pertamina, Mr. Oki Muraza. As we know that Pertamina is one of the leaders in Indonesia energy sector and has been at the front of CCS projects. Maybe could you share with us about the Pertamina CCS strategy and any pilot projects Pertamina has implemented, and what the milestone that actually by Indonesia on the commitment?
Thank you very much, Professor Haruni. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for staying with us until this late afternoon. So in the next few minutes, I'm Oki Muraza from Pertamina Holding. I'm going to highlight some of our activities around CCS and CCUS. So as you may notice, in the past few days, you have seen the potential of Indonesia to save the world. We have the second largest natural-based solutions on Earth. We are still having almost 50% of the forests. As you can see, compared to many other countries on Earth, we are basically having the very good natural-based potentials. Is it enough? No, it's not enough. Certainly, we are also blessed with the storage capacity that we have on the carbon storage. So, next slide, please. Yeah, this slide is basically emphasizing that every nations on Earth are facing similar problems. We need to improve ourselves in terms of energy security. We are trying to strengthen our energy security in such a way that if there is a disruption or geopolitical tension, we can still preserve enough energy for Indonesia. And then secondly, we need to ensure that the energy that we deliver to society are basically affordable. And last but not least, it's very important to achieve smaller or lower footprint. And of course, as you may know that since 2004, Indonesia is basically a net importer for oil. And of course, in the past 20 years, we tried to survive by trying to increase our productions. And increasing the production of hydrocarbon is basically can be done at the same time while having smaller emission by having this CCS. I think on the right side, you can see the target that we want. We want to have 7 to 8 economic growth. We want to have the GDP per capita as the developed countries, etc., etc. And at the same time, we try to reduce our emission. Now, next slide, please. Then the important discussions since Kyoto Protocol, Paris agreements up to this moment, COP29, is basically how can we ensure as a nation we have enough carbon credit for basically to achieve the NDC, or now it's enhanced NDC. So basically by having enough capacity for CCS, as you can see on the right side, previously our government, Pak Idris, explaining about the potential storage capacity. In the past few years, we try to form so many collaborations to prove that scientifically, and up to this moment we found also a very large number, around 7 gigaton of CO2 storage capacity, which is good enough. And if we want to reach net zero, as already announced by our government, close to 2060, basically CCS and CCUS can have very good portions, up to around 68%. In order to have implementation, you can see on the next slide that basically we need to have the very good orchestra from carbon source up to the carbon credit and carbon trading. Yeah. On this slide, you can see that we are trying to study where are the sources of the CO2 that we have. It can be from coal power plant, it can be from our refinery, it can be from many other production facility. Then we try to capture. This is already highlighted by Pak Idris, that the most of the cost is related with the capture itself. Then liquefactions, storage, depend on the distance between the source and the sink. We can choose either by pipeline or by having shipping. Yeah. And later, of course, we need to have injection storage. We need energy over there. Then finally, we want to monetize this. And in terms of milestone, you can see that in the next 10 years, we want to build domestic capacity. Few years ago, many things are new for us, and so far we are developing sets of skills in order to calculate the storage capacity, to try to check the injectivity, etc., etc. So basically, you can see that we start having the injections in Jatibarang. Then recently, currently our team are still in Bojonegoro for another injection. Then the other milestone will be scale up capacity, and finally we will be the regional hub for CCS in Asia Pacific. Many developed countries around us, they don't have storage capacity. Singapore, Korea, Japan, basically they will rely on our storage capacity. So that's why we need to have a lot of partnerships to develop this capacity. The next slide, basically we can see some of our partnerships that we built in the past 4 to 5 years. Yeah. Basically at this moment we have around 9 ongoing projects, starting from Sumatra up to the East Indonesia. Mostly we are trying to connect. This is kind of serendipity between the CO2 source and CO2 sink. Yeah. And then you can see that in Sumatra we are coupling coal power plant refinery with the storage capacity from depleted reservoir, etc., etc. And then the largest one is in Asri Basin. This is offshore in the north of Java Island. And our colleague Norihiro explaining about the Gundi project, which is also very interesting. And in the east of Indonesia, basically we have CCS projects related to the coming productions, yeah, Masela, etc., etc. And basically, we are trying to strengthen our muscles by having a number of progress in Jatibarang, Half and Puff, and then Half and Puff again in Sukowati. And in the past 2 months, we are busy in Bojonegoro for injection in Sukowati field. And basically, hopefully that next year we are going to have the exploration well, in which that we are going to get the proof of concept that we have the storage capacity in Asri Basin in the north of Java Island. So CCS is the future for Indonesia. Is it enough? Certainly not enough. So in the next slide, you can see some of our efforts to utilize the CO2. Yeah, CO2. Maybe you are familiar with the utilization of CO2 for storage, for food storage. Yeah. On this slide, basically, we can see that CO2 can be combined with the hydrogen from geothermal in order to get hydrocarbon, etc., etc. We have projects on CO2 reforming, where we try to utilize the CO2 for production of chemicals. And finally, we have also CO2 for e-methane. Yeah. So now a country like Japan and Korea, they are trying to reduce the emission by having bio-LNG or biomethane, and also e-LNG or e-methane. And then on the right side, you can see the ecosystem that we have already. So we have good examples in Pertamina Group, pond in Gresik, yeah, in which that we start to remove the CO2 from the stream. We start to liquefy the CO2, and then we are ready to supply the CO2 for welding, CO2 for food industry, etc., etc. And of course, with our activity in Sukowati, which is also supported by METI through JOGMEC, we need injection around 2,500 ton very recently, last month. And this month, we plan to have additional injection in Sukowati field up to above 3,000 ton. And then I will close this presentation with the regulatory frameworks. As you may know that every initiatives in energy transition require capital, technology, infrastructure, and regulatory frameworks. And I think we started with Pa Idris from our government, that our government already starting releasing some of the regulations, yeah, Perpres 14 2024, etc., etc. And then on the right side, you can see that basically by having proper ecosystems, we can try to tap the economic value, yeah, because this CCS is considered as high capital projects, yeah, it's quite expensive. Then we need to find a way to make this economic viable in such a way that our customers are basically protected. They are still able to have affordable energy. And we need to have engagement with so many emitters, coal power plant, a refinery, pulp and paper manufacturing, etc. And then, of course, we need to have, we expect to have fiscal incentives for the implementations. And a number of regulations are still expected in the pipeline, as mentioned by previous speaker from Ministry of Energy. So, including the carbon trading, yeah. And of course, we would like to have further engagement with so many parties, with the colleagues from Japan. METI is very close with us, with some other countries, including 2 IOC, which are already with us in our studies, ExxonMobil and Chevron. And of course, we need to remind again the commitment of Kyoto Protocol, in which that there is a duty of developed worlds to provide the capitals to the developing countries. Yeah, so from global north to the global south. Otherwise, it's going to be challenging for us, as we also need to prepare a lot of capex for economic growth. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to have another discussion on the discussion. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Mr. Oki, for sharing with us on the CCS and CCUS projects in Indonesia that has been implemented or initiated by the Pertamina. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been listening 3 speakers actually that sharing about the potential of the CCS and CCUS, but we would like to hear more what's the role of standard in this case for supporting the CCS project implementations. And would like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Rustiawan Anis. Time is yours.
Thank you, Professor Haruni. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished guests, delegates and friends, very good afternoon. It's great pleasure to be here present and sharing what we are doing regarding development of national standard to support implementation of CCS project in Indonesia. Especially, I want to talk about related to MRV. I'm Rustiawan Anis. I'm presenting in my capacity as member of Technical Committee Standard on GSG and Climate Change Management under Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Next slide, please. This is my outline presentation. Next. As explained by previous speaker, carbon storage activities are one of the CO2 removal activities. They are quite complex and have process chain in 3 system boundaries, namely capturing, transporting, and injection storage system. Its system boundary in this process chain has a variety of activities with different ways and methods. Next. The government of Indonesia has established the policy and legal basis regarding implementation of the carbon pricing policy in order to achieve Indonesia NDC target within the Paris Agreement framework through various mitigation actions to reduce CO2 emission or CO2 removal enhancement. One of the CO2 removal mitigation action that has huge potential to be developed in Indonesia is CCS activities, as previously mentioned by Pak Idris and Pak Oki. Therefore, the government of Indonesia has provided special regulatory basis for these CCS activities. Next. Okay, CO2 storage can be claimed as carbon credit by registered this project to the carbon credit certification scheme. Indonesia already has a carbon credit certification scheme, namely Indonesian Emission Reduction Scheme, SPEI. This slide giving the illustration of the SPEI scheme mechanism, since methodology selection, project design proposal, project validation, monitoring report, verification, and finishing with issuing the carbon credit unit. One of the critical and important stages of this mechanism is validation and verification process. The validation and verification process must be performed by a third-party GSG VVB accredited by National Accreditation Body. This validation verification body must ensure and provide assurance that claim for carbon unit generated by project activities is correct. Next. We use ISO standard that has adopted to Indonesian National Standard, SNI, as reference in the carbon credit certification scheme and also in the validation and verification process. You see on the left side, it's shown that we have adopted a number of ISO standards formulated by ISO TC 207, Subcommittee 7, related to VVB accreditation, quantification, monitoring, and reporting of carbon project. and also validation and verification process, and validator and verifier competence. On the right side, you can see we have also adopted some ISO standard formulated by ISO TC 265 on CCS activities. Currently, Indonesia is participating member of those two ISO technical committee. In June 2024, we had opportunity to hosting the 18th ISO TC 265 plenary meeting in Jakarta. Next. At the national level, the formulation of Indonesian national standard is under coordination and supervising of National Standardization Agency, BSN. One of the role Standard Technical Committee is acting as National Mirror Committee, NMC, of the Technical Committee at the ISO level. Currently, the standards related to CCS are under coordination of Technical Committee on GSG and Climate Change. Considering the complexity of CCS standards and their cross-cutting issue, we will establish a new technical committee standard that specifically dealing with CCS. This new CCS technical committee will consist of representatives of all stakeholders from various related fields, such as regulators, oil and gas companies, academia or universities, and CCS research institution. Next. To provide assurance for carbon unit generated from emission reduction or carbon removal projects such as CCS project, validation and verification process shall be performed by accredited VVB. These slides show normative standards and reference that apply for accreditation of VVB by national accreditation body. The VVB shall meet this standard and reference requirement, including requirement for institution, process requirement, personnel competence, and also specific additional requirements set by National Carbon Crediting Scheme. Indonesia National Accreditation Body has obtained regional and international mutual recognition regarding the accreditation results from validation verification body accredited by CAN. KIN obtained mutual recognition arrangement MRA at Asia Pacific level and multilateral recognition or MLA at international level by EIF, International Accreditation Forum. So obtaining the MRA and MLA show that the validation and verification result from accredited VVB by KIN are equivalent to the VVB from other accreditation bodies in the Asia Pacific and international level. Currently, it has been accredited 10 GSG VVB for program neutral scope, 6 VVB for carbon project within SPEI scheme, and 1 VVB for CORSIA scope. Meanwhile, there are 12 VVB applicants on the pipeline accreditation process. Next. Now I would like to talk about the personal competency standard. Competence of GSG validator and verifier play an important role in ensuring the result and the quality of carbon unit to be issued. According ISO 1466 standard that we have adopted to our national standard, validator and verifier must have adequate knowledge related to SPEI crediting scheme, technical knowledge, quantitative and qualitative information, how to perform auditing of data information, and procedure and methodologies for quantification and monitoring project. In addition, a part of knowledge Validator and verifier are required to have 6 types of skill that must be demonstrated when carrying out validation or verification activities. Next. In the Ministry of Environmental Forestry Regulation stipulate that carbon project validator and verifier must have certificate of competence. To fulfill this regulation mandate, we are currently in developing of national competency standard for project validator and verifier. As initial stage, we are prioritizing to develop this standard for energy sector, which includes sector competence in the area of direct emission, indirect emission from import energy, process emission, and carbon storage in geological reservoir. Next month, we will conduct the convention to make a consensus to issuing this standard. Next stage in our plan is to develop person certification scheme for GSG project validator and verifier, and finally establishing a certification body for validator and verifier that accredited by national accreditation body. Next, this my last slide. This one example what I'm talking before. This is the example of competency standard in the energy sector. There are 26 competency units. To meet this requirement for this competency unit, the validator must have a number of technical knowledge related to the CCS project characteristic. For example, knowledge on reservoir engineering, geomechanics, geochemistry, geophysics, well integrity, as well as ability to identifying potential CO2 leaking. In addition to knowledge, the GG project validator and verifier must have skill in assessing CCS project design, for example, evaluating the result of reservoir modeling and simulation, evaluating the detailed engineering design and plan of development of the project. Thank you for your kind attention. Any feedback and suggestion are very welcome. Thank you, Bu Haruni.
Thank you, Mr. Rustiawan, for sharing with us on the role of standard to support project implementation, including the CCS. I think we have all 5 speakers deliver their presentations. Now we have time to give the audience and participants. If you have any questions, please raise your hand and to whom your question should address. Any question from the participants? If not, then I will ask the question. Okay, Mark.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna ask Mr. Norihiro Kimura. With this CCS or CCUS you have in Japan, you have the island, and it's a lot of earthquake happening in Japan. What is the risk? Threat of earthquake from similar. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Yes, in Japan, recently we have passed a law for the parliament, and we are now developing domestic rules and institutional arrangement. Yeah, we started with Nagaoka and shifting to Tomakomai. large scale of the demonstration, but we are now currently aiming for commercialization of the CCS in the future to the 2050. And of course, in Japan, we have so many, we are experiencing so many earthquakes. And of course, that could be the risk for the CCS project. So, and maybe, as I said, we are currently developing domestic rules and institutional arrangement. So maybe one of the issues is kind of risk sharing among the participants of the project, and we are currently elaborating such a risk sharing, and maybe who will, that issue will include who will compensate compensate such a leakage in case of the as a result of in case of the due to the earthquake, in case of a leakage due to earthquake, and maybe I think we will continue considering such domestic details rules, and maybe that could be. I think Indonesia is a good part, as I mentioned, Indonesia is a good partner for promoting CCS. So maybe we can exchange such a kind of information each other to address earthquake issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kumero. Okay, next question.
Hi there. My name is Mark Tilley. I'm from Carbon Pulse. Nohiro-san, I might have missed the first part of your presentation, but can you provide a bit more context about your discussions with Indonesia about changing the scope of that you mentioned in your presentation around the JCM and CCS?
Yeah. Yes. So in my presentation, I shared the overview of the scale of JCM, and maybe you know about JCM. Okay, thank you very much. And also, but what we're gonna do is to add CCS in the scope of JCM, and and maybe carbon crediting from CCS project is very challenging. Yeah, because there are, in our understanding, we should set additional requirement to secure environmental integrity of the project. So what we are doing right now is developing new rules and guidelines in addition to current JCM rules and guidelines, which is specific for CCS project. And we are discussing with Indonesian government and any other stakeholders on the details, and the discussion now is ongoing. And we have, of course, in parallel, we have a candidate project, which other presenter also presented today, like such as Gundi gas field, and Squatty is currently moving in another direction, but currently we have a Gundi project as a candidate. Yes. So maybe as I said, as I present in my presentation, we will continue such elaboration of rules and guidelines with Indonesian government, and finally we will adopt such a new rules and guidelines so that we can start actual CCS project.
Okay, thank you. We still have time actually. If there is no more questions, I think we agree that the CCS and CCUS is potential has been presented by all speakers. We also acknowledge actually that there's also the challenge, and maybe if any potential risk for the CCS and CCUS implementation. Is there, maybe I would like to ask a quick question from the speakers of what is your perspective on this? If you think that there's any potential risk for the CCS or CCS technology implementation, how we address this? Probably we would like to hear from the government's perspective, from the industries, and probably also from the standardization agency, how we anticipate this, or we address the challenge of any potential risk they may have. Please.
Okay. Thank you, Bu Harumi. If I may, I think we better make this discussion soon, because in the next 1 hour, our national team and Japan national team will compete in Senayan for, you know what I mean, right? For pra-qualifier World Cup. Your national team and our national team will compete. Sorry, just kidding. Ibu Harumi, of course, just for your information, my position is a former head of legal bureau in Ministry of Energy. That's why I consider we should put everything that possible to support and to promote this initiative. That's why I mentioned in my presentation, our ministry, would be very happy to invite every stakeholders from every their perspective to support this initiative. And also, like, I don't know who is the gentleman over there asking a question for us, and also our distinguished gentleman. The most important thing, I think, is that we have to mitigate from the very beginning if you want to initiate a CCS or CCUS, especially like in our area, in earthquake, I think we have the same problem with Japan. Firstly, we have to careful to select the site, and then comprehensive geological assessment, and of course, robust monitoring system. I think it's the three main point that we have to obtain to promote or to support this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Idris. I think Mr. Oki, would you like to add?
Yeah, indeed, the risk mitigation is one of the most important discussion in CCS, as this is including the storing and site characterizations. So, from engineering perspective, basically what we can do, we have the full coverage on the site properties. This is very important to understand very well about the characteristics of the layers of the saline formations, etc., etc. And secondly, there is advanced science and technology in calculating the risk of CO2 leakage. This is something that we can utilize, and then from modeling point of view, now there is technologies to predict the CO2 plumb migrations. And last but not least, we can have a number of parameters to be studied in such a way that it has minimum impact on seismic activity. And with this risk mitigations, we hope that the CCS operation will be smooth and safe.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ogi. Mr. Rustiawan, would you like to add?
Thank you, Prof. Haruni. From standard perspective, there are 2 points that will be challenged for CCS in Indonesia. First is methodology for quantification and verification standard. There is no approved methodology right now. ISO level still in hard discussion regarding the methodology as well as an CDM. The second, the challenge is upskilling and building the competence for our national validator and verifier for the CCS, because CCS is new in Indonesia, so we must upskilling the personnel of validator and verificator. Thank you, Bu Haruni.
Okay, thank you for all speakers. Is there any other question? I think no more questions. Then I would like to thanks again for all distinguished speakers for their valuable insight for the GGS technology and the potential for the implementation. And of course, we also acknowledge some risks and challenges on how we should address this. And this session also highlight the potential collaborations between the government, industry, and also the standardization bodies to ensure that GGS could be implemented well, effectively, and sustainably, following the standard and regulation. I think we should continue the dialogue beyond this session and work collectively, collaboratively towards a more sustainable toward the low carbon future. Finally, I would like to thanks again for all distinguished speakers. Please give applause to all our speakers for the excellent presentation, and of course their sharing and response, and of course for all the audience, the participants who are staying with us until the end of the sessions. And for that, I would like to give and close the session and give the time to Ms.
Thank you.
Desmona. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Haruni, for your valuable insights. Pak Chris will be handing in a special merchandise that we have prepared for all the panelists today. As the head of Center for Standardization, Disaster Resilience and Climate Change Instruments Indonesia, Pak Krisdianto truly appreciated your efforts for sharing with us lots of knowledge and lessons learned so we can exchange information and learn from each other. Okay, let's take a picture. And for the sports enthusiasts, for the soccer enthusiasts, let's wish the best of luck for the Garuda Warriors versus Samurai Blue. Okay, thank you very much once again for your attendance, for your participations. We're going to jump on to the next program, but we will have a quick break, around 2 minutes, and we will start the last session of the day. Thank you.
Facing climate change, Indonesia is committed to achieving net zero by 2060, with sustainability at the core of its energy transition. With approximately 24 gigawatts, Indonesia holds the second largest geothermal potential globally. Geothermal energy, drawn from the Earth's underground natural heat, is an ideal green baseload alternative. Through wells, we capture this heat and channel the steam to drive turbines that generate electricity, offering a clean, reliable power source that operates 24/7, regardless of weather conditions. At the forefront of this transition is Pertamina Geothermal Energy, a pioneer with decades of experience driving Indonesia's geothermal development. PGE manages 3 gigawatts of potential geothermal resources, including over 1 gigawatt of proven reserves, making it a significant player in the geothermal energy sector. With 672.5 megawatts of installed capacity across Indonesia, PGE is powering communities and industries with sustainable energy. Our commitment extends beyond energy production. We are dedicated to community empowerment and exploring new technological frontiers. Through synergies with Pertamina Group, we enhance our impact by leveraging combined expertise and resources. Our vision is to become a world-class green energy company with the largest global geothermal capacity. We plan to expand our installed capacity to 1 gigawatt in the next 2 to 3 years, advancing Indonesia's sustainable energy future. Driving innovation and sustainability, we are unlocking new geothermal ecosystem, adopting innovations and boosting local manufacturing of technologies like heat exchangers and two-phase flow meters to enhance efficiency. PGE also aspires to pioneer green businesses in Indonesia, supporting new growth for the company and the nation's green ambitions. Pertamina Geothermal Energy, powering a sustainable Indonesia today and for generations to come. Together we power Indonesia's future.
Program Pertumbuhan Hijau sebagai kolaborasi antara pemerintah Indonesia dan Global Green Growth Institute atau GGGI mendukung Indonesia untuk mencapai tujuan dan prioritas melalui beragam proyek di seluruh Indonesia. Pendekatan lanskap untuk pengelolaan hutan yang baik dan tepat dalam yurisdiksi nasional dan subnasional memberikan kerangka kerja alami untuk intervensi pertumbuhan hijau, termasuk aksi-aksi untuk mengurangi deforestasi dan degradasi hutan, didukung oleh sistem MRV yang kuat dan mekanisme pendanaan REDD+.
Awalnya kita melakukan concern kepada konservasi ekologinya. Harus diperkuat dengan namanya kebijakan pemerintah, terutama dengan peraturan-peraturannya. Kalau konservasi yang kita bangun duluan udah pasti akan berdampak pada ekonomi, sosial, juga efek termasuk perubahan iklim.
Tito izin boleh.
Sejak tahun 1956, Sukovindo telah menjadi perusahaan testing, inspection, and certification terdepan di Indonesia, memberikan pemastian dan rasa aman agar pelanggan dapat fokus pada bisnis. Perjalanan itu menghantarkan kami hingga saat ini. Mencakup semua tahapan proses bisnis, mulai dari tahap prainvestasi, pembangunan, produksi, hingga distribusi. Memberikan kepastian bagi sektor industri melalui jasa inspeksi, pengujian, sertifikasi, konsultansi, dan pelatihan. Memberikan kepastian bahwa setiap produk dan tahap proses bisnis memenuhi standar kualitas, kesehatan, keselamatan kerja, perlindungan lingkungan, serta peraturan yang berlaku di berbagai sektor industri. Dunia yang terus berubah, demikian juga kami. Adaptif, menciptakan solusi untuk menjawab kebutuhan pasar yang terus berkembang. Inovatif, memperluas jangkauan dan dampak melalui transformasi operasional. Solutif, mendukung pelanggan untuk mencapai target keberlanjutan dan pertumbuhan usaha. Dedikatif, memberdayakan masyarakat, memperkuat ekonomi lokal, dan melestarikan lingkungan merupakan tanggung jawab sosial kami. Jaga integritas dan reputasi bisnis Anda, itulah yang kami lakukan. Sukovindo, assure your confidence.
Good evening, distinguished guests, honorable leaders. So Indonesia is committed to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions by signing from the first NDC, updated NDC, enhanced NDC, to soon to launch the second NDC. It's targeting to reach a net carbon sink in FOLU sector at least by 2030. So the next question is, how can the private sector support the Indonesia to reach or to achieve its FOLU target, and what form of technologies and innovations that can be leveraged to achieve carbon negative. So today we have as many as 5 speakers from various disciplines to share with us about biomass energy, to share about the CCS technology, as well as the financial model to support this green transformation. We will start by introducing our moderator. He is the marketing manager from Forest Products of Marubeni, Indonesia. Please welcome Mr. Kazuki Hiraoka.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome all dedicated guests today. The panel discussion of Marubeni Corporation entitled with Harmonizing the Power of Nature and Tech, Forest Management meets BECCS in Climate Action. Thank you everyone for coming. And please allow me to introduce myself. I am Kazuki Hiraoka from PT Marubeni, Indonesia. I'm so honored to moderate today's valuable discussion here in Indonesia Pavilion COP29. At first, we'd like to express our sincere appreciation to the Committee of Indonesia Pavilion, Ministry of Environment, and Ministry of Forestry. Thank you very much. Then please allow me to introduce today's speakers. Today's session's keynote speaker, Mr. Listianto Privati Patito, Director of Forest Products Processing and Marketing, Director General, Sustainable Forest Management, Ministry of Forestry. Our host panelist, Mr. Shinji Kasai, President Director of PT Marubeni, Indonesia. Our guest panelist, Dr. Oki Muraza, Paoki Senior Vice President, PT Pertamina. And Mr. Leonardus Herwindo, CEO of Indica Nature. Also our guest, Ms. Endatri Kurniawati, IBNIA, Director of Environmental Fund Management Agency. Now we will proceed to first session. The keynote speech will be delivered by Listianto Privati. The theme of his speech is how to govern the power of nature and CCS technology in climate action. Patito, silakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good afternoon. First of all, on behalf of the Directorate General of Sustainable Forest Management, I would like to welcome to all participants to this very interesting event. And then thank you to Marubeni Indonesia for hosting these sessions. So, ladies and gentlemen, I've been part of this Indonesia Pavilion since COP22 in Marrakesh, Morocco, in 2016. And this is my first time as a speaker in front of at the stage. So So thank you to Marubeni Indonesia. And then my sincere thanks also goes to the speakers, Pak Shinji Kasai, the President Director of Marubeni Indonesia, Pak Leonardus Herwindo, CEO Indica Nature, my senior colleague, Ibu Nia, the Director of Fund Collection and Development at the Indonesia Environmental Fund, Pak Oki Muraza, Senior Vice President of Research and Technology Innovations of Pertamina, and then not but least my best friend here, Pak Kazuki Hiraoka, as the moderator of this session. So, honorable speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today we stand at the crossroads of innovation and necessity, where the urgent call for climate action meets the boundless potential of our natural resources and technological advancements. I'm honored here to speak on the harmonizations of nature and technology, specifically the intersections of forest management, bioenergy, and CCS, carbon capture and storage, in our collective actions against the climate change. Our forests are vital to our global ecosystem. They absorb carbon dioxide, provide oxygen, support biodiversity, and sustain livelihoods. However, the deforestation and degradation threatening these invaluable resources. Therefore, sustainable forest management emerges as a beacon of hope. By maintaining and enhancing our forest ecosystem, we can ensure that our forests can continue to sequester carbon, preserve biodiversity, and provide renewable resources for our future generations without putting aside the current generation needs. I believe with the speakers from Marubeni Indonesia, Indonesia Environmental Fund, Pertamina, and Indica Nature, this session will enrich our knowledge on forestry landscape management and related issues, including the financial model. Honorable speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Now let's add another layer to these equations, bioenergy. Derived from organic materials, bioenergy presents a renewable and low-carbon alternative to fossil fuels. When managed sustainably, biomass from our forests can be converted into energy, thus reducing our dependence on fossil fuels and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. This is where technology steps in, enhancing our ability to harness this energy efficiently and sustainably. Advanced bioenergy technologies enable us to convert forest biomass into various forms of energy. It can be electricity, heat, or biofuels, all while adhering to sustainability principles. But what if we could take this a step further? What if we could produce energy sustainably and actively remove carbon from the atmosphere? This is where BECCS, bioenergy with carbon capture storage, comes into play. BECCS combines bioenergy production with CCS technology to capture and store carbon dioxide emissions from biomass energy generations. We create a carbon negative process that generates energy while removing CO2 from the air. This innovative approach has the potential to significantly reduce atmospheric carbon levels, helping to mitigate climate change. Well, hopefully I have the correct understanding on this BECCS issue. Later on, we will hear and learn from our respective speakers on these sessions. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, integrating sustainable forest management, bioenergy, and BECCS technology offers a holistic approach to climate actions. By managing our forests sustainably, we ensure a continuous supply of biomass. By advancing bioenergy technologies, we harness this biomass for renewable energy. By implementing BECCS, we can turn this process into a powerful tool for carbon removal. However, achieving this vision requires concerted effort and collaboration. It calls for policies supporting sustainable practices, research, development, investments, and partnerships between governments, private sectors, as well as the local communities. It demands a commitment to education and awareness, ensuring everyone understands forest's critical role in survival and the transformative potential of bioenergy and carbon capture technologies. Honorable speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude my remark, I would like to address that harmonizing the power of nature and technology is not just a dream. It is an achievable reality. By embracing sustainable forest management, harnessing bioenergy, and advancing carbon capture storage, we can pave the way for a future where climate action is effective, equitable, and enduring. Together, let's unlock the potential of our forests, fuel our world sustainably, and capture the carbon that threatens our existence. Let's turn this vision into action and create a legacy of harmony between nature and technology for the future generations. Terima kasih, thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Pak Tito. It was really impressive to hear that the collaboration between the government and private sectors and other local communities will be necessary for the green transition was really impressive. Now we will proceed to the presentation session. So let's welcome the honorable speakers today. Okay, so now we are going to move on the presentation part. The first presentation is entitled Marubeni Group Green Business Development in Indonesia, presented by Mr. Kasai. Mr. Kasai joined Marubeni in 1990 and has extensive international experience, having been stationed in the United States, Singapore, and Indonesia. From 2012 to 2014, he served as a general manager of insurance business. He then led as general manager of the healthcare and medical department from 2017 to 2020. Concurrently, from 2019 to 2020, he held the position of deputy chief operating officer of the next generation business. Since 2021, he has been serving as a chief representative of the Marubeni Group in Indonesia. In 2024, he also assumed the role of vice chairman of the Indonesia-Japan Chamber of Commerce and leader of the Carbon Neutral Task Force. Mr. Kasai, the time is yours.
Thank you for a nice introduction. Selamat sore semua. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Shinji Kasai. I'm President Director of PT Marubeni Indonesia. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to Pak Agus giving us such a great opportunity to make a presentation here. And this is really honorable occasion for me to do a presentation. Okay, let's go to the slide. Marubeni Corporation is a Japanese conglomerate founded 1858. We have 131 business locations in 67 countries. Then go to the next slide, please. Marubeni conduct various business, broad range of the field. This slide presents key figures that represent the scope of Marubeni Group activities. The group employs approximately 46,000 worldwide. In addition to the trade of various consumer products and commodities, Marubeni does power generation business, energy development, and so on. As I will be explaining later, forestry project in Indonesia and other countries. Let's go to the next slide, please. Yes, turn to the Indonesian operation. Marubeni began its operation in Indonesia 1958. As the business expanded, PT Marubeni Indonesia was established in 1993 as a local entity. Then go to the next slide, please. Marubeni Indonesia and our regional subsidiary and affiliate engage in a wide range of business activities. Rather than solely involve traditional trade, Marubeni has expanded its operations in line with Indonesia economic growth to meet the needs of rapid growing the market. Go to the next slide, please. For example, total power generation, you can see the slide left and bottom. The total power generation capacity of Marubeni Group power project in Indonesia records over 12 gigawatt. Marubeni has directly created employee for over 10,000 people. And we operate industrial park in Bekasi, where is about 1 hour drive distance from central Jakarta. Many businesses are actively operating and generating approximately 100,000 jobs. Additionally, Marubeni has maintained a scholarship program since 1999, supporting a total of 1,200 students to date. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Yes, among these, let me introduce one of our largest business operations, PT Mushiftan Pursada, a forestry company, and PT Tanjung Anim Lestari Pulp and Paper, which manufactures pulp for paper production. We refer to this integrated project conducted in the Mushi region. As we say, this is a Mushi Pulp project. The Mushi Pulp project was formed in early 1990 as a big national project of Indonesia as a purpose to revive the damaged land in South Sumatra as a first productive, massive-scale acacia plantation project in the country. Marubeni joined this project together with JICA and Nippon Paper Industries to support plantation technology, commissioning and operating the pulp producing facility and marketing the paper-grade pulp in the world. The pulp mill, PT Tel, started its pulp production in year 2000. PT Tel production capacity is about 500,000 tons per year. It is only non-integrated pulp producer in Indonesia, hence allocating 100% of output as a market pulp. This guarantees stable supply to our customers. PT Tel raw materials comes from PT MHP that manages 287,000 hectares of concession. Their sustainable forest management and pulp products are FSC Control Wood certified. Our long presence has gained reputation as a stable and sustainable player in forest product. We are well connected with all major paper industry in Indonesia. Meanwhile, our vast network enables us to connect supply and demand for forest product across the region, enabling us to create new business opportunities. The Mushipal project now creates as many as 10,000 employees in the region and contribute to the local community. We are also operating elementary school and junior high school in the site and conducting various type of CSR activities to contribute to the local society prosperity. Okay, move on the next slide. Now the focus of today's talk is Marubeni's contribution to Indonesia's decarbonization effort as a private sector entity. To address this, we first need to discuss the core value upheld by Marubeni Group, the global cross-value platform. What is the purpose of Marubeni, which operate overseas and industry worldwide? And what we can do to accelerate decarbonization in Indonesia? Next slide, please. Next one. Yes, this means becoming a platform that crosses various values between region and industries. Marubeni considers value to include our existing asset, talented individuals across the globe, as well as diverse market and technologies. Go to the next slide, please. As an example, we are the key player of the power sectors. Marubeni is also advancing power generation project based on green energy. Actually, Marubeni has experience of geothermal power project in Philippines as a market leader, and Lantau Detap geothermal power project in South Sumatra, which leverages Indonesia's abundant geothermal resources to promote the greening of the local power supply. Go to the next slide, please. Additionally, let me explain the activities within the Mushi Paru project introduced earlier. One of the critical objectives in the forestry project is to maximize the density of wood resources per unit. In other words, to optimize reforestation efficiency. To achieve this, Marubeni collaborate with forestry companies in other countries, advancing the development and introduction in Indonesia of high-growth genetic strains known as elite trees through NDA analysis. Here, Marubeni functions as a platform that brings together Indonesia's forestry lands, cloning technology, and human resources. Next slide, please. Marubeni is also focusing on building a decarbonization infrastructure. In the MHP, we are conducting a feasibility study of EV transportation for the plantation and logging sectors. One of the biggest challenges of the EV adoption is establishing a charging infrastructure, an issue that becomes critical where the location is much far from the center. To address this, Marubeni is starting on a small scale by testing the replacement of MHP seedling transportation trucks with Chinese EV trucks. Unlike urban environment, this project faces numerous challenges such as tough natural conditions, rough roads, and less charging point. However, we believe data from this experiment will help us to contribute not only decarbonization in forestry area, but also we think this result will use for the truck users in the sector such as mining. Okay, next slide, please. Collaboration with the local community is also extremely important. Marubeni is working to strengthen the traceability of natural rubber, one of the Indonesia's crucial resources. This initiative involves collaborating with small-scale farmers who produce natural rubber within the MHP concession to build a transparent natural rubber supply chain. Recently, regulations that emphasize agricultural product traceability, such as EUDR, have come into effect. However, given that many Indonesian farmers are smallholders, the supply chain tends to be more complex. Marubeni is leveraging the foundation relationship between MHP and the local community, along with established rubber traceable value chain to implement this supply chain in this project. Next page, please. This is an example of demonstration in action. Ensuring traceability requires close communication with local producers. Through MHP operations, Marubeni has developed relationship with local communities within the concession. Additionally, our long-standing trade business experience has established connections with natural rubber consumers. As an intermediary between producers and consumers, Marubeni aims to take the first step toward meeting global needs in collaboration with the local community. Okay, go to the next slide. This is the final slide. Now, this is a BECCS, BECCS project. We are promoting jointly with Pertamina. Mr. Aoki from Pertamina will explain in more details. I will touch just only a brief overview. This project aims to capture and store CO2 emission from PTTEL, our power manufacturing facility, using the latest CCS technology in collaboration with Pertamina. By combining PTTEL, one of our existing assets, with the technology of CCS, we are advancing this initiative alongside with Pertamina. The difference of BECCS to achieve carbon removable, or let's say carbon negative. Thank you very much. Next slide, please. Okay, this is my presentation. And I would like to extend my sincere gratitude for all the Indonesian Pavilion Committee. Marubeni Group will continue to contribute to Indonesia's decarbonization effort. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much. I believe that those who doesn't know the Marubeni Group well can understand about our activity for the Indonesian decarbonization. The integration of various solutions into the forest management was quite impressive. Now our next panelist is Mr. Oki, who will be presenting on the theme BECCS, Bridging Bioenergy, Carbon Neutrality, and Beyond. Dr. Okimura is the Senior Vice President, Research and Technology Innovation in PT Pertamina. He is a Deputy Co-Chair in B20 India 2023 for Task Force of Energy, Climate Change, and Resource Efficiency. Previously, he was the Policy Manager in B20 Indonesia 2022 in Task Force of Energy, Sustainability, and Climate. He was co-lead in the Net Zero Strategy Task Force and the Chemical Business Task Force within Pertamina. And Dr. Oki was one of the world's top 2% influential energy scientists worldwide by Stanford University in 2020. He has more than 20 years in the energy industry. He received his PhD from Eindhoven University of Technology. Pak Oki, the time is yours.
Thank you, Hirao-san. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Konnichiwa, minasan. So I would like to continue on the presentations. Just few slides to motivate us. So first, basically, we need to consider the sectors that we are covering in this sustainability and this energy transition discussions. In Indonesia, at least 40 million of people are still working in the agriculture and forestry. So how can we combine the agriculture and forestry with the oil and gas? That will lead us to these topics. Next slide, please. Yeah. So Indonesia is rich in terms of natural-based solutions. We are the second largest nations in terms of natural-based solutions. The forest is still covered around 50%, and of course in the previous session we seen that at least we have storage capacity of 7 gigatons of CO2 for CCS, and within this bioenergy combined with CCS, we would like to combine the benefits from these two fields. Bioenergy, which is derived from agriculture and also forestry, together with CCS, which is basically the products of oil and gas. Next slide, please. Yeah. By having the synergy between these two sectors, yeah, agriculture, forestry, together with oil and gas, we expect that the contributions of renewables will increase, of course. In other sections, we emphasize on the geothermal. So basically on this slide, we can expect that the contributions of the bioenergy together with CCS, together with green electricity from geothermal will lead Indonesia to reach about 1/3 of the energy coming from renewables. And at the same time, we expect that the emission also will go lower. Yeah, we can reach the enhanced NDC, which is about 32% reduction of emissions. Next slide, please. Yeah, this slide is a bit crowded, but this is just to explain what is BECCS, what is bioenergy combined with CCS. So far, we understand that the agriculture and forestry are basically process which is capturing and fixing CO2 through the photosynthesis. This is, I think, clear. And then part of the carbon will also be utilized as a catalyst sinks at the same time as the fertilizer. And then the other potential of CO2 storage is basically by injecting the CO2 into the depleted reservoir. So we are combining the storage that we have during the photosynthesis and biomass storage together with geological storage that we have from oil and gas operations. With this, we expect that there will be accumulated carbon credits which can be traded, monetized, etc., etc. later on. This is quite crowded slide, so I think that's the essence of this bioenergy combined with CCS. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is basically detailed explanations of where we are going to target the implementation of this bioenergy with CCS. Indonesia is blessed with forests and also with oil and gas. So if we zoom in to Sumatra Island, yeah, and then further zoom into South Sumatra, we will see that South Sumatra is basically the host of forests, yeah, which is already explained by Kasai Sang, yeah, eucalyptus forests, etc. While at the same time we have oil and gas operation also in the same province. So with this, we expect to combine to have the synergy between this forestry, manufacturing, and also oil and gas. So for instance, in this case, the CO2 which is being released by the pulp and paper, this is around 1 million ton per annum, can be captured and then stored into the depleted reservoir that we have around South Sumatra. So the name of the field is Limau fields. Yeah, this is a very beautiful example of BECCS. Yeah, not every country can have this example because the distance between the source and the sink it's very short basically. Yeah, this is approximately 5 kilometers. You will not find it in many other countries. This is unique about the Indonesia. And then, of course, our homework from Pertamina side is to find the storage capacity, to calculate, and then to have further actions in order to check the injectivity, etc., etc. So on the right side, you can see how the CO2 is basically captured during the photosynthesis, and at the same time, CO2 also will be mitigated during the CCS itself. So by having this, we can store the CO2 on the plants during photosynthesis and also into the depleted reservoir during CO2 injection. And of course, it may evolve also into the CO2 utilization. For instance, if in the near future we find a place in which that we can utilize CO2 for enhanced oil recovery, then it will expand also to CCS to CCUS. Yeah. So with this, we expect that the amount of CO2 which are being stored, be it from photosynthesis and the plantations, plus the one that we have with the storage, will be more than the CO2 that we emit during the manufacturing and of pulp and paper. So this is the essence of BECCS. In Indonesia, we have plenty of opportunity of BECCS. Yeah? For instance, if you build a bioethanol plant, for instance, in East Java, etc., and then this bioethanol will release some CO2, then the CO2 can be utilized for food industry. That's another example of BECCS. Yeah? Or the CO2 can be utilized for injection of enhanced oil recovery, etc., etc. So this chapter of bioenergy combined with CCS may be not available in many countries, but this is very unique, the opportunity for Indonesia to have it as the examples of bioenergy combined with CCS. Then what are the homeworks that we have? This is my last slide after this. So we need to have basically combined efforts in having the technology development, technical expertise, partnerships, yeah, because it's involving CAPEX and OPEX. Then we need to further shape the regulatory framework, yeah, compliance, permitting. In the previous sessions, we learn about the MRV, etc., etc. And then, of course, there will be financial support and then risk mitigations. Along with that, we expect also that the carbon trading and carbon markets are also going forward in Indonesia, in which that we can share the risk and we can also share the opportunities. With this, we believe that we can invite a lot of investment to Indonesia. Marubeni is certainly one of the players, and we expect many more to come to Indonesia because this combination of bioenergy and CCS is quite unique, and it's basically a blessing for Indonesia. With this, we hope that we can further develop this field, and then with proper orchestra on the capital, on the technology, on the infrastructure and regulatory frameworks, we can have a number of implementation of bioenergy combined with CCS in Indonesia. With this, I would like to complete my presentation. Very good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. Now we have more clear understanding about the roadmap of green transformation in Indonesia and BECCS and other homeworks to proceed more about this kind of project. Now let us move on to the next presentation. Next we have Mr. Leo presenting on the topic Innovating Beyond Biomass, Indica Nature's Role in Indonesia's Renewable Energy, Renewable Future. Leonardo Herwindo brings more than 22 years of expertise in human capital management and a deep understanding of tropical forest landscapes, environmental preservation, biodiversity conservation, and climate action. As Chief Executive Officer of Indica Nature, he leads the development of nature-based solutions within the Indica Group. He previously served as Chief of Human Capital at Indica Energy, Director of Kideko Jaya Agung, and Director of PT Toripatola Engineering and PT Toripatola Engineers and Constructors. He has an academic background in mechanical engineering and business administration. Today, he brings this extensive experience to bear in the search for the nature-based solutions that the world demands. Paleo, the time is yours.
Thank you. Very good afternoon, everyone. Pak Tito yang saya hormati. Thank you Marubeni for having us here to share what we are doing at this moment, and then maybe we can collaborate later on together, right? Hirauka-san, Shinji-san, Pak Oki, Mbak Nia. So today I would like to share what is Indica Nature is doing, but before that, let me humbly introduce the Indica Energy, our holding company. Actually, the Indica Energy is one of Indonesian energy company since 2000 that previously we are focusing on coal sectors. We have an end-to-end coal sectors. But since 2018, we decided to shift the focus on providing energy for Indonesia for sustainable future. So we start with 3D, let's say the 3D strategy. One, we would like to divest as part of our commitment and our aspiration to support the net zero emission by 2050 or even earlier. We start divesting the coal portfolios. And the second D is we diverse. We do some diversification to new sectors like mineral mining, we have solar panel, we have electric vehicles, and we have a nature-based solution as well as the healthcare solution. And the number 3, of course, as well in our operation in every sectors, we do the decarbonization for our each of our value chain and supply chain in our operation. And as I mentioned earlier, the Indica Nature is one of the subsidiary of Indica Energy who are focusing on providing the nature-based solution, which we have biomass or wood pellet, we have environmental services, which later on providing the carbon, and the agroforestry with the regenerative farming system. But this afternoon, we would like to share with you why we are focusing on this biomass, supporting the Patito and the other speakers regarding what is the role of biomass in decarbonizing and as well providing reduction the emission of CO2, right? Next. So biomass is like a game. You know, there are some difficulties from easy, medium, even the hardest part of developing the biomass business. You can start with waste from palm oil. You can start with waste from forestry. They can easily converted to biomass, wood chip or even wood pellet. But in Indica Nature, we are trying something that is more challenging. We are not using waste, but we start from having our own seeds, nursery, plantation, harvesting, meal processing, and then do some commercialization of these sectors, right? So we have our own concession in East Kalimantan. The area is more than 20,000 hectares, but we are focusing on our sustainable harvesting. What we call with sustainable harvesting is that we plant red caliandra. I will explain later a bit. Which once you plant it, you can chop it, harvested, and then they will grow again until 12 to 15 times of the cycle. So it takes 12 years up to 15 years with one time of planting. And in these processes, we are committed to environmental safety and how we protect the environment by we follow the certification, what we call FSC. We have obtained our FSC certification for our forest management. We have owned our FSC for our milling processes, as well as the certification from the Ministry of KLHK, which is SPLK. So this shows our commitment to keep the forest as itself, but we are enriching it by planting the red calyandra for producing the wood pellet. So we are targeting to produce a total of 90,000 ton annually. Why is this only 90,000? Because from 23,000 hectares, we only plant around 10,000 hectares. Why is it? Because we keep all the trees, we just clean up the bushes, and then we plant with the calyandra. And also we are protecting high conservation value in our concession. The calyandra will produce the wood pellet similar to our coal in Kideko Jayagung. The calorie will be around 4,300 up to 4,500. So having this initiative in East Kalimantan, we also supported the local people, whilst the surrounding is having the palm business, the mining business, but still we are can influence and recruit and employ around 200 up to 300 local people to join with us, to work with us to producing this kind of wood pellet. Next. So how this wood pellet later on can be different? As you mentioned, as you see in the slide, there is something like a laboratory. Yes, we are utilizing the technology, the science. How do we improve the productivity of this calyandra? Right? We do what we call genomic sequencing. So if you are aware that usually the genomic sequencing is using to identify the DNA of human being, but now we are trying to use it to do sequencing for our calyandra. So we can identify the strongest calyandra up to the weakest calyandra. Because I understand that planting the calyandra from the seeds up to harvesting is not easy, right? Some people trying to do it and fails. But now we have been here for 2 years, and then we have the diameters varies from 2 centimeters up to 10 centimeters. What we are trying to do by this technology is we would like to be able to produce it at least from 5 to 10 centimeters in the future. Next. That is from the R&D perspective. Then how this can be supporting the whole value chain of this wood pellet business. We are also integrating the technology, which can be what we call traceable processes, right? So if you have a wood pellet, a batch or one jumbo bag of wood pellet, then later on you can trace which seeds are we using to produce this kind of wood pellet, in which plot that we plant in our area, and what is the fertilizer that we are using, what are the composition of the fertilizer, and what the volume or composition of biochar that we are using. So this technology will be enable us to trace our product, so it can be called like a responsible product of wood pellet. This is also would like to increase the yield of the productivity of the wood pellet itself. So this is give you a brief introduction of what is red calyandra means, right? Red calyandra can only be harvesting 1 to 2 times a year, depending on how dense you put in 1 hectare. They provide less carbon, also provide nitrogenous compound in the soil. They have low moisture content, so it's easily to then later on process to becoming wood chip, wood pellet, or even black pellet. As a general yield, in 1 hectare can be produced up to 25 tons. But with technology, with R&D, we can increase it up to the 30 tons per hectare. This is the picture of our mill, the processing. So we have end-to-end value chain. The capacity of this mill at this moment is 10 ton per hour. So we do hope that with this around 4,000 hectares that we have planted, we can produce the good quality of this wood pellet, and then later on we can do the export, which we are focusing to export it to Japan, because Japan will the one or the company, the countries that receive the FSC certification. The demand is huge. If you see in 2024, the global demand is 38 million tons. Japan, I think, is about 10 to 20% of this global demand, which will up to 30% of the global demand by 2030. The global demand of 2030 is more than 50 million tons, which I think Japan will require, 20 million ton a year. So the demand is huge. The initiative to decarbonize using the wood pellet, based on the research, it can reduce 60 to 80% of the emission comparing to using the ordinary coal for your coal-fired power plant. And it can be mixed. I think the government of Japan has introduced that the composition should be 30% of wood pellet and 70% of coal. So having this initiative, we do hope that we can also contribute for the decarbonization, having lower emission as part of one of our pillars. Then the environmental services, we have another 80,000 hectares that we conserve the forest, which later on can contribute to the carbon trading initiative that currently government Japan and Indonesia have signed some mutual agreement. Then we expect and we hope as well the support from Indonesian government to work together with private sectors to introduce these sectors, wood pellet, to start greening, industry sectors in the future. That is my sharing. I welcome inputs and as well as questions, so we can learn together and we can grow this business. We can do another green business to create sustainable future for Indonesia, to leaving a green legacy for our future generation. With this, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Leo. The discussion on the coriander was quite interesting, but the challenge of biomass is how to increase the efficiency. But coriander can solve this kind of problem. So it was quite impressive. Thank you very much. And now our final panelist is Ms. Endatri Kruniawati. Thank you for your patience. The theme of her presentation is Financial Model Supporting Green Transformation in Indonesia. Endatri Kruniawati holds a bachelor's degree in forestry management from Bogor Agriculture University, a Master of Economics in City, Urban, Community and Regional Planning from the University of Indonesia, and a Master's degree in Environmental Economic Policy from Indiana University, Bloomington. She is also a member of the Alumni Association of the American Indonesian Scholarship Program for the year 2019 to 2020. Ms. Enda has held various positions in governmental institutions, including a head of the Subdirectorate of Climate Finance at the Directorate General of Climate Change, Ministry of Environment and Forestry from 2015 to 2020, and head of the Environmental Planning Subdivision at the Ministry of Environment from 2011 to 2015. Currently, she has served as the Director of Fund Collecting and Development of Indonesia Environment Fund, Finance Ministry since 2020. Ibnia, time is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Pak. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for having me in this great opportunity. And then, maybe some people said that money is not important, but we cannot do anything without money. And then I think during this COP29, climate finance is one of the tough issues to be negotiated among parties. So let me talk about the money a bit in this opportunity. And maybe before we talking about the financing model, we would like to introduce the IF first. Next, please. So what's the Indonesian Environmental Fund? So we are public service agency. So we are non-profit organization, and we are as one of national financial mechanism to support green transformation regarding the government priority program. So at this point, we are directed by steering committee from 10 line ministries, and we also manage the fund based on each thematic program decided by government. So we have some thematic program at this point. I will talk later on. And then we also, the management of the fund done by Indonesian Environment Fund is different with the state budget, even we are public service agency, because we have authority to manage the fund based on our standard, and also we can deliver the fund directly to many varieties of beneficiaries. So we can we can have direct distribution to community, private sector, and also NGO, and also some other entities. And we also can mobilize the fund for multi sources and channeling the fund using multi financial instrument, and also channeling to multi purposes at this point, as long as the program is green and fulfill all the requirements. Next, please. And this is how we work. So how we can deliver the fund, of course, because we are mandated to support the government program in terms how the government can achieve the SDGs target. So at this point, we work closely with the line ministries. Before we deliver the fund, we work together with the line ministry, how we can develop the investment framework and investment plan, consisting how the program will be financed by all the fund managed by the IF at this point. So as I mentioned earlier, that we can mobilize the fund for multi sources. So we not only manage fund coming from the international development partner, we also manage fund from the private sector, and also state budget, and also other funds. So what you want, we can do anything. This is the principle of us. Next, please. So we have a lot of flexibility at this point. And as I mentioned as well, that we work together with the line ministry to set up what the objective of the fund management done by IF. So we already set up some goal at this point in the level of outcome. So the first one regarding how the fund managed by the environmental fund can give impact to the emission reduction, and the second one, how we can improve the environmental quality, and the third one, how we can also contribute to the sorry, it's too small, as you can see in the screen. And then how we can reach the outcome level. Of course, we have 4 thematic program at this point. So the first one regarding the follow thematic program, forest and other land use, and also ecosystem management. And the next one regarding renewable energy. And the third one regarding consumption and production sustainability. And the fourth one regarding health, water and food security. And the last one regarding disaster and adaptation. So by having this thematic program, of course, I have should mobilize the fund from many sources. And then right now, we apply some financial instrument. The first one, grant. So as Pak Leo already mentioned, the business model of Pak Leo maybe also need support for community surrounding the forest area. So by having this business model, the IF can provide grant. So the grant is intended to support or to increase the capacity of community. Based on the thematic program that we have right now, as the first one, we have the Red Plus program. The Red Plus program is program intended to reduce the emission from deforestation and the forest degradation. So the activities maybe can cover a lot of activities, like maybe as Pak Indika already mentioned, how a community can involve to have a plantation for like maybe some commodities, and then will be sell or maybe as a supply to Indika Nature later on. And then at this point, we can support the program by provide a grant to increase the capacity of the community. But after the community increase certain level of the activities of unit business developed by them, we can also provide loan at this point. So the loan coming from the state budget, right now we have around 180 million US dollar for the loan. The loan is intended for the farmer or community surrounding forest area actually right now. And then by having these two financial mechanism, I think from IF itself, we can combine financial, or we can blend the financial instrument within IF to develop maybe half of ecosystem of the business model developed by Indika Nature. We haven't talked about the ECCS because it's high capital. This is for the Indika Nature first. And then we also have endowment fund right now. It is intended to finance disaster, but maybe this is not relevant with the issue that we are discussing right now. But again, the principle how we manage the endowment fund, that IF should has capacity to do long-term investment. So at this point, we have a lot of opportunity to do long-term investment, not only the endowment fund, but we can do with another financial scheme. We will talk later in the last slide. So right now for the endowment fund, IF will manage around 500 million US dollar. So we have to leverage the fund by having the yield generated by the long investment. So we can finance the program only using the yield generating from the long-term investment. Next, please. I think this is the last slide. Yeah. So right now we not only have financial model for the community, but we also under process to develop a financial model to support what the private doing to support the government program. So as you can see in the left side, right now we also maybe in the process to develop a kind of the pooling fund. So we call as an impact investment fund. So at this point, the objective of the development of the fund is not only the output, but how we can achieve the impact of the fund as targeted by the government. And then as you can see at this point, by managing the fund, IF together with the investor will develop or set up ESG indicator, environmental, social, and governance indicator that will be achieved. And then IF together with the investor, with other investor, will work together with the manager investment at this point. So the manager investment will manage the fund transparently and also accountability. And then the manager investment should deliver the fund to the private or maybe the startup by referring the ESG indicator that already developed. So the investment manager can deliver the fund by using the equity. So from the investor. At this point, IF can be act as a sponsor together with other investor, and then the fund will be delivered to the manager investment by using equity scheme, and also delivered to the private also by using the equity. And then when the private already generate the benefit or profit, they can return back to the fund itself and then to the investor. But at this point, the important thing is not only the output level, but also how the private can show the impact of the ESG they already implemented during their activities. So this is the maybe the potential thing that we can do or can support for the CCS. And the next one, I don't put in the slide. Right now, IF also under process to develop like a financial structure together with donor. And then, of course, for the finance, because when we talk about the CCS, it needs high capital, right? So the private sector or investor is very required at this point. And then, of course, when we attract the private sector, it's not easy because we have to show how the benefit to the private sector itself. And then, right now, we are under process to develop infrastructure fund together with some donors. And then, of course, when we have the structure or financial structure of the fund itself, we also, because the CCS also high risk, we also need guarantor at this point to make sure that the activities done by private sector to do the CCS program, if it is well, it can be guaranteed by the guarantor in the future. So this is the process that we have right now, but it is not easy because, yeah, the activity is quite high risk. But again, this is still under process under IF together with the manager investment and also other donors. And also IF at this point maybe will have a role as how we can provide like technical assistance and also the pipeline and also some other things. I think that's all from our side, Pak. We will be happy if we can have a discussion further. Over to you, moderator.
Thank you very much. I feel that the decarbonization market or industry is still in the transition phase. Then the importance of this kind of financial frameworks or support is growing day by day. So it was really a pleasure to hear this kind of topic today. Okay, now our presentations have concluded. Thank you to all panelists. And now we will move into a discussion involving the audience. I have many questions I also like to ask about, but first I would like to invite questions from the audience here. If you have a question, please raise your hand to the audience.
Thank you so much for the session. This is a delightful session I've seen. Yeah, one of the best sessions in the Indonesian Pavilion. But I have some questions regarding with the IEF. Yeah, because it is quite enlightening. Yeah, we know that funding is something that we need to develop some projects, especially if it is regarding with the green projects, the decarbonization projects in Indonesia. But then, Bu Nia, what are some categories of the projects that can be funded by the IEF? And also, is there any amount that is allowed or the targets for the amounts for every projects, yeah, that will be funded by the IEF, and also maybe the mechanism, whether it is a grant or a loan. Yeah, maybe if you can give any explanation on that one, that will be great. Thank you so much.
Maybe, yeah, related to Ibnia?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Maybe the first one regarding the eligibility activities that can be financed by IF. Maybe the first one, of course, because each fund managed by IF is based on the window, thematic window. So thematic window will be developed based on the mandate. So let's say, as I mentioned earlier, we have a RED Plus fund. So before we deliver the fund, we already set up the indicator together with the fund owner or the international development partner. For example, for the RED Plus, we can deliver the fund to entity contributing to the emission reduction. So entity who has contribution to the emission reduction of Indonesia, and then they will get the fund from IF through provincial level. So this is one of the criteria. So the criteria we can say depends on the mandate. This is for the communities level. But for the private one, as I mentioned also, let's say if you, right now we are under process to develop pooling fund or impact investment fund. So the fund will be delivered to entities who can confidence to achieve certain indicator of ESG that we develop. So this is the criteria that we can offer to the candidate of the beneficiaries. So yeah, we can say in general, all the beneficiaries of IF should in line with the green criteria something, but each fund will have specific criteria. And then, sorry, the next question? The amount. So the amount itself also depends on the size of each thematic program. Let's say like we have a RED Plus fund around 380 billion US dollar. And then each province can access the amount based on their contribution to the national emission reduction. And also we have a loan right now. We have a loan to community, around 280. Each community can access maybe, we can say maybe the micro, small and micro, starting from 5 million until 100 million rupiahs at this point. And from the private, we also actually in the previous provide loan to private until 7 billion rupiahs. I think that's all. Thank you. Over to you.
Okay, clear. We have a little more time, so if you have a question, then okay. Okay. Thank you for answering, Ibnia. I would like to appreciate all speakers today and the staff of Pavilion of Indonesia and the audience for providing such an interesting session and discussion. This session is now going to be closed. Thank you so much. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We really, truly value your time and sharing with us today. So, on behalf of PT Marubeni, Mr. Yoshihiro Gishi-san is going to present a token of appreciation to speakers starting from Ibu Endah, and then next to Pak Leo and Pak Oki. Also, I would like to invite Pak Tito Ristianto Pribadi. He's the Director of Forest Product Processing and Marketing from the Directorate General of Sustainable Forest Management. Okay, thank you for sharing some best practices, experience, working towards decarbonization. And if we work together, we collab together, we all could pursue to achieve the carbon neutral target and extend it further to achieve even carbon negative goals. And last but not least, to our keynote speaker for the session, Pak Tito. And Pak Tito would also like to hand in another gesture of gratitude to all the speakers. On behalf of Indonesia Pavilion, of course, to Ibu Eni, thank you, Ibu. Hopefully IEF will figure out soon the financial structure to fund CCS. It's on work in progress. Thank you very much for your cooperation. And thank you. Let's take a picture together. Pak Tito being in the middle next to Pak Oki. Oh, by the way, Pak Oki is the most wanted person today. Yeah, he speaks 2 sessions in a row already. Thank you for your enthusiasm. Okay. 1, 2. Happy smile, although it's the last session already for the day. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you for joining in the session. We wish you all have a wonderful evening. Have a safe journey home. Have a good rest. We'll see you again tomorrow. Goodbye.
Climate change is reshaping our world, and Pertamina is focused on overcoming this global challenge. Through our dual growth strategy, low carbon business and decarbonization, we are driving the energy transition while ensuring energy security and equity. We are on a mission to reach net zero emissions by 2060 or sooner, aligning with Indonesia's climate goals. By 2030, we aim to increase new and renewable energy to 17% of our energy mix, with a focus on biofuels, geothermal, hydrogen, and the EV ecosystem. Pertamina is making strides in decarbonization, reducing 8.5 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent by 2023 and targeting a reduction up to 9.1 million metric tons by 2025. Our initiatives span energy efficiency, zero routine flaring, methane management, and green power solutions. Strategic partnerships play a vital role as we collaborate with international initiatives and business partners to drive low-carbon solutions. We are also reskilling our workforce to support a just energy transition, creating green jobs and advancing renewable energy. Pertamina is energizing progress for a more sustainable future, where sustainability and energy security go hand in hand.
Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company cultivates prosperity through a commitment to sustainable fertilizers, pioneering petrochemicals, and unwavering business support. Spanning across Pacific Asia, Middle East, and North Africa, we proudly serve as the largest plant nutrition and agriculture solution company. Our integrated fertilizer production facilities and robust distribution networks are the cornerstones of Indonesia's food security. Embracing digital transformation, we innovate across every aspect, from distribution monitoring to user-friendly applications. Ranked as the 7th largest fertilizer producer globally, Pupuk Indonesia is not only about growth, it's about nurturing. We actively strengthen the economy, enrich social bonds, and preserve the environment through empowerment initiatives. Our commitment transcends mere profit. It's about leaving a positive footprint on the earth we call home. Pupuk Indonesia, prosper together with Indonesia.
Medco Energy, a leading Southeast Asia energy and natural resources company. At Medco Energy, our strength comes from our people. We invest in exploration and production and new development projects with the trust of governments, partners, and other stakeholders to operate large and complex fields.
Every step we take is the power to generate new energy. An eternal spirit that is never extinct, flowing in every aspect of life. We unite and grow strength, turn hopes into reality, and explore potential rising from the bowels of the earth, spread into an ocean of light. Become sparks of hope and the anchor of the future. We give a chance for the nation's best. To move forward, keep performing, and devote high dedication. To optimize legacy into welfare. Let us hand in hand establish success. Ensure the prosperity of all the people of Indonesia. Because the success of upstream oil and gas is the success for all of us.
Copper is essential to the green energy revolution, driving the shift from fossil fuels to electrification. As one of the largest copper mining companies in Indonesia, responsible production defines our operations. Aman holds the concession of world-class copper-gold resources, including the Batu Hijau mine and the Future Ilang project, which has one of the world's largest known undeveloped ore bodies. Aman has a fully integrated operation. Exploration and development, ore mining, ore processing, and smelting Aman's commitment to sustainable mining practices can be seen from the 4 pillars that underpin the sustainability framework. Our active reclamation program, conducted in parallel to mining operations, affirms the company's commitment to sustainable mining practices. In June 2022, Aman commissioned the largest ground-mounted solar PV power plant in Indonesia, with 26.8 megawatt peak capacity. With this solar power facility, Aman is reducing annual carbon dioxide emissions by 40,000 tons. This is how we build a legacy of best.
Di antara hijaunya alam, cerita kami dimulai. Kami bertekad untuk menjaganya dengan bertransformasi. Bagi kami, keberlanjutan bukanlah pilihan, tapi sudah menjadi bagian kehidupan kami. Kami sadar, dunia sedang menghadapi tantangan yang belum pernah dihadapi sebelumnya. Kami percaya pada kekuatan untuk perubahan. Tak pernah berhenti memperbaiki diri telah menjadi moto kami. Kami berinvestasi dengan inovasi. Didukung dengan teknologi terkini, kami mengelola limbah, meningkatkan efisiensi, dan mengurangi jejak karbon. Fasilitas kami beroperasi dengan energi matahari, menuntun kami mewujudkan masa depan yang berkelanjutan. Berkapasitas 9,8 megawatt peak, mampu menghasilkan lebih dari 13 juta kilowatt hour energi listrik ramah lingkungan, dan mengurangi lebih dari 12.000 ton emisi karbon. Apa yang kita lakukan hari ini akan menjadi warisan bagi generasi mendatang. Setiap nafas, tawa, dan mimpi kita adalah masa depan mereka. Bersama mitra, kami berkomitmen untuk terus memaksimalkan dampak positif bagi lingkungan. Untuk Anda, untuk kita, untuk bumi, dan untuk dunia yang lebih baik. Bersama, kita wujudkan masa depan yang berkelanjutan.
Our world is ever-changing, and should do we, the fastest, the cheapest, are not the number one value we're looking for. At least not anymore. We believe so in FUPAC. Therefore, we create sustainable paper materials for multi-purposes. Made out of virgin pulp from our own industrial forest. Imitating nature, FUPAC offers more flexibility, safety, and quality. You can design each according to your needs. Feel free to choose the size, shape, and design to maximize the function and the look of your new eco packaging. A new innovation for your food packaging that is loved and approved by nature. On top of everything we do, we commit to circular economy. That translates to upcycling the waste to become new valuable resources. Wonderful, isn't it? FUPAC, Safer, better.
Marubeni is making a paradigm shift. A shift from business that utilizes nature to circular business that contributes to nature.
How are we responding to the climate crisis? To reduce our climate impact by 2030. We're scaling up our work with key suppliers to help them reduce their carbon footprints and transparently measure progress. We're investing in how we sustain and strengthen deforestation-free commodities whilst meeting current and future demands. And we're reformulating our products to use lower impact ingredients. But to keep fueling innovation and scaling solutions, Our success also relies on the support of businesses, governments, regulators, and consumers. Read our updated Climate Transition Action Plan at unilever.com.
Kehadiran Freeport Indonesia menjadi salah satu motor penggerak utama pembangunan di Papua dan Indonesia. Bersama, kami satukan tekad untuk harumkan Indonesia dari Papua.
Since established in 2002, Transportasi Gas Indonesia has been committed to be the transporter of choice for natural gas in Indonesia. We operate more than 1,000 kilometers of 28-inch diameter gas pipelines, both onshore and offshore, connecting Gresik to Duri and Gresik to Batam, Singapore, to provide confidence and convenience to every customer. All pipelines and facility stations are monitored 24 hours a day and 7 days a week to connect energy for synergy, making us as a prudent operator. Such activities supported by the implementation of system management with a mission to contribute for this country. We uphold the aspects of governance and compliance by implementing transparent and ethical business practices in all areas, as well as providing a positive impact around the company's operational facilities through corporate social responsibility programs that prioritize aspects of the Sustainable Development Goals. We continue to adapt to design a better future. We continue to develop competencies using the latest technology. All of us TGI people will continue to collaborate for one goal, from TGI for today and for the future.
Climate change is a global issue. Indonesia is taking action by committing to achieve net zero emission by 2060 or sooner. BNI takes a role by setting a net zero emission target for operations in 2028 and financing in 2060. This commitment is realized through various concrete steps, including energy efficiency program through savings in electricity usage, optimization of online media, strengthening digital transaction and green building certification, development of waste management program, strengthening environmental ecosystems, expanding green financing, and encouraging partnerships with borrowers through the sustainability-linked loan program, strengthening UMKM empowerment, development of financing schemes such as Jejak Kopi Katulistiwa, BNI Environmentally Friendly UMKM, BNI Millennial Smart Farming, and BNI Kampung Perikanan, moving towards a sustainable future.
Every action we take is the foundation to become a world-class energy company that cares for the environment. We build energy unceasingly through innovation, quality, and sustainability. We are entering the era of digitalization and electrification to improve production capacity and efficiency. Becoming a pioneer in energy downstream is our expression of love for a better civilization and prosperity. We are not just explorers. We also care about the future of the planet Earth. Growing together in health and prosperity is our ultimate goal. We present an unceasing energy for the nation.
Facing climate change, Indonesia is committed to achieving net zero by 2060, with sustainability at the core of its energy transition. With approximately 24 gigawatts, Indonesia holds the second largest geothermal potential globally. Geothermal energy, drawn from the Earth's underground natural heat, is an ideal green baseload alternative. Through wells, we capture this heat and channel the steam to drive turbines that generate electricity, offering a clean, reliable power source that operates 24/7, regardless of weather conditions. At the forefront of this transition is Pertamina Geothermal Energy, a pioneer with decades of experience driving Indonesia's geothermal development. PGE manages 3 gigawatts of potential geothermal resources, including over 1 gigawatt of proven reserves, making it a significant player in the geothermal energy sector. With 672.5 megawatts of installed capacity across Indonesia, PGE is powering communities and industries with sustainable energy. Our commitment extends beyond energy production. We are dedicated to community empowerment and exploring new technological frontiers. Through synergies with Pertamina Group, we enhance our impact by leveraging combined expertise and resources. Our vision is to become a world-class green energy company with the largest global geothermal capacity. We plan to expand our installed capacity to 1 gigawatt in the next 2 to 3 years, advancing Indonesia's sustainable energy future. Driving innovation and sustainability, we are unlocking new geothermal ecosystem, adopting innovations and boosting local manufacturing of technologies like heat exchangers and two-phase flow meters to enhance efficiency. PGE also aspires to pioneer green businesses in Indonesia, supporting new growth for the company and the nation's green ambitions. Pertamina Geothermal Energy, powering a sustainable Indonesia today and for generations to come. Together we power Indonesia's future.
Program Pertumbuhan Hijau sebagai kolaborasi antara pemerintah Indonesia dan Global Green Growth Institute atau GGGI mendukung Indonesia untuk mencapai tujuan dan prioritas melalui beragam proyek di seluruh Indonesia. Pendekatan lanskap untuk pengelolaan hutan yang baik dan tepat dalam yurisdiksi nasional dan subnasional memberikan kerangka kerja alami untuk intervensi pertumbuhan hijau, termasuk aksi-aksi untuk mengurangi deforestasi dan degradasi hutan, didukung oleh sistem MRV yang kuat dan mekanisme pendanaan REDD+.
Awalnya kita melakukan concern kepada konservasi ekologinya. Harus diperkuat dengan namanya kebijakan pemerintah, terutama dengan peraturan-peraturannya. Kalau konservasi yang kita bangun duluan udah pasti akan berdampak pada ekonomi, sosial, juga efek termasuk perubahan iklim.
Sejak tahun 1956, Sukovindo telah menjadi perusahaan testing, inspection, and certification terdepan di Indonesia.
memberikan pemastian dan rasa aman agar pelanggan dapat fokus pada bisnis. Perjalanan itu menghantarkan kami hingga saat ini. Mencakup semua tahapan proses bisnis, mulai dari tahap prainvestasi, pembangunan, produksi, hingga distribusi. Memberikan kepastian bagi sektor industri melalui jasa inspeksi, pengujian, sertifikasi, konsultansi, dan pelatihan. Memberikan kepastian bahwa setiap produk dan tahap proses bisnis memenuhi standar kualitas, kesehatan, keselamatan kerja, perlindungan lingkungan, serta peraturan yang berlaku di berbagai sektor industri. Dunia yang terus berubah, demikian juga kami. Adaptif, menciptakan solusi untuk menjawab kebutuhan pasar yang terus berkembang. Inovatif, memperluas jangkauan dan dampak melalui transformasi operasional. Solutif, mendukung pelanggan untuk mencapai target keberlanjutan dan pertumbuhan usaha. Dedikatif, memberdayakan masyarakat, memperkuat ekonomi lokal, dan melestarikan lingkungan merupakan tanggung jawab sosial kami. Jaga integritas dan reputasi bisnis Anda, itulah yang kami lakukan. Sukovindo, assure your confidence.